Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville. Chapters 33 through 37. Chapter 33. The Salt Drogers and German Immigrant Ships. Surrounded by its broad belt of masonry, each Liverpool dock is a walled town, full of life and commotion; or rather, it is a small archipelago, an epitome of the world, where all the nations of Christendom, and even those of heathendom, are represented. For in itself each ship is an island, a floating colony of the tribe to which it belongs. Here are brought together the remotest limits of the earth; and in the collective spars and timbers of these ships, all the forests of the globe are represented, as in a grand parliament of masts. Canada and New Zealand send their pines, America her live oak, India her teak, Norway her spruce; and the right honorable mahogany, member for Honduras and Campeachy, is seen at his post by the wheel. Here, under the beneficent sway of the genius of commerce, all climes and countries embrace, and yard arm touches yard arm in brotherly love. A Liverpool dock is a grand caravansary inn and hotel, on the spacious and liberal plan of the Astor House. Here ships are lodged at a moderate charge, and payment is not demanded till the time of departure. Here they are comfortably housed and provided for, sheltered from all weathers and secured from all calamities. For I can hardly credit a story I have heard, that sometimes in heavy gales, ships lying in the very middle of the docks have lost their top gallant masts. Whatever the toils and hardships encountered on the voyage, whether they come from Iceland or the coast of New Guinea, here their sufferings are ended, and they take their ease in their watery inn. I know not how many hours I spent in gazing at the shipping in Prince's Dock, and speculating concerning their past voyages and future prospects in life. Some had just arrived from the most distant ports, worn, battered, and disabled. Others were all ataunt a spruce, gay and brilliant in readiness for sea. Every day the Highlander had some new neighbor. A black brig from Glasgow, with its crew of sober Scotch caps, and its staid, thrifty-looking skipper, would be replaced by a jovial French hermaphrodite, its forecastle echoing with songs, and its quarter-deck elastic from much dancing. On the other side, perhaps, a magnificent New York liner, huge as a 74, and suggesting the idea of a Mivart's or Delmonico's afloat, would give way to a Sydney emigrant ship, receiving on board its live freight of shepherds from the Grampians, ere long to be tending their flocks on the hills and downs of New Holland. I was particularly pleased and tickled with a multitude of little salt drogers, rigged like sloops, and not much bigger than a pilot boat, but with broad bows painted black, and carrying red sails which looked as if they had been pickled and stained in a tan yard. These little fellows were continually coming in with their cargoes for ships bound to America; and lying 5 or 6 together, alongside of those lofty Yankee hulls, resembled a parcel of red ants about the carcass of a black buffalo. When loaded, these comical little craft are about level with the water, and frequently, when blowing fresh in the river, I have seen them flying through the foam with nothing visible but the mast and sail, and a man at the tiller, their entire cargo being snugly secured under hatches. It was diverting to observe the self-importance of the skipper of any of these diminutive vessels. He would give himself all the airs of an admiral on a 3-decker's poop; and no doubt thought quite as much of himself. And why not? What could Caesar want more? Though his craft was none of the largest, it was subject to him; and though his crew might only consist of himself, yet if he governed it well, he achieved a triumph, which the moralists of all ages have set above the victories of Alexander. These craft have each a little cabin, the prettiest, charmingest, most delightful little dog-hole in the world; not much bigger than an old-fashioned alcove for a bed. It is lighted by little round glasses placed in the deck, so that to the insider the ceiling is like a small firmament, twinkling with astral radiations. For tall men, nevertheless, the place is but ill adapted, a sitting or recumbent position being indispensable to an occupancy of the premises. Yet small, low, and narrow as the cabin is, somehow it affords accommodations to the skipper and his family. Often I used to watch the tidy good wife seated at the open little scuttle, like a woman at a cottage door, engaged in knitting socks for her husband, or perhaps cutting his hair as he kneeled before her. And once, while marveling how a couple like this found room to turn in below, I was amazed by a noisy eruption of cherry-cheeked young tars from the scuttle, whence they came rolling forth, like so many curly spaniels from a kennel. Upon one occasion I had the curiosity to go on board a salt drogher, and fall into conversation with its skipper, a bachelor who kept house all alone. I found him a very sociable, comfortable old fellow, who had an eye to having things cozy around him. It was in the evening, and he invited me down into his sanctum to supper, and there we sat together like a couple in a box at an oyster cellar. "He, he," he chuckled, kneeling down before a fat, moist little cask of beer, and holding a cocked-hat pitcher to the faucet. "You see, Jack, I keep everything down here, and nice times I have by myself. Just before going to bed, it ain't bad to take a nightcap, you know, eh, Jack? Here now, smack your lips over that, my boy. Have a pipe? But stop, let's to supper first." So he went to a little locker, a fixture against the side, and groping in it a while, and addressing it with, "What cheer here, what cheer?" at last produced a loaf, a small cheese, a bit of ham, and a jar of butter; and then placing a board on his lap, spread the table, the pitcher of beer in the center. "Why, that's but a two-legged table," said I. "Let's make it four." So we divided the burthen, and supped merrily together on our knees. He was an old ruby of a fellow, his cheeks toasted brown, and it did my soul good to see the froth of the beer bubbling at his mouth, and sparkling on his nut-brown beard. He looked so like a great mug of ale, that I almost felt like taking him by the neck and pouring him out. "Now, Jack," said he, when supper was over, "now, Jack, my boy, do you smoke? Well, then, load away." And he handed me a sealskin pouch of tobacco and a pipe. We sat smoking together in this little sea cabinet of his, till it began to look much like a state-room in Tophet; and notwithstanding my host's rubicund nose, I could hardly see him for the fog. "He, he, my boy," then said he, "I don't never have any bugs here, I tell ye. I smokes 'em all out every night before going to bed." "And where may you sleep?" said I, looking round and seeing no sign of a bed. "Sleep?" says he, "why, I sleep in my jacket. That's the best counterpane, and I use my head for a pillow. He, he, funny, ain't it?" "Very funny," says I. "Have some more ale?" says he. "Plenty more." "No more, thank you," says I. "I guess I'll go." For what with the tobacco smoke and the ale, I began to feel like breathing fresh air. Besides, my conscience smote me for thus freely indulging in the pleasures of the table. "Now, don't go," said he. "Don't go, my boy. Don't go out into the damp. Take an old Christian's advice," laying his hand on my shoulder. "It won't do. You see, by going out now, you'll shake off the ale, and get broad awake again; but if you stay here, you'll soon be dropping off for a nice little nap." But notwithstanding these inducements, I shook my host's hand and departed. There was hardly anything I witnessed in the docks that interested me more than the German emigrants, who come on board the large New York ships several days before their sailing, to make everything comfortable ere starting. Old men, tottering with age, and little infants in arms; laughing girls in bright buttoned bodices, and astute, middle-aged men with pictured pipes in their mouths, would be seen mingling together in crowds of 5, 6, and 7, or 800 in one ship. Every evening these countrymen of Luther and Melanchthon gathered on the forecastle to sing and pray; and it was exalting to listen to their fine ringing anthems, reverberating among the crowded shipping, and rebounding from the lofty walls of the docks. Shut your eyes, and you would think you were in a cathedral. They keep up this custom at sea, and every night in the dog watch sing the songs of Zion to the roll of the great ocean organ, a pious custom of a devout race, who thus send over their hallelujahs before them, as they hie to the land of the stranger. And among these sober Germans, my country counts the most orderly and valuable of her foreign population. It is they who have swelled the census of her northwestern states, and transferring their plows from the hills of Transylvania to the prairies of Wisconsin, and sowing the wheat of the Rhine on the banks of Ohio, raise the grain that, a hundredfold increased, may return to their kinsmen in Europe. There is something in the contemplation of the mode in which America has been settled that in a noble breast should forever extinguish the prejudices of national dislikes. Settled by the people of all nations may claim her for their own. You can not spill a drop of American blood without spilling the blood of the whole world. Be he Englishman, Frenchman, German, Dane, or Scot, the European who scoffs at an American calls his own brother Raka, and stands in danger of the judgment. We are not a narrow tribe of men, with a bigoted Hebrew nationality, whose blood has been debased in the attempt to ennoble it, by maintaining an exclusive succession among ourselves. No, our blood is as the flood of the Amazon, made up of 1,000 noble currents, all pouring into one. We are not a nation so much as a world, for unless we may claim all the world for our sire, like Melchisedec, we are without father or mother. For who was our father and our mother? Or can we point to any Romulus and Remus for our founders? Our ancestry is lost in the universal paternity, and Caesar and Alfred, St. Paul and Luther, and Homer and Shakespeare are as much ours as Washington, who is as much the world's as our own. We are the heirs of all time, and with all nations we divide our inheritance. On this western hemisphere all tribes and people are forming into one federated whole, and there is a future which shall see the estranged children of Adam restored as to the old hearthstone in Eden. The other world beyond this, which was longed for by the devout before Columbus's time, was found in the New, and the deep sea lead that first struck these soundings brought up the soil of earth's paradise. Not a paradise then or now, but to be made so at God's good pleasure, and in the fullness and mellowness of time. The seed is sown, and the harvest must come, and our children's children, on the world's jubilee morning, shall all go with their sickles to the reaping. Then shall the curse of Babel be revoked, a new Pentecost come, and the language they shall speak shall be the language of Britain. Frenchmen and Danes and Scots, and the dwellers on the shores of the Mediterranean and in the regions round about, Italians and Indians and Moors, there shall appear unto them cloven tongues as of fire. Chapter 34. The Irrawaddy. Among the various ships lying in Prince's Dock, none interested me more than the Irrawaddy of Bombay, a country ship, which is the name bestowed by Europeans upon the large native vessels of India. 40 years ago these merchantmen were nearly the largest in the world, and they still exceed the generality. They are built of the celebrated teak oak, the oak of the East, or, in Eastern phrase, the king of the oaks. The Irrawaddy had just arrived from Hindostan with a cargo of cotton. She was manned by 40 or 50 Lascars, the native seamen of India, who seemed to be immediately governed by a countryman of theirs of a higher caste. While his inferiors went about in strips of white linen, this dignitary was arrayed in a red army coat, brilliant with gold lace, a cocked hat, and drawn sword. But the general effect was quite spoiled by his bare feet. In discharging the cargo, his business seemed to consist in flagellating the crew with the flat of his saber, an exercise in which long practice had made him exceedingly expert. The poor fellows jumped away with the tackle rope elastic as cats. One Sunday I went aboard of the Irrawaddy, when this oriental usher accosted me at the gangway with his sword at my throat. I gently pushed it aside, making a sign expressive of the pacific character of my motives in paying a visit to the ship, whereupon he very considerately let me pass. I thought I was in Pegu, so strangely woody was the smell of the dark-colored timbers, whose odor was heightened by the rigging of kayar, or cocoanut fiber. The Lascars were on the forecastle deck. Among them were Malays, Mahrattas, Burmese, Siamese, and Cingalese. They were seated round kids full of rice, from which, according to their invariable custom, they helped themselves with one hand, the other being reserved for quite another purpose. They were chattering like magpies in Hindustani, but I found that several of them could also speak very good English. They were a small-limbed, wiry, tawny set, and I was informed made excellent seamen, though ill adapted to stand the hardships of northern voyaging. They told me that 7 of their number had died on the passage from Bombay, 2 or 3 after crossing the Tropic of Cancer, and the rest met their fate in the Channel, where the ship had been tossed about in violent seas, attended with cold rains, peculiar to that vicinity. 2 more had been lost overboard from the flying jib-boom. I was condoling with a young English cabin boy on board upon the loss of these poor fellows, when he said it was their own fault. They would never wear monkey jackets, but clung to their thin India robes, even in the bitterest weather. He talked about them much as a farmer would about the loss of so many sheep by the murrain. The captain of the vessel was an Englishman, as were also the 3 mates, master, and boatswain. These officers lived astern in the cabin, where every Sunday they read the Church of England's prayers, while the heathen at the other end of the ship were left to their false gods and idols. And thus, with Christianity on the quarter-deck and paganism on the forecastle, the Irrawaddy plowed the sea. As if to symbolize this state of things, the fancy piece astern comprised, among numerous other carved decorations, a cross and a mitre, while forward, on the bows, was a sort of devil for a figurehead, a dragon-shaped creature with a fiery red mouth and a switchy-looking tail. After her cargo was discharged, which was done to the sound of flutes and soft recorders, something as work is done in the Navy to the music of the boatswain's pipe, the Lascars were set to stripping the ship, that is, to sending down all her spars and ropes. At this time she lay alongside of us, and the babble on board almost drowned our own voices. In nothing but their girdles the Lascars hopped about aloft, chattering like so many monkeys, but nevertheless showing much dexterity and seamanship in their manner of doing their work. Every Sunday, crowds of well-dressed people came down to the dock to see this singular ship. Many of them perched themselves in the shrouds of the neighboring craft, much to the wrath of Captain Riga, who left strict orders with our old shipkeeper to drive all strangers out of the Highlanders' rigging. It was amusing at these times to watch the old women with umbrellas who stood on the quay staring at the Lascars, even when they desired to be private. These inquisitive old ladies seemed to regard the strange sailors as a species of wild animal, whom they might gaze at with as much impunity as at leopards in the zoological gardens. One night I was returning to the ship, when just as I was passing through the dock gate, I noticed a white figure squatting against the wall outside. It proved to be one of the Lascars who was smoking, as the regulations of the docks prohibit his indulging this luxury on board his vessel. Struck with the curious fashion of his pipe and the odor from it, I inquired what he was smoking. He replied, joggery, which is a species of weed used in place of tobacco. Finding that he spoke good English, and was quite communicative, like most smokers, I sat down by Dat Abdoolmans, as he called himself, and we fell into conversation. So instructive was his discourse, that when we parted, I had considerably added to my stock of knowledge. Indeed, it is a godsend to fall in with a fellow like this. He knows things you never dreamed of. His experiences are like a man from the moon, wholly strange, a new revelation. If you want to learn romance, or gain an insight into things quaint, curious, and marvelous, drop your books of travel, and take a stroll along the docks of a great commercial port. 10 to 1 you will encounter Crusoe himself among the crowds of mariners from all parts of the globe. But this is no place for making mention of all the subjects upon which I and my Lascar friend mostly discoursed. I will only try to give his account of the teak wood and kayar rope, concerning which things I was curious and sought information. The sagoon, as he called the tree which produces the teak, grows in its greatest excellence among the mountains of Malabar, whence large quantities are sent to Bombay for shipbuilding. He also spoke of another kind of wood, the scissor, which supplies most of the shen logs or knees and crooked timbers in the country ships. The sagoon grows to an immense size. Sometimes there is 50 feet of trunk, 3 feet through, before a single bough is put forth. Its leaves are very large, and to convey some idea of them, my Lascar likened them to elephants' ears. He said a purple dye was extracted from them for the purpose of staining cottons and silks. The wood is specifically heavier than water. It is easily worked and extremely strong and durable. But its chief merit lies in resisting the action of the salt water and the attacks of insects, which resistance is caused by its containing a resinous oil called puna. To my surprise, he informed me that the Irrawaddy was wholly built by the native shipwrights of India, who, he modestly asserted, surpassed the European artisans. The rigging also was of native manufacture. As the kayar, of which it is composed, is now getting into use both in England and America, as well for ropes and rigging as for mats and rugs, my Lascar friend's account of it, joined to my own observations, may not be uninteresting. In India it is prepared very much in the same way as in Polynesia. The cocoanut is gathered while the husk is still green, and but partially ripe; and this husk is removed by striking the nut forcibly with both hands, upon a sharp pointed stake, planted uprightly in the ground. In this way a boy will strip nearly 1,500 in a day. But the kayar is not made from the husk, as might be supposed, but from the rind of the nut, which, after being long soaked in water, is beaten with mallets and rubbed together into fibers. After this being dried in the sun, you may spin it, just like hemp or any similar substance. The fiber thus produced makes very strong and durable ropes, extremely well adapted from their lightness and durability for the running rigging of a ship; while the same causes, united with its great strength and buoyancy, render it very suitable for large cables and hawsers. But the elasticity of the kayar ill fits it for the shrouds and standing rigging of a ship, which require to be comparatively firm. Hence, as the Irrawaddy's shrouds were all of this substance, the Lascar told me, they were continually setting up or slacking off her standing rigging, according as the weather was cold or warm; and the loss of a foretop mast, between the tropics, in a squall, he attributed to this circumstance. After a stay of about 2 weeks, the Irrawaddy had her heavy Indian spars replaced with Canadian pine, and her kayar shrouds with hempen ones. She then mustered her pagans and hoisted sail for London. Chapter 35. Galliots, Cost of Guineamen, and Floating Chapel. Another very curious craft often seen in the Liverpool docks is the Dutch galliot, an old-fashioned looking gentleman with hollow waist, high prow and stern, and which, seen lying among crowds of tight Yankee traders and pert French brigantines, always reminded me of a cocked hat among modish beavers. The construction of the galliot has not altered for centuries, and the northern European nations, Danes and Dutch, still sail the salt seas in this flat-bottomed salt cellar of a ship; although, in addition to these, they have vessels of a more modern kind. They seldom paint the galliot, but scrape and varnish all its planks and spars, so that all over it resembles the bright side, or polished streak, usually banding round an American ship. Some of them are kept scrupulously neat and clean, and remind one of a well-scrubbed wooden platter, or an old oak table, upon which much wax and elbow vigor has been expended. Before the wind they sail well, but on a bowline, owing to their broad hulls and flat bottoms, they make leeway at a sad rate. Every day some strange vessel entered Prince's Dock, and hardly would I gaze my fill at some outlandish craft from Surat or the Levant, ere a still more outlandish one would absorb my attention. Among others, I remember, was a little brig from the coast of Guinea. In appearance, she was the ideal of a slaver; low, black, clipper built about the bows, and her decks in a state of most piratical disorder. She carried a long, rusty gun on a swivel, amidships, and that gun was a curiosity in itself. It must have been some old veteran, condemned by the government, and sold for anything it would fetch. It was an antique, covered with half-effaced inscriptions, crowns, anchors, eagles, and it had two handles near the trunnions, like those of a tureen. The knob on the breech was fashioned into a dolphin's head, and by a comical conceit, the touch-hole formed the orifice of a human ear, and a stout tympanum it must have had, to have withstood the concussions it had heard. The brig, heavily loaded, lay between two large ships in ballast, so that its deck was at least 20 feet below those of its neighbors. Thus shut in, its hatchways looked like the entrance to deep vaults or mines, especially as her men were wheeling out of her hold some kind of ore, which might have been gold ore, so scrupulous were they in evening the bushel measures, in which they transferred it to the quay. And so particular was the captain, a dark-skinned whiskerando, in a Maltese cap and tassel, in standing over the sailors with his pencil and memorandum book in hand. The crew were a buccaneering-looking set, with hairy chests, purple shirts, and arms wildly tattooed. The mate had a wooden leg, and hobbled about with a crooked cane like a spiral staircase. There was a deal of swearing on board of this craft, which was rendered the more reprehensible when she came to moor alongside the floating chapel. This was the hull of an old sloop of war, which had been converted into a mariner's church. A house had been built upon it, and a steeple took the place of a mast. There was a little balcony near the base of the steeple, some 20 feet from the water, where, on week days, I used to see an old pensioner of a tar sitting on a camp stool reading his Bible. On Sundays he hoisted the Bethel flag, and, like the muezzin or crier of prayers on top of a Turkish mosque, would call the strolling sailors to their devotions, not officially, but on his own account, conjuring them not to make fools of themselves, but muster round the pulpit, as they did about the capstan on a man of war. This old worthy was the sexton. I attended the chapel several times, and found there a very orderly but small congregation. The first time I went, the chaplain was discoursing on future punishments, and making allusions to the Tartarian lake, which, coupled with the pitchy smell of the old hull, summoned up the most forcible image of the thing which I ever experienced. The floating chapels which are to be found in some of the docks form one of the means which have been tried to induce the seamen visiting Liverpool to turn their thoughts towards serious things. But as very few of them ever think of entering these chapels, though they might pass them 20 times in the day, some of the clergy of a Sunday address them in the open air, from the corners of the quays, or wherever they can produce an audience. Whenever, in my Sunday strolls, I caught sight of one of these congregations, I always made a point of joining it, and would find myself surrounded by a motley crowd of seamen from all quarters of the globe, and women, and lumpers, and dock laborers of all sorts. Frequently the clergyman would be standing upon an old cask, arrayed in full canonicals, as a divine of the Church of England. Never have I heard religious discourses better adapted to an audience of men, who, like sailors, are chiefly, if not only, to be moved by the plainest of precepts and demonstrations of the misery of sin, as conclusive and undeniable as those of Euclid. No more rhetoric avails with such men. Fine periods are vanity. You can not touch them with tropes. They need to be pressed home by plain facts. And such was generally the mode in which they were addressed by the clergy in question, who, taking familiar themes for their discourses, which were leveled right at the wants of their auditors, always succeeded in fastening their attention. In particular, the two great vices to which sailors are most addicted, and which they practice to the ruin of both body and soul, these things were the most enlarged upon; and several times on the docks I have seen a robed clergyman addressing a large audience of women collected from the notorious lanes and alleys in the neighborhood. Is not this as it ought to be? Since the true calling of the reverend clergy is like their divine Master's, not to bring the righteous, but sinners to repentance. Did some of them leave the converted and comfortable congregations, before whom they have ministered year after year, and plunge at once, like St. Paul, into the infected centers and hearts of vice? Then, indeed, would they find a strong enemy to cope with, and a victory gained over him would entitle them to a conqueror's wreath. Better to save one sinner from an obvious vice that is destroying him, than to indoctrinate 10,000 saints. And as from every corner, in Catholic towns, the shrines of Holy Mary and the child Jesus perpetually remind the commonest wayfarer of his heaven, even so should Protestant pulpits be founded in the marketplaces and at street corners, where the men of God might be heard by all of his children. Chapter 36. The Old Church of St. Nicholas and the Dead House. The floating chapel recalls to mind the Old Church, well known to the seamen of many generations who have visited Liverpool. It stands very near the docks, a venerable mass of brown stone, and by the townspeople is called the Church of St. Nicholas. I believe it is the best preserved piece of antiquity in all Liverpool. Before the town rose to any importance, it was the only place of worship on that side of the Mersey, and under the adjoining parish of Walton was a chapel of ease, though from the straight-backed pews there could have been but little comfort taken in it. In old times there stood in front of the church a statue of St. Nicholas, the patron of mariners, to which all pious sailors made offerings to induce his saintship to grant them short and prosperous voyages. In the tower is a fine chime of bells, and I well remember my delight at first hearing them on the first Sunday morning after our arrival in the dock. It seemed to carry an admonition in it, something like the premonition conveyed to young Whittington by bow bells. "Wellingborough, Wellingborough, you must not forget to go to church. Wellingborough, don't forget. Wellingborough, Wellingborough, don't forget." 30 or 40 years ago these bells were rung upon the arrival of every Liverpool ship from a foreign voyage. How forcibly does this illustrate the increase of the commerce of the town! Were the same custom now observed, the bells would seldom have a chance to cease. What seemed the most remarkable about this venerable old church, and what seemed the most barbarous, and grated upon the veneration with which I regarded this time-hallowed structure, was the condition of the graveyard surrounding it. From its close vicinity to the haunts of the swarms of laborers about the docks, it is crossed and recrossed by thoroughfares in all directions, and the tombstones not being erect, but horizontal (indeed they form a complete flagging to the spot), multitudes are constantly walking over the dead, their heels erasing the death's heads and cross-bones, the last mementos of the departed. At noon, when the lumpers employed in loading and unloading the shipping retire for an hour to snatch a dinner, many of them resort to the graveyard, and seating themselves upon a tombstone, use the adjoining one for a table. Often I saw men stretched out in a drunken sleep upon these slabs, and once, removing a fellow's arm, read the following inscription, which, in a manner, was true to the life, if not to the death: "Here lieth ye body of Tobias Drinker." For two memorable circumstances connected with this church, I am indebted to my excellent friend Morocco, who tells me that in 1588, the Earl of Derby, coming to his residence and waiting for a passage to the Isle of Man, the corporation erected and adorned a sumptuous stall in the church for his reception; and moreover, that in the time of Cromwell's wars, when the place was taken by that mad nephew of King Charles, Prince Rupert, he converted the old church into a military prison and stable, when, no doubt, another sumptuous stall was erected for the benefit of the steed of some noble cavalry officer. In the basement of the church is a dead house, like the morgue in Paris, where the bodies of the drowned are exposed until claimed by their friends, or till buried at the public charge. From the multitudes employed about the shipping, this dead house has always more or less occupants. Whenever I passed up Chapel Street, I used to see a crowd gazing through the grim iron grating of the door upon the faces of the drowned within. And once, when the door was opened, I saw a sailor stretched out, stark and stiff, with the sleeve of his frock rolled up, and showing his name and date of birth tattooed upon his arm. It was a sight full of suggestions. He seemed his own headstone. I was told that standing rewards are offered for the recovery of persons falling into the docks. So much if restored to life, and a less amount if irrevocably drowned. Lured by this, several horrid old men and women are constantly prying about the docks, searching after bodies. I observed them principally early in the morning, when they issued from their dens on the same principle that the rag rakers and rubbish pickers in the streets sally out bright and early, for then the night harvest has ripened. There seems to be no calamity overtaking man that can not be rendered merchantable. Undertakers, sextons, tomb makers, and hearse drivers get their living from the dead, and in times of plague most thrive. And these miserable old men and women hunted after corpses to keep from going to the churchyard themselves, for they were the most wretched of starvelings. Chapter 37. What Redburn Saw in Launcelot's Hay. The dead house reminds me of other sad things, for in the vicinity of the docks are many very painful sights. In going to our boarding house, the sign of the Baltimore Clipper, I generally passed through a narrow street called Launcelot's Hay, lined with dingy, prison-like cotton warehouses. In this street, or rather alley, you seldom see any one but a truckman, or some solitary old warehouse keeper, haunting his smoky den like a ghost. Once, passing through this place, I heard a feeble wail, which seemed to come out of the earth. It was but a strip of crooked sidewalk where I stood. The dingy wall was on every side converting the midday into twilight, and not a soul was in sight. I started, and could almost have run, when I heard that dismal sound. It seemed the low, hopeless, endless wail of some one forever lost. At last I advanced to an opening which communicated downward with deep tiers of cellars beneath a crumbling old warehouse. And there, some 15 feet below the walk, crouching in nameless squalor, with her head bowed over, was the figure of what had been a woman. Her blue arms folded to her livid bosom two shrunken things like children, that leaned toward her, one on each side. At first I knew not whether they were alive or dead. They made no sign. They did not move or stir, but from the vault came that soul-sickening wail. I made a noise with my foot, which in the silence echoed far and near, but there was no response. Louder still, when one of the children lifted its head, and cast upward a faint glance, then closed its eyes and lay motionless. The woman also now gazed up and perceived me, but let fall her eye again. They were dumb, and next to dead with want. How they had crawled into that den I could not tell, but there they had crawled to die. At that moment I never thought of relieving them, for death was so stamped in their glazed and unimploring eyes, that I almost regarded them as already no more. I stood looking down on them, while my whole soul swelled within me, and I asked myself, what right had anybody in the wide world to smile and be glad, when sights like this were to be seen? It was enough to turn the heart to gall, and make a man-hater of a Howard. For who were these ghosts that I saw? Were they not human beings? A woman and two girls, with eyes and lips and ears like any queen, with hearts which, though they did not bound with blood, yet beat with a dull, dead ache that was their life. At last I walked on toward an open lot in the alley, hoping to meet there some ragged old women, whom I had daily noticed groping amid foul rubbish for little particles of dirty cotton, which they washed out and sold for a trifle. I found them, and accosting one, I asked if she knew of the persons I had just left. She replied that she did not, nor did she want to. I then asked another, a miserable, toothless old woman, with a tattered strip of coarse baling stuff round her body. Looking at me for an instant, she resumed her raking in the rubbish, and said that she knew who it was that I spoke of, but that she had no time to attend to beggars and their brats. Accosting still another, who seemed to know my errand, I asked if there was no place to which the woman could be taken. Yes, she replied, to the churchyard. I said she was alive and not dead. Then she'll never die, was the rejoinder. She's been down there these 3 days with nothing to eat. That I know myself. She desarves it, said an old hag, who was just placing on her crooked shoulders her bag of pickings, and who was turning to totter off. That Betsy Jennings desarves it. Was she ever married? Tell me that. Leaving Launcelot's Hay, I turned into a more frequented street, and soon meeting a policeman, told him of the condition of the woman and the girls. It's none of my business, Jack, said he. I don't belong to that street. Who does, then? I don't know. But what business is it of yours? Are you not a Yankee? Yes, said I. But come, I will help you remove that woman if you say so. There now, Jack, go on board your ship and stick to it, and leave these matters to the town. I accosted 2 more policemen with no better success. They would not even go with me to the place. The truth was, it was out of the way, in a silent, secluded spot, and the misery of the 3 outcasts, hiding away in the ground, did not obtrude upon any one. Returning to them, I again stamped to attract their attention, but this time none of the 3 looked up, or even stirred. While I yet stood irresolute, a voice called to me from a high, iron-shuttered window in a loft over the way, and asked what I was about. I beckoned to the man, a sort of porter, to come down, which he did. When I pointed down into the vault, "Well," said he, "what of it?" "Can't we get them out?" said I. "Haven't you some place in your warehouse where you can put them? Have you nothing for them to eat?" "You're crazy, boy," said he. "Do you suppose that Parkins and Wood want their warehouse turned into a hospital?" I then went to my boarding-house, and told Handsome Mary of what I had seen, asking her if she could not do something to get the woman and girls removed, or if she could not do that, let me have some food for them. But though a kind person in the main, Mary replied that she gave away enough to beggars in her own street, which was true enough, without looking after the whole neighborhood. Going into the kitchen, I accosted the cook, a little, shriveled-up old Welshwoman, with a saucy tongue, whom the sailors called Brandy Nan, and begged her to give me some cold victuals, if she had nothing better, to take to the vault. But she broke out in a storm of swearing at the miserable occupants of the vault, and refused. I then stepped into the room where our dinner was being spread, and waiting till the girl had gone out, I snatched some bread and cheese from a stand, and thrusting it into the bosom of my frock, left the house. Hurrying to the lane, I dropped the food down into the vault. One of the girls caught at it convulsively, but fell back, apparently fainting. The sister pushed the other's arm aside, and took the bread in her hand, but with a weak, uncertain grasp like an infant's. She placed it to her mouth, but letting it fall again, murmuring faintly something like "water." The woman did not stir. Her head was bowed over, just as I had first seen her. Seeing how it was, I ran down toward the docks to a mean little sailor tavern, and begged for a pitcher. But the cross old man who kept it refused, unless I would pay for it. But I had no money. So, as my boarding-house was some way off, and it would be lost time to run to the ship for my big iron pot, under the impulse of the moment, I hurried to one of the boodle hydrants, which I remembered having seen running near the scene of a still smoldering fire in an old rag house, and taking off a new tarpaulin hat which had been loaned me that day, filled it with water. With this I returned to Launcelot's Hay, and with considerable difficulty, like getting down into a well, I contrived to descend with it into the vault, where there was hardly space enough left to let me stand. The two girls drank out of the hat together, looking up at me with an unalterable, idiotic expression, that almost made me faint. The woman spoke not a word, and did not stir. While the girls were breaking and eating the bread, I tried to lift the woman's head, but feeble as she was, she seemed bent upon holding it down. Observing her arms still clasped upon her bosom, and that something seemed hidden under the rags there, a thought crossed my mind, which impelled me forcibly to withdraw her hands for a moment, when I caught a glimpse of a meager little babe, the lower part of its body thrust into an old bonnet. Its face was dazzlingly white, even in its squalor, but the closed eyes looked like balls of indigo. It must have been dead some hours. The woman refusing to speak, eat, or drink, I asked one of the girls who they were, and where they lived, but she only stared vacantly, muttering something that could not be understood. The air of the place was now getting too much for me, but I stood deliberating a moment whether it was possible for me to drag them out of the vault. But if I did, what then? They would only perish in the street, and here they were at least protected from the rain, and more than that, might die in seclusion. I crawled up into the street, and looking down upon them again, almost repented that I had brought them any food, for it would only tend to prolong their misery, without hope of any permanent relief, for die they must very soon. They were too far gone for any medicine to help them. I hardly know whether I ought to confess another thing that occurred to me as I stood there, but it was this. I felt an almost irresistible impulse to do them the last mercy, of in some way putting an end to their horrible lives. And I should almost have done so, I think, had I not been deterred by thoughts of the law. For I well knew that the law, which would let them perish of themselves without giving them one cup of water, would spend £1,000, if necessary, in convicting him who should so much as offer to relieve them from their miserable existence. The next day, and the next, I passed the vault 3 times, and still met the same sight, the girls leaning up against the woman on each side, and the woman with her arms still folding the babe, and her head bowed. The first evening I did not see the bread that I had dropped down in the morning, but the second evening the bread I had dropped that morning remained untouched. On the third morning the smell that came from the vault was such that I accosted the same policeman I had accosted before, who was patrolling the same street, and told him that the persons I had spoken to him about were dead, and he had better have them removed. He looked as if he did not believe me, and added that it was not his street. When I arrived at the docks on my way to the ship, I entered the guard-house within the walls, and asked for one of the captains to whom I told the story, but from what he said was led to infer that the dock police was distinct from that of the town, and this was not the right place to lodge my information. I could do no more that morning, being obliged to repair to the ship, but at 12 o'clock, when I went to dinner, I hurried into Launcelot's Hey, when I found that the vault was empty. In place of the woman and children, a heap of quicklime was glistening. I could not learn who had taken them away, or whither they had gone, but my prayer was answered. They were dead, departed, and at peace. But again I looked down into the vault, and in fancy beheld the pale shrunken forms still crouching there. Ah, what are our creeds, and how do we hope to be saved? Tell me, O Bible, that story of Lazarus again, that I may find comfort in my heart for the poor and forlorn. Surrounded as we are by the wants and woes of our fellow men, and yet given to follow our own pleasures, regardless of their pains, are we not like people sitting up with a corpse, and making merry in the house of the dead? End of Section 8. Chapters 38 through 42. Chapter 38. The Dock Wall Beggars. I might relate other things which befell me during the 6 weeks and more that I remained in Liverpool, often visiting the cellars, sinks, and hovels of the wretched lanes and courts near the river. But to tell of them would only be to tell over again the story just told, so I returned to the docks. The old women described as picking dirty fragments of cotton in Thai empty lot belong to the same class of beings who at all hours of the day are to be seen within the dock walls, raking over and over the heaps of rubbish carried ashore from the holds of the shipping. As it is against the law to throw the least thing overboard, even a rope yarn, and as this law is very different from similar laws in New York, inasmuch as it is rigidly enforced by the dockmasters, and moreover, as after discharging a ship's cargo, a great deal of dirt and worthless dunnage remains in the hold, the amount of rubbish accumulated in the appointed receptacles for depositing it within the walls is extremely large, and is constantly receiving new accessions from every vessel that unlades at the quays. Standing over these noisome heaps, you will see scores of tattered wretches, armed with old rakes and picking irons, turning over the dirt and making as much of a rope yarn as if it were a skein of silk. Their findings, nevertheless, are but small, for as it is one of the immemorial perquisites of the second mate of a merchant ship to collect and sell on his own account all the condemned old junk of the vessel to which he belongs, he generally takes good heed that in the buckets of rubbish carried ashore there shall be as few rope yarns as possible. In the same way, the cook preserves all the odds and ends of pork rinds and beef fat, which he sells at considerable profit, upon a 6 months' voyage frequently realizing $30 or $40 from the sale, and in large ships even more than that. It may easily be imagined, then, how desperately driven to it must these rubbish pickers be, to ransack heaps of refuse which have been previously gleaned. Nor must I omit to make mention of the singular beggary practiced in the streets frequented by sailors, and particularly to record the remarkable army of paupers that beset the docks at particular hours of the day. At 12 o'clock, the crews of hundreds and hundreds of ships issue in crowds from the dock gates to go to their dinner in the town. This hour is seized upon by multitudes of beggars to plant themselves against the outside of the walls, while others stand upon the curbstone to excite the charity of the seamen. The first time that I passed through this long lane of pauperism, it seemed hard to believe that such an array of misery could be furnished by any town in the world. Every variety of want and suffering here met the eye, and every vice showed here its victims. Nor were the marvelous and almost incredible shifts and stratagems of the professional beggars wanting to finish this picture of all that is dishonorable to civilization and humanity. Old women, rather mummies, drying up with slow starving and age; young girls, incurably sick, who ought to have been in the hospital; sturdy men, with the gallows in their eyes, and a whining lie in their mouths; young boys, hollow-eyed and decrepit; and puny mothers, holding up puny babes in the glare of the sun, formed the main features of the scene. But these were diversified by instances of peculiar suffering, vice, or art in attracting charity, which to me at least, who had never seen such things before, seemed to the last degree uncommon and monstrous. I remember one cripple, a young man rather decently clad, who sat huddled up against the wall, holding a painted board on his knees. It was a picture intending to represent the man himself caught in the machinery of some factory, and whirled about among spindles and cogs, with his limbs mangled and bloody. This person said nothing, but sat silently exhibiting his board. Next to him, leaning upright against the wall, was a tall, pallid man, with a white bandage round his brow, and his face cadaverous as a corpse. He, too, said nothing, but with one finger silently pointed down to the square of flagging at his feet, which was nicely swept and stained blue, and bore this inscription in chalk: "I have had no food for 3 days. My wife and children are dying." Further on lay a man with one sleeve of his ragged coat removed,
showing an unsightly sore, and above it a label with some writing. In some places, for the distance of many rods, the whole line of flagging immediately at the base of the wall would be completely covered with inscriptions, the beggars standing over them in silence. But as you passed along these horrible records, in an hour's time destined to be obliterated by the feet of thousands and thousands of wayfarers, you were not left unassailed by the clamorous petitions of the more urgent applicants for charity. They beset you on every hand, catching you by the coat, hanging on and following you along, and for heaven's sake, and for God's sake, and for Christ's sake, beseeching of you but one halfpenny. If you so much as glanced your eye on one of them, even for an instant, it was perceived like lightning, and the person never left your side until you turned into another street, or satisfied his demands. Thus, at least, it was with the sailors, though I observed that the beggars treated the townspeople differently. I cannot say that the seamen did much to relieve the destitution which 3 times every day was presented to their view. Perhaps habit had made them callous, but the truth might have been that very few of them had much money to give. Yet the beggars must have had some inducement to infest the dock walls as they did. As an example of the caprice of sailors and their sympathy with suffering among members of their own calling, I must mention the case of an old man who every day and all day long, through sunshine and rain, occupied a particular corner where crowds of tars were always passing. He was an uncommonly large, plethoric man, with a wooden leg, and dressed in the nautical garb. His face was red and round. He was continually merry, and with his wooden stump thrust forth, so as almost to trip up the careless wayfarer, he sat upon a great pile of monkey jackets, with a little depression in them between his knees, to receive the coppers thrown him. And plenty of pennies were tossed into his poor box by the sailors, who always exchanged a pleasant word with the old man, and passed on, generally regardless of the neighboring beggars. The first morning I went ashore with my shipmates, some of them greeted him as an old acquaintance, for that corner he had occupied for many long years. He was an old man-of-war's man, who had lost his leg at the battle of Trafalgar, and singular to tell, he now exhibited his wooden one as a genuine specimen of the oak timbers of Nelson's ship, the Victory. Among the paupers were several who wore old sailor hats and jackets, and claimed to be destitute tars, and on the strength of these pretensions demanded help from their brethren. But Jack would see through their disguise in a moment, and turn away with no benediction. As I daily passed through this lane of beggars, who thronged the docks as the Hebrew cripples did the pool of Bethesda, and as I thought of my utter inability in any way to help them, I could not but offer up a prayer that some angel might descend and turn the waters of the docks into an elixir that would heal all their woes, and make them, man and woman, healthy and whole as their ancestors, Adam and Eve, in the garden. Adam and Eve. If indeed ye are yet alive and in heaven, may it be no part of your immortality to look down upon the world ye have left. For as all these sufferers and cripples are as much your family as young Abel, so to you the sight of the world's woes would be a parental torment indeed. Chapter 39. The Booble Alleys of the Town. The same sights that are to be met with along the dock walls at noon, in a less degree, though diversified with other scenes, are continually encountered in the narrow streets where the sailor boarding-houses are kept. In the evening, especially when the sailors are gathered in great numbers, these streets present a most singular spectacle, the entire population of the vicinity being seemingly turned into them. Hand-organs, fiddles, and cymbals, plied by strolling musicians, mix with the songs of the seamen, the babble of women and children, and the groaning and whining of beggars. From the various boarding-houses, each distinguished by gilded emblems outside, an anchor, a crown, a ship, a windlass, or a dolphin, proceeds the noise of revelry and dancing. and from the open casements lean young girls and old women, chattering and laughing with the crowds in the middle of the street. Every moment, strange greetings are exchanged between old sailors who chance to stumble upon a shipmate, last seen in Calcutta or Savannah. And the invariable courtesy that takes place upon these occasions is to go to the next spirit vault and drink each other's health. There are particular paupers who frequent particular sections of these streets, and who, I was told, resented the intrusion of mendicants from other parts of the town. Chief among them was a white-haired old man, stone blind, who was led up and down through the long tumult by a woman holding a little saucer to receive contributions. This old man sang, or rather chanted, certain words in a peculiarly long, drawn, guttural manner, throwing back his head and turning up his sightless eyeballs to the sky. His chant was a lamentation upon his infirmity, and at the time it produced the same effect upon me that my first reading of Milton's Invocation to the Sun did years afterward. I cannot recall it all, but it was something like this, drawn out in an endless groan. Here goes the blind old man, blind, blind, blind. No more will he see sun nor moon, no more see sun nor moon. And thus would he pass through the middle of the street, the woman going on in advance, holding his hand and dragging him through all obstructions, now and then leaving him standing, while she went among the crowd soliciting coppers. But one of the most curious features of the scene is the number of sailor ballad singers who, after singing their verses, hand you a printed copy and beg you to buy. One of these persons, dressed like a man-of-war's man, I observed every day standing at a corner in the middle of the street. He had a full, noble voice, like a church organ, and his notes rose high above the surrounding din. But the remarkable thing about this ballad singer was one of his arms, which, while singing, he somehow swung vertically round and round in the air, as if it revolved on a pivot. The feat was unnaturally unaccountable, and he performed it with the view of attracting sympathy, since he said that in falling from a frigate's masthead to the deck, he had met with an injury which had resulted in making his wonderful arm what it was. I made the acquaintance of this man and found him no common character. He was full of marvelous adventures, and abounded in terrific stories of pirates and sea murders, and all sorts of nautical enormities. He was a monomaniac upon these subjects. He was a Newgate calendar of the robberies and assassinations of the day, happening in the sailor quarters of the town. And most of his ballads were upon kindred subjects. He composed many of his own verses, and had them printed for sale on his own account. To show how expeditious he was at this business, it may be mentioned that one evening on leaving the dock to go to supper, I perceived a crowd gathered about the Old Fort Tavern, and mingling with the rest, I learned that a woman of the town had just been killed at the bar by a drunken Spanish sailor from Cadiz. The murderer was carried off by the police before my eyes, and the very next morning the ballad singer with the miraculous arm was singing the tragedy in front of the boarding-houses, and handing round printed copies of the song, which, of course, were eagerly bought up by the seamen. This passing allusion to the murder will convey some idea of the events which take place in the lowest and most abandoned neighborhoods frequented by sailors in Liverpool. The pestilent lanes and alleys which, in their vocabulary, go by the names of Rotten Row, Gibraltar Place, and Booble Alley, are putrid with vice and crime, to which, perhaps, the round globe does not furnish a parallel. The sooty and begrimed bricks of the very houses have a reeking, Sodom-like, and murderous look, and well may the shroud of coal smoke, which hangs over this part of the town more than any other, attempt to hide the enormities here practiced. These are the haunts from which sailors sometimes disappear forever, or issue in the morning, robbed naked, from the broken doorways. These are the haunts in which cursing, gambling, pickpocketing, and common iniquities are virtues too lofty for the infected gorgons and hydras to practice. propriety forbids that I should enter into details, but kidnappers, burkers, and resurrectionists are almost saints and angels to them. They seem leagued together, a company of miscreant misanthropes, bent upon doing all the malice to mankind in their power. With sulphur and brimstone, they ought to be burned out of their arches like vermin. Chapter 40. Placards, brass jewelers, truck horses, and steamers. As I wish to group together what fell under my observation concerning the Liverpool docks and the scenes round about, I will try to throw into this chapter various minor things that I recall. The advertisements of pauperism chalked upon the flagging round the dock walls are singularly accompanied by a multitude of quite different announcements placarded upon the walls themselves. They are principally notices of the approaching departure of superior, fast-sailing, coppered and copper-fastened ships for the United States, Canada, New South Wales, and other places. Interspersed with these are the advertisements of Jewish clothesmen, informing the judicious seaman where he can procure of the best and the cheapest, together with ambiguous medical announcements of the tribe of quacks and empirics who prey upon all seafaring men. Not content with thus publicly giving notice of their whereabouts, these indefatigable sangrados and pretended Samaritans hire a parcel of shabby workhouse-looking knaves, whose business consists in haunting the dock walls about meal times, and silently thrusting mysterious little billets, duodecimo editions of the larger advertisements, into the astonished hands of the tars. They do this with such a mysterious hang-dog wink, such a sidelong air, such a villainous assumption of your necessities, that at first you are almost tempted to knock them down for their pains. Conspicuous among the notices on the walls are huge italic inducements to all seamen disgusted with the merchant service to accept a round bounty and embark in Her Majesty's Navy. In the British armed marine, in time of peace, they do not ship men for the general service, as in the American Navy, but for particular ships going upon particular cruises. Thus, the frigate Thetis may be announced as about to sail under the command of that fine old sailor and noble father to his crew, Lord George Flagstaff. Similar announcements may be seen upon the walls concerning enlistments in the army. And never did auctioneer dilate with more rapture upon the charms of some country seat put up for sale than the authors of these placards do upon the beauty and salubrity of the distant climes for which the regiment's wanting recruits are about to sail. Bright lawns, vine-clad hills, endless meadows of verdure, here make up the landscape, and adventurous young gentlemen fond of travel are informed that here is a chance for them to see the world at their leisure, and be paid for enjoying themselves into the bargain. The regiments for India are promised plantations among valleys of palms, while to those destined for New Holland, a novel sphere of life and activity is opened, and the companies bound to Canada and Nova Scotia are lured by tales of summer suns that ripen grapes in December. No word of war is breathed. Hushed is the clang of arms in these announcements, and the sanguine recruit is almost tempted to expect that pruning hooks instead of swords will be the weapons he will wield. Alas! Is not this the cruel stratagem of Brace at Bannockburn, who decoyed to his war pits by covering them over with green boughs? For instead of a farm at the blue base of the Himalayas, the Indian recruit encounters the keen saber of the Sikh; and instead of basking in sunny bowers, the Canadian soldier stands a shivering sentry upon the bleak ramparts of Quebec, a lofty mark for the bitter blasts from Baffin's Bay and Labrador. There, as his eye sweeps down the St. Lawrence, whose every billow is bound for the main that laves the shore of Old England, as he thinks of his long term of enlistment, which sells him to the army as Dr. Faust sold himself to the devil, how the poor fellow must groan in his grief, and call to mind the churchyard stile and his Mary. These army announcements are well fitted to draw recruits in Liverpool. Among the vast number of emigrants who daily arrive from all parts of Britain to embark for the United States or the colonies, there are many young men who, upon arriving at Liverpool, find themselves next to penniless, or at least with only enough money to carry them over the sea, without providing for future contingencies. How easily and naturally, then, may such youths be induced to enter upon the military life, which promises them a free passage to the most distant and flourishing colonies, and certain pay for doing nothing, besides holding out hopes of vineyards and farms to be verified in the fullness of time. For in a moneyless youth, the decision to leave home at all, and embark upon a long voyage to reside in a remote clime, is a piece of adventurousness only one removed from the spirit that prompts the army recruit to enlist. I never passed these advertisements, surrounded by crowds of gaping emigrants, without thinking of rat traps. Besides the mysterious agents of the quacks who privily thrust their little notes into your hands folded up like a powder, there are another set of rascals prowling about the docks, chiefly at dusk, who make strange motions to you, and beckon you to one side, as if they had some state secret to disclose, intimately connected with the weal of the Commonwealth. They nudge you with an elbow full of indefinite hints and intimations. They glitter upon you an eye like a Jew's or a pawnbroker's. They dog you like Italian assassins. But if the blue coat of a policeman chances to approach, how quickly they strive to look completely indifferent as to the surrounding universe. How they saunter off, as if lazily wending their way to an affectionate wife and family. The first time one of these mysterious personages accosted me, I fancied him crazy, and hurried forward to avoid him. But arm in arm with my shadow, he followed after, till amazed at his conduct, I turned round and paused. He was a little shabby old man, with a forlorn-looking coat and hat, and his hand was fumbling in his vest pocket, as if to take out a card with his address. Seeing me stand still, he made a sign toward a dark angle of the wall, near which we were, when, taking him for a cunning footpad, I again wheeled about, and swiftly passed on. But though I did not look round, I felt him following me still. So once more I stopped. The fellow now assumed so mystic and admonitory an air, that I began to fancy he came to me on some warning errand, that perhaps a plot had been laid to blow up the Liverpool docks, and he was some Monteagle bent upon accomplishing my flight. I was determined to see what he was. With all my eyes about me, I followed him into the arch of a warehouse, when he gazed round furtively, and silently showing me a ring, whispered, "You may have it for a shilling. It's pure gold. I found it in the gutter. Hush! Don't speak. Give me the money, and it's yours." "My friend," said I don't trade in these articles. I don't want your ring." "Don't you? Then take that," he whispered, in an intense hushed passion, and I fell flat from a blow on the chest, while this infamous jeweler made away with himself out of sight. This business transaction was conducted with a counting-house promptitude that astonished me. After that, I shunned these scoundrels like the leprosy, and the next time I was pertinaciously followed, I stopped, and in a loud voice pointed out the man to the passers-by, upon which he absconded, rapidly turning up into sight a pair of obliquely worn and battered boot heels. I could not help thinking that these sort of fellows, so given to running away upon emergencies, must furnish a good deal of work to the shoemakers, as they might also to the growers of hemp and gallows joiners. Belonging to a somewhat similar fraternity with these irritable merchants of brass jewelry just mentioned, are the peddlers of Sheffield razors, mostly boys, who are hourly driven out of the dock gates by the police. Nevertheless, they contrive to saunter back and board the vessels, going among the sailors and privately exhibiting their wares. Incited by the extreme cheapness of one of the razors, and the gilding on the case containing it, a shipmate of mine purchased it on the spot for a commercial equivalent of the price in tobacco. On the following Sunday he used that razor, and the result was a pair of tormented and tomahawked cheeks, that almost required a surgeon to dress them. In old times, by the way, it was not a bad thought that suggested the propriety of a barber's practicing surgery in connection with the chin-harrowing vocation. Another class of knaves who practice upon the sailors in Liverpool are the pawnbrokers, inhabiting little rookeries among the narrow lanes adjoining the dock. I was astonished at the multitude of gilded balls in these streets, emblematic of their calling. They were generally next neighbors to the gilded grapes over the spirit vaults, and no doubt, mutually to facilitate business operations, some of these establishments have connecting doors inside, so as to play their customers into each other's hands. I often saw sailors in a state of intoxication rushing from a spirit vault into a pawnbroker's, stripping off their boots, hats, jackets, and neckerchiefs, and sometimes even their pantaloons on the spot, and offering to pawn them for a song. Of course, such applications were never refused. But though on shore at Liverpool poor Jack finds more sharks than at sea, he himself is by no means exempt from practices that do not savor of a rigid morality, at least according to law. In tobacco smuggling he is an adept, and when cool and collected, often manages to evade the customs completely, and land goodly packages of the weed, which, owing to the immense duties upon it in England, commands a very high price. As soon as we came to anchor in the river, before reaching the dock, 3 custom-house underlings boarded us, and, coming down into the forecastle, ordered the men to produce all the tobacco they had. Accordingly, several pounds were brought forth. "Is that all?" asked the officers. "All," said the men. "We will see," returned the others. And without more ado, they emptied the chests right and left, tossed over the bunks, and made a thorough search of the premises, but discovered nothing. The sailors were then given to understand that while the ship lay in dock, the tobacco must remain in the cabin, under custody of the chief mate, who every morning would dole out to them 1 plug per head, as a security against their carrying it ashore. "Very good," said the men. But several of them had secret places in the ship, from whence they daily drew pound after pound of tobacco, which they smuggled ashore in the manner following. When the crew went to meals, each man carried at least 1 plug in his pocket. That he had a right to, and as many more were hidden about his person as he dared. Among the great crowds pouring out of the dock gates at such hours, of course these smugglers stood little chance of detection, although vigilant-looking policemen were always standing by. And though these Charlies might suppose there were tobacco smugglers passing, yet to hit the right man among such a throng would be as hard as to harpoon a speckled porpoise, one of 10,000 darting under a ship's bows. Our forecastle was often visited by foreign sailors, who, knowing we came from America, were anxious to purchase tobacco at a cheap rate, for in Liverpool it is about an American penny per pipeful. Along the docks they sell an English pennyworth, put up in a little roll like confectioners' mottoes, with poetical lines, or instructive little moral precepts printed in red on the back. Among all the sights of the docks, the noble truck horses are not the least striking to a stranger. They are large and powerful brutes, with such sleek and glossy coats that they look as if brushed and put on by a valet every morning. They march with a slow and stately step, lifting their ponderous hoofs like royal Siam elephants. Thou shalt not lay stripes upon these Roman citizens, for their docility is such, they are guided without rein or lash. They go or come, halt or march on at a whisper. So grave, dignified, gentlemanly, and courteous did these fine truck horses look, so full of calm intelligence and sagacity, that often I endeavored to get into conversation with them, as they stood in contemplative attitudes while their loads were preparing. But all I could get from them was the mere recognition of a friendly neigh, though I would stake much upon it that, could I have spoken in their language, I would have derived from them a good deal of valuable information touching the docks, where they pass the whole of their dignified lives. There are unknown worlds of knowledge in brutes. and whenever you mark a horse or a dog with a peculiarly mild, calm, deep-seated eye, be sure he is an Aristotle or a Kant, tranquilly speculating upon the mysteries in man. No philosophers so thoroughly comprehend us as dogs and horses. They see through us at a glance, and after all, what is a horse but a species of four-footed dumb man in a leathern overall, who happens to live upon oats and toils for his masters, half requited or abused, like the biped hewers of wood and drawers of water? But there is a touch of divinity even in brutes, and a special halo about a horse that should forever exempt him from indignities. As for those majestic, magisterial truck horses of the docks, I would as soon think of striking a judge on the bench as to lay violent hand upon their holy hides. It is wonderful what loads their majesties will condescend to draw. The truck is a large, square platform on 4 low wheels, and upon this the lumpers pile bale after bale of cotton, as if they were filling a large warehouse. And yet a procession of 3 of these horses will tranquilly walk away with the whole. The truckmen themselves are almost as singular a race as their animals. Like the judiciary in England, they wear gowns, not of the same cut and color, though, which reach below their knees. And from the racket they make on the pavements with their hobnailed brogans, you would think they patronize the same shoemaker with their horses. I never could get anything out of these truckmen. They are a reserved, sober-sided set, who, with all possible solemnity, march at the head of their animals, now and then gently advising them to sheer to the right or the left, in order to avoid some passing vehicle. Then, spending so much of their lives in the high-bred company of their horses, seems to have mended their manners and improved their taste, besides imparting to them something of the dignity of their animals. But it has also given to them a sort of refined and uncomplaining aversion to human society. There are many strange stories told of the truck horse. Among others is the following. There was a parrot that, from having long been suspended in its cage from a low window fronting a dock, had learned to converse pretty fluently in the language of the stevedores and truckmen. One day a truckman left his vehicle standing on the quay, with its back to the water. It was noon, when an interval of silence falls upon the docks, and Paul, seeing herself face to face with the horse, and having a mind for a chat, cried out to him, "Back! Back! Back!" Backward went the horse, precipitating himself and truck into the water. Brunswick Dock, to the west of Prince's, is one of the most interesting to be seen. Here lie the various black steamers, so unlike the American boats, since they have to navigate the boisterous narrow seas, plying to all parts of the 3 kingdoms. Here you see vast quantities of produce, imported from starving Ireland. Here you see the decks turned into pens for oxen and sheep, and often side by side with these enclosures, Irish deck passengers, thick as they can stand, seemingly penned in just like the cattle. It was the beginning of July when the Highlander arrived in port, and the Irish laborers were daily coming over by thousands to help harvest the English crops. One morning, going into the town, I heard a tramp, as of a drove of buffaloes behind me, and turning round, beheld the entire middle of the street filled by a great crowd of these men, who had just emerged from Brunswick Dock gates, arrayed in long-tailed coats of hodden gray, corduroy knee-breeches, and shod with shoes that raised a mighty dust. Flourishing their Donnybrook shillelaghs, they looked like an eruption of barbarians. They were marching straight out of town into the country, and perhaps out of consideration for the finances of the corporation, took the middle of the street to save the sidewalks. "Sing Langolee and the lakes of Killarney," cried one fellow, tossing his stick into the air, as he danced in his brogans at the head of the rabble. And so they went, capering on, merry as pipers. When I thought of the multitudes of Irish that annually land on the shores of the United States and Canada, and to my surprise witnessed the additional multitudes embarking from Liverpool to New Holland, and when added to all this, I daily saw these hordes of laborers descending, thick as locusts, upon the English cornfields, I could not help marveling at the fertility of an island, which, though her crop of potatoes may fail, never yet failed in bringing her annual crop of men into the world. Chapter 41. Redburn roves about hither and thither. I do not know that any other traveler would think it worth while to mention such a thing, but the fact is, that during the summer months in Liverpool, the days are exceedingly lengthy. And the first evening I found myself walking in the twilight after 9 o'clock, I tried to recall my astronomical knowledge in order to account satisfactorily for so curious a phenomenon. But the days in summer and the nights in winter are just as long in Liverpool as at Cape Horn, for the latitude of the two places very nearly corresponds. These Liverpool days, however, were a famous thing for me, who thereby was enabled, after my day's work aboard the Highlander, to ramble about the town for several hours. After I had visited all the noted places I could discover, of those marked down upon my father's map, I began to extend my rovings indefinitely, forming myself into a committee of one to investigate all accessible parts of the town, though so many years have elapsed ere I have thought of bringing in my report. This was a great delight to me, for wherever I have been in the world, I have always taken a vast deal of lonely satisfaction in wandering about, up and down, among out-of-the-way streets and alleys, and speculating upon the strangers I have met. Thus, in Liverpool, I used to pace along endless streets of dwelling-houses, looking at the names on the doors, admiring the pretty faces in the windows, and invoking a passing blessing upon the chubby children on the doorsteps. I was stared at myself, to be sure, but what of that? We must give and take on such occasions. In truth, I and my shooting jacket produced quite a sensation in Liverpool, and I have no doubt that many a father of a family went home to his children with a curious story about a wondering phenomenon they had encountered traversing the sidewalks that day. In the words of the old song, "I cared for nobody, no, not I, and nobody cared for me." I stared my fill with impunity, and took all stares myself in good part. Once I was standing in a large square, gaping at a splendid chariot drawn up at a portico. The glossy horses quivered with good living, and so did the sumptuous calves of the gold-laced coachmen and footmen in attendance. I was particularly struck with the red cheeks of these men, and the many evidences they furnished of their enjoying this meal with a wonderful relish. While thus standing, I all at once perceived that the objects of my curiosity were making me an object of their own, and that they were gazing at me as if I were some unauthorized intruder upon the British soil. Truly they had reason, for when I now think of the figure I must have cut in those days, I only marvel that in my many strolls my passport was not 1,000 times demanded. Nevertheless, I was only a forlorn-looking mortal among tens of thousands of rags and tatters. For in some parts of the town, inhabited by laborers, and poor people generally, I used to crowd my way through masses of squalid men, women, and children, who at this evening hour, in those quarters of Liverpool, seemed to empty themselves into the street, and live there for the time. I had never seen anything like it in New York. Often I witnessed some curious and many very sad scenes, and especially I remembered encountering a pale, ragged man rushing along frantically and striving to throw off his wife and children, who clung to his arms and legs, and, in God's name, conjured him not to desert them. He seemed bent upon rushing down to the water and drowning himself in some despair and craziness of wretchedness. In these haunts, beggary went on before me wherever I walked, and dogged me unceasingly at the heels. Poverty, 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 in almost endless vistas. and want and woe staggered arm in arm along these miserable streets. And here I must not omit one thing that struck me at the time. It was the absence of Negroes, who, in the large towns in the free states of America, almost always form a considerable portion of the destitute. But in these streets not a Negro was to be seen. All were whites, and with the exception of the Irish, were natives of the soil. Even Englishmen, as much Englishmen as the dukes in the House of Lords. This conveyed a strange feeling, and more than anything else reminded me that I was not in my own land, for there such a being as a native beggar is almost unknown, and to be a born American citizen seems a guarantee against pauperism, and this perhaps springs from the virtue of a vote. Speaking of Negroes recalls the looks of interest with which Negro sailors are regarded when they walk the Liverpool streets. In Liverpool, indeed, the Negro steps with a prouder pace, and lifts his head like a man, for here no such exaggerated feeling exists in respect to him, as in America. 3 or 4 times I encountered our black steward, dressed very handsomely, and walking arm in arm with a good-looking Englishwoman. In New York, such a couple would have been mobbed in 3 minutes, and the steward would have been lucky to escape with whole limbs. Owing to the friendly reception extended to them, and the unwonted immunities they enjoy in Liverpool, the black cooks and stewards of American ships are very much attached to the place, and like to make voyages to it. Being so young and inexperienced then, and unconsciously swayed in some degree by those local and social prejudices that are the marring of most men, and from which, for the mass, there seems no possible escape, at first I was surprised that a colored man should be treated as he is in this town. But a little reflection showed that, after all, it was but recognizing his claims to humanity and normal equality, so that, in some things, we Americans leave to other countries the carrying out of the principle that stands at the head of our Declaration of Independence. During my evening strolls in the wealthier quarters, I was subject to a continual mortification. It was the humiliating fact, wholly unforeseen by me, that, upon the whole, and barring the poverty and beggary, Liverpool, away from the docks, was very much such a place as New York. There were the same sort of streets, pretty much, the same rows of houses with stone steps, the same kind of sidewalks and curbs, and the same elbowing, heartless-looking crowd as ever. I came across the Leeds Canal one afternoon, but upon my word no one could have told it from the Erie Canal at Albany. I went into St. John's Market on a Saturday night, and though it was strange enough to see that great roof supported by so many pillars, yet the most discriminating observer would not have been able to detect any difference between the articles exposed for sale and the articles exhibited in Fulton Market, New York. I walked down Lord Street, peering into the jewelers' shops, but I thought I was walking down a block in Broadway. I began to think that all this talk about travel was a humbug, and that he who lives in a nutshell lives in an epitome of the universe, and has but little to see beyond him. It is true that I often thought of London's being only 7 or 8 hours' travel by railroad from where I was, and that there, surely, must be a world of wonders waiting my eyes. But more of London anon. Sundays were the days upon which I made my longest explorations. I rose bright and early, with my whole plan of operations in my head. First, walking into some dock hitherto unexamined, and then to breakfast. Then a walk through the more fashionable streets to see the people going to church. And then I myself went to church, selecting the goodliest edifice and the tallest Kentuckian of a spire I could find. For I am an admirer of church architecture, and though perhaps the sums spent in erecting magnificent cathedrals might better go to the founding of charities, yet since these structures are built, those who disapprove of them in one sense may as well have the benefit of them in another. It is a most Christian thing, and a matter most sweet to dwell upon and simmer over in solitude, that any poor sinner may go to church wherever he pleases, and that even St. Peter's in Rome is open to him, as to a cardinal, that St. Paul's in London is not shut against him, and that the Broadway Tabernacle in New York opens all her broad aisles to him, and will not even have doors and thresholds to her pews, the better to allure him by an unbounded invitation. I say, this consideration of the hospitality and democracy in churches is a most Christian and charming thought. It speaks whole volumes of folios and Vatican libraries for Christianity. It is more eloquent and goes farther home than all the sermons of Massillon, Jeremy Taylor, Wesley, and Archbishop Tillotson. Nothing daunted, therefore, by thinking of my being a stranger in the land. Nothing daunted by the architectural superiority and costliness of any Liverpool church, or by the streams of silk dresses and fine broadcloth coats flowing into the aisles, I used humbly to present myself before the sexton as a candidate for admission. He would stare a little, perhaps. One of them once hesitated. But in the end, what could he do but show me into a pew? Not the most commodious of pews, to be sure, nor commandingly located, nor within very plain sight or hearing of the pulpit. No, it was remarkable that there was always some confounded pillar or obstinate angle of the wall in the way, and I used to think that the sextons of Liverpool must have held a secret meeting on my account, and resolved to apportion me the most inconvenient pew in the churches under their charge. However, they always gave me a seat of some sort or other, sometimes even on an oaken bench in the open air of the aisle, where I would sit, dividing the attention of the congregation between myself and the clergyman. The whole congregation seemed to know that I was a foreigner of distinction. It was sweet to hear the service read, the organ roll, the sermon preached, just as the same things were going on 3,500 miles off at home. But then the prayer in behalf of Her Majesty the Queen somewhat threw me back. Nevertheless, I joined in that prayer, and invoked for the lady the best wishes of a poor Yankee. How I loved to sit in the holy hush of those brown, old monastic aisles, thinking of Harry the Eighth and the Reformation. How I loved to go a-roving with my eye all along the sculptured walls and buttresses, winding in among the intricacies of the pendant ceiling, and wriggling my fancied way like a woodworm. I could have sat there all the morning long, through noon unto night. But at last the benediction would come, and, appropriating my share of it, I would slowly move away, thinking how I should like to go home with some of the portly old gentlemen, with high-polished boots and Malacca canes, and take a seat at their cozy and comfortable dinner tables. But alas, there was no dinner for me, except at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. Yet the Sunday dinners that handsome Mary served up were not to be scorned. The roast beef of old England abounded, and so did the immortal plum puddings and the unspeakably capital gooseberry pies. But to finish off with that abominable swipes almost spoiled all the rest. Not that I myself patronized swipes, but my shipmates did, and every cup I saw them drink I could not choose but taste in imagination, and even then the flavor was bad. On Sundays, at dinner-time, as indeed on every other day, it was curious to watch the proceedings at the sign of the Clipper. The servant girls were running about, mustering the various crews, whose dinners were spread, each in a separate apartment, and who were collectively known by the names of their ships. "Where are the Arethuses? Here's their beef been smoking this half hour. Fly, Betty, my dear. Here come the Splendids. Run, Molly, my love. Get the salt cellars for the Highlanders. You, Peggy, where's the Siddons pickle pat? I say, Judy, are you never coming with that pudding for the Lord Nelsons?" On weekdays we did not fare quite so well as on Sundays, and once we came to dinner and found 2 enormous bullock hearts smoking at each end of the Highlanders' table. Jackson was indignant at the outrage. He always sat at the head of the table, and this time he squared himself on his bench and erecting his knife and fork like flagstaffs so as to include the two hearts between them, he called out for Danby, the boarding-house keeper. For although his wife Mary was in fact at the head of the establishment, yet Danby himself always came in for the fault-findings. Danby obsequiously appeared and stood in the doorway, well knowing the philippics that were coming. But he was not prepared for the peroration of Jackson's address to him, which consisted of the two bullock hearts snatched bodily off the dish and flung at his head, by way of a recapitulation of the preceding arguments. The company then broke up in disgust and dined elsewhere. Though I almost invariably attended church on Sunday mornings, yet the rest of the day I spent on my travels. And it was on one of these afternoon strolls that on passing through St. George's Square I found myself among a large crowd gathered near the base of George IV.'s equestrian statue. The people were mostly mechanics and artisans in their holiday clothes, but mixed with them were a good many soldiers in lean, lank, and dinnerless undresses, and sporting attenuated rattans. These troops belonged to the various regiments then in town. Police officers also were conspicuous in their uniforms. At first, perfect silence and decorum prevailed. Addressing this orderly throng was a pale, hollow-eyed young man in a snuff-colored surtout, who looked worn with much watching, or much toil, or too little food. His features were good, his whole air was respectable, and there was no mistaking the fact that he was strongly in earnest in what he was saying. In his hand was a soiled, inflammatory-looking pamphlet, from which he frequently read, following up the quotations with nervous appeals to his hearers, a rolling of his eyes, and sometimes the most frantic gestures. I was not long within hearing of him before I became aware that this youth was a chartist. Presently the crowd increased, and some commotion was raised, when I noticed the police officers augmenting in number, and by they began to glide through the crowd, politely hinting at the propriety of dispersing. The first persons thus accosted were the soldiers, who accordingly sauntered off, switching their rattans and admiring their high-polished shoes. It was plain that the charter did not hang very heavy round their hearts. For the rest, they also gradually broke up, and at last I saw the speaker himself depart. I do not know why, but I thought he must be some despairing elder son, supporting by hard toil his mother and sisters; for of such many political desperadoes are made. That same Sunday afternoon I strolled toward the outskirts of the town, and attracted by the sight of two great Pompey's pillars, in the shape of black steeples, apparently rising directly from the soil, I approached them with much curiosity. But looking over a low parapet connecting them, what was my surprise to behold at my feet a smoky hollow in the ground, with rocky walls and dark holes at one end, carrying out of view several lines of iron railways, while far beyond, straight out toward the open country, ran an endless railroad. Over the place a handsome Moorish arch of stone was flung, and gradually, as I gazed upon it, and at the little side arches at the bottom of the hollow, there came over me an undefinable feeling, that I had previously seen the whole thing before. Yet how could that be? Certainly I had never been in Liverpool before, but then that Moorish arch, surely I remembered that very well. It was not till several months after reaching home in America that my perplexity upon this matter was cleared away. In glancing over an old number of the Penny Magazine, there I saw a picture of the place to the life, and remembered having seen the same print years previous. It was a representation of the spot where the Manchester Railroad enters the outskirts of the town. Chapter 42. His Adventure with the Cross Old Gentleman. My adventure in the news-room in the Exchange, which I have related in a previous chapter, reminds me of another at the Lyceum, some days after, which may as well be put down here before I forget it. I was strolling down Bold Street, I think it was, when I was struck by the sight of a brown stone building, very large and handsome. The windows were open, and there, nicely seated, with their comfortable legs crossed over their comfortable knees, I beheld several sedate, happy-looking old gentlemen reading the magazines and papers, and one had a fine gilded volume in his hand. Yes, this must be the Lyceum, thought I. Let me see. So I whipped out my guide-book and opened it at the proper place, and sure enough, the building before me corresponded stone for stone. I stood a while on the opposite side of the street, gazing at my picture, and then at its original, and often dwelling upon the pleasant gentlemen sitting at the open windows, till at last I felt an uncontrollable impulse to step in for a moment and run over the news. I'm a poor, friendless sailor boy, thought I, and they cannot object, especially as I am from a foreign land, and strangers ought to be treated with courtesy. I turned the matter over again as I walked across the way, and with just a small tapping of a misgiving at my heart, I at last scraped my feet clean against the curbstone, and taking off my hat while I was yet in the open air, slowly sauntered in. But I had not got far into that large and lofty room, filled with many agreeable sights, when a crabbed old gentleman lifted up his eye from the London Times, which words I saw boldly printed on the back of the large sheet in his hand, and looking at me as if I were a strange dog with a muddy hide that had stolen out of the gutter into this fine apartment. He shook his silver-headed cane at me fiercely, till the spectacles fell off his nose. Almost at the same moment, up stepped a terribly cross man, who looked as if he had a mustard plaster on his back, that was continually exasperating him, who, throwing down some papers which he had been filing, took me by my innocent shoulders, and then, putting his foot against the broad part of my pantaloons, wheeled me right out into the street, and dropped me on the walk, without so much as offering an apology for the affront. I sprang after him, but in vain. The door was closed upon me. These Englishmen have no manners, that's plain, thought I, and I trudged on down the street in a reverie. End of section 9. Chapters 43 through 45. Chapter 43. He takes a delightful ramble into the country, and makes the acquaintance of 3 adorable charmers. Who that dwells in America has not heard of the bright fields and green hedges of England, and longed to behold them? Even so had it been with me. And now that I was actually in England, I resolved not to go away without having a good long look at the open fields. On a Sunday morning, I started with a lunch in my pocket. It was a beautiful day in July. The air was sweet with the breath of buds and flowers, and there was a green splendor in the landscape that ravished me. Soon I gained an elevation commanding a wide sweep of view, and meadow and mead and woodland and hedge were all around me. Aye, aye, this was old England indeed. I had found it at last. There it was in the country. Hovering over the scene was a soft, dewy air that seemed faintly tinged with the green of the grass, and I thought, as I breathed my breath, that perhaps I might be inhaling the very particles once respired by Rosamond the Fair. On I trudged along the London road, smooth as an entry floor, and every white cottage I passed, embosomed in honeysuckles, seemed alive in the landscape. But the day wore on, and at length the sun grew hot, and the long road became dusty. I thought that some shady place in some shady field would be very pleasant to repose in. So, coming to a charming little dale, undulating down to a hollow, arched over with foliage, I crossed over toward it, but paused by the roadside at a frightful announcement nailed against an old tree, used as a gate-post. Man-traps and spring guns. In America I had never heard of the like. What could it mean? They were not surly cannibals, that dwelt down in that beautiful little dale, and lived by catching men, like weasels and beavers in Canada. A man-trap. It must be so. The announcement could bear but one meaning, that there was something nearby intended to catch human beings, some species of mechanism that would suddenly fasten upon the unwary rover and hold him by the leg like a dog, or perhaps devour him on the spot. Incredible! In a Christian land, too. Did that sweet lady, Queen Victoria, permit such diabolical practices? Had her gracious majesty ever passed by this way and seen the announcement? And who put it there? The proprietor, probably. And what right had he to do so? Why, he owned the soil. And where are his title deeds? In his strong box, I suppose. Thus I stood wrapped in cogitations. You are a pretty fellow, Wellingborough, thought I to myself. You are a mighty traveler, indeed. Stopped on your travels by a man-trap. Do you think Mungo Park was so served in Africa? Do you think Ledyard was so entreated in Siberia? Upon my word, you will go home not very much wiser than when you set out. And the only excuse you can give, for not having seen more sights, will be man-traps. Man-traps, my masters. That frightened you. And then, in my indignation, I fell back upon first principles. What right has this man to the soil he thus guards with dragons? What excessive effrontery to lay sole claim to a solid piece of this planet, right down to the earth's axis, and perhaps straight through to the antipodes? For a moment I thought I would test his traps, and enter the forbidden Eden. But the grass grew so thickly, and seemed so full of sly things, that at last I thought best to pace off. Next I came to a hawthorn lane, leading down very prettily to a nice little church, a mossy little church, a beautiful little church, just such a church as I had always dreamed to be in England. The porch was viney as an arbor, the ivy was climbing about the tower, and the bees were humming about the hoary old headstones along the walls. Any man-traps here? Thought I. Any spring guns? No. So I walked on, and entered the church, where I soon found a seat. No Indian, red as a deer, could have startled the simple people more. They gazed and they gazed, but as I was all attention to the sermon, and conducted myself with perfect propriety, they did not expel me, as at first I almost imagined they might. Service over, I made my way through crowds of children, who stood staring at the marvelous stranger, and resumed my stroll along the London road. My next stop was at an inn, where under a tree sat a party of rustics, drinking ale at a table. "Good day," said I. "Good day. From Liverpool?" "I guess so." "For London?" "No, not this time. I merely come to see the country." At this they gazed at each other, and I at myself, having doubts whether I might not look something like a horse thief. "Take a seat," said the landlord, a fat fellow, with his wife's apron on, I thought. "Thank you." And then, little by little, we got into a long talk, in the course of which I told who I was, and where I was from. I found these rustics a good-natured, jolly set, and I have no doubt they found me quite a sociable youth. They treated me to ale, and I treated them to stories about America, concerning which they manifested the utmost curiosity. One of them, however, was somewhat astonished that I had not made the acquaintance of a brother of his, who had resided somewhere on the banks of the Mississippi for several years past, but among 20 millions of people I had never happened to meet him, at least to my knowledge. At last, leaving this party, I pursued my way, exhilarated by the lively conversation in which I had shared, and the pleasant sympathies exchanged, and perhaps also by the ale I had drunk. Fine old ale. Yes, English ale. ale brewed in England. And I trod English soil, and breathed English air, and every blade of grass was an Englishman born. Smoky old Liverpool, with all its pitch and tar, was now far behind. Nothing in sight but open meadows and fields. Come, Wellingborough, why not push on for London? Hurrah! What say you? Let's have a peep at St. Paul's the First. Don't you want to see the Queen? Have you no longing to behold the Duke? Think of Westminster Abbey, and the tunnel under the Thames. Think of Hyde Park and the ladies. But then, thought I again, with my hands wildly groping in my 2 vacuums of pockets, who's to pay the bill? You can't beg your way, Wellingborough. That would never do, for you are your father's son, Wellingborough, and you must not disgrace your family in a foreign land. You must not turn pauper. Aha! It was indeed too true. There was no St. Paul's or Westminster Abbey for me. That was flat. Well, well, up heart, you'll see it one of these days. But think of it. Here I am on the very road that leads to the Thames. Think of that. Here I am, I treading in the wheel tracks of coaches that are bound for the metropolis. It was too bad, too bitterly bad. But I shoved my old hat over my brows and walked on, till at last I came to a green bank, deliriously shaded by a fine old tree with broad branching arms, that stretched themselves over the road like a hen gathering her brood under her wings. Down on the green grass I threw myself, and there lay my head, like a last year's nut. People passed by, on foot and in carriages, and little thought that the sad youth under the tree was the great nephew of a late senator in the American Congress. Presently I started to my feet, as I heard a gruff voice behind me from the field, crying out, "What are you doing there, you young rascal? Run away from the workus, have ye? Tramp, or I'll set Blutcher on you." And who was Blutcher? A cutthroat-looking dog, with his black bull muzzle thrust through a gap in the hedge. And his master? A sturdy farmer, with an alarming cudgel in his hand. "Come, are you going to start?" he cried. "Presently," said I, making off with great dispatch. When I had got a few yards into the middle of the high road, which belonged as much to me as it did to the Queen herself, I turned round like a man on his own premises, and said, "Stranger, if you ever visit America, just call at our house, and you'll always find there a dinner and a bed. Don't fail." I then walked on toward Liverpool, full of sad thoughts concerning the cold charities of the world, and the infamous reception given to hapless young travelers in broken-down shooting jackets. On I went, along the skirts of forbidden green fields, until reaching a cottage before which I stood rooted. So sweet a place I had never seen. No palace in Persia could be pleasanter. There were flowers in the garden, and 6 red cheeks, like 6 moss roses, hanging from the casement. At the embowered doorway sat an old man, confidentially communing with his pipe, while a little child sprawling on the ground was playing with his shoestrings. A hale matron, but with rather a prim expression, was reading a journal by his side, and 3 charmers, 3 Paris, 3 houris, were leaning out of the window close by. Ah, Wellingborough, don't you wish you could step in? With a heavy heart at his cheerful sigh, I was turning to go, when, "Is it possible?" The old man called me back and invited me in. "Come, come," said he, "you look as if you had walked far. Come, take a bowl of milk. Matilda, my dear," how my heart jumped, "go fetch some from the dairy." And the white-handed angel did meekly obey, and handed me, the vagabond, a bowl of bubbling milk, which I could hardly drink down for gazing at the dew on her lips. As I live, I could have married that charmer on the spot. She was by far the most beautiful rosebud I had yet seen in England. But I endeavored to dissemble my ardent admiration, and in order to do away at once with any unfavorable impressions arising from the close scrutiny of my miserable shooting jacket, which was now taking place, I declared myself a Yankee sailor from Liverpool, who was spending a Sunday in the country. "And have you been to church to-day, young man?" said the old lady, looking daggers. "Good madam, I have. The little church down yonder, you know. A most excellent sermon. I am much the better for it." I wanted to mollify this severe-looking old lady, for even my short experience of old ladies had convinced me that they are the hereditary enemies of all strange young men. I soon turned the conversation toward America, a theme which I knew would be interesting, and upon which I could be fluent and agreeable. I strove to talk in Addisonian English, and ere long could see very plainly that my polished phrases were making a surprising impression, though that miserable shooting jacket of mine was a perpetual drawback to my claims to gentility. Spite of all my blandishments, however, the old lady stood her post like a sentry, and to my inexpressible chagrin kept the three charmers in the background, though the old man frequently called upon them to advance. This fine specimen of an old Englishman seemed to be quite as free from ungenerous suspicions as his vinegary spouse was full of them. But I still lingered, snatching furtive glances at the young ladies, and vehemently talking to the old man about Illinois, and the river Ohio, and the fine farms in the Genesee country, where, in harvest time, the laborers went into the wheat fields 1,000 strong. Stick to it, Wellingborough, thought I. Don't give the old lady time to think. Stick to it, my boy, and an invitation to tea will reward you. At last it came, and the old lady abated her frowns. It was the most delightful of meals. The three charmers sat all on one side, and I opposite, between the old man and his wife. The middle charmer poured out the souchong and handed me the buttered muffins, and such buttered muffins never were spread on the other side of the Atlantic. The butter had an aromatic flavor. By Jove, it was perfectly delicious. And there they sat, the charmers, I mean, eating these buttered muffins in plain sight. I wished I was a buttered muffin myself. Every minute they grew handsomer and handsomer, and I could not help thinking what a fine thing it would be to carry home a beautiful English wife. How my friends would stare, a lady from England. I might have been mistaken, but certainly I thought that Matilda, the one who had handed me the milk, sometimes looked rather benevolently in the direction where I sat. She certainly did look at my jacket, and I am constrained to think at my face. Could it be possible she had fallen in love at first sight? Oh, rapture! But, oh, misery! That was out of the question, for what a looking suitor was Wellingborough! At length the old lady glanced toward the door, and made some observations about its being yet a long walk to town. She handed me the buttered muffins, too, as if performing a final act of hospitality, and in other fidgety ways vaguely hinted her desire that I should decamp. Slowly I rose, and murmured my thanks, and bowed, and tried to be off, but as quickly I turned and bowed and thanked and lingered again and again. Oh, charmers! Oh, Paris! thought I. Must I go? Yes, Wellingborough, you must. So I made one desperate congee, and darted through the door. I have never seen them since. No, nor heard of them. But to this day I live a bachelor on account of those ravishing charmers. As the long twilight was waning deeper and deeper into the night, I entered the town, and plodding my solitary way to the same old docks, I passed through the gates, and scrambled my way among tarry smells, across the tiers of ships between the quay and the Highlander. My only resource was my bunk. In I turned, and wearied with my long stroll, was soon fast asleep, dreaming of red cheeks and roses. Chapter 44. Redburn introduces Master Harry Bolton to the favorable consideration of the reader. It was the day following my Sunday stroll into the country, and when I had been in England 4 weeks or more, that I made the acquaintance of a handsome, accomplished, but unfortunate youth, young Harry Bolton. He was one of those small but perfectly formed beings with curling hair and silken muscles, who seemed to have been born in cocoons. His complexion was a mantling brunette, feminine as a girl's. His feet were small, his hands were white, and his eyes were large, black, and womanly, and poetry aside, his voice was as the sound of a harp. But where, among the tarry docks and smoky sailor lanes and byways of a seaport, did I, a battered Yankee boy, encounter this courtly youth? Several evenings I had noticed him in our street of boarding-houses, standing in the doorways, and silently regarding the animated scenes without. His beauty, dress, and manner struck me as so out of place in such a street, that I could not possibly divine what had transplanted this delicate exotic from the conservatories of some Regent Street to the untidy potato patches of Liverpool. At last, I suddenly encountered him at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. He was speaking to one of my shipmates concerning America, and from something that dropped, I was led to imagine that he contemplated a voyage to my country. Charmed with his appearance, and all eagerness to enjoy the society of this incontrovertible son of a gentleman, a kind of pleasure so long debarred me, I smoothed down the skirts of my jacket, and at once accosted him, declaring who I was, and that nothing would afford me greater delight than to be of the least service in imparting any information concerning America that he needed. He glanced from my face to my jacket, and from my jacket to my face, and at length, with a pleased but somewhat puzzled expression, begged me to accompany him on a walk. We rambled about St. George's Pier until nearly midnight, but before we parted, with uncommon frankness, he told me many strange things respecting his history. According to his own account, Harry Bolton was a native of Bury St. Edmunds, a borough of Suffolk, not very far from London, where he was early left an orphan, under the charge of an only aunt. Between his aunt and himself, his mother had divided her fortune, and young Harry thus fell heir to a portion of about £5,000. Being of a roving mind, as he approached his majority, he grew restless of the retirement of a country place, especially as he had no profession or business of any kind to engage his attention. In vain did Bury, with all its fine old monastic attractions, lure him to abide on the beautiful banks of her Lark, and under the shadow of her stately and storied old Saxon tower. "By all my rare old historic associations," breathed Bury, "by my Abbey gate, that bears to this day the arms of Edward the Confessor, by my carved roof of the old church of St. Mary's, which escaped the low rage of the bigoted Puritans, by the royal ashes of Mary Tudor that sleep in my midst, by my Norman ruins, and by all the old abbots of Bury, do not, O Harry, abandon me. Where will you find shadier walks than under my lime trees? Where lovelier gardens than those within the old walls of my monastery, approached through my lordly gate? Or if, O Harry, indifferent to my historic mosses, and caring not for my annual verdure, thou must needs be lured by other tassels, and wouldest fain, like the prodigal, squander thy patrimony, then go not away from old Bury to do it. For here, on Angel Hill, are my coffee and card rooms, and billiard saloons, where you may lounge away your mornings, and empty your glass and your purse as you list." In vain, Bury was no place for the adventurous Harry, who must needs hie to London, where in one winter, in the company of gambling sportsmen and dandies, he lost his last sovereign. What now was to be done? His friends made interest for him in the requisite quarters, and Harry was soon embarked for Bombay as a midshipman in the East India Service, in which office he was known as a guinea pig, a humorous appellation then bestowed upon the middies of the company. And considering the perversity of his behavior, his delicate form and soft complexion, and that gold guineas had been his bane, this appellation was not altogether, in poor Harry's case, inapplicable. He made one voyage and returned, another and returned, and then threw up his warrant in disgust. A few weeks' dissipation in London, and again his purse was almost drained, when, like many prodigals, scorning to return home to his aunt and amend, though she had often written him the kindest of letters to that effect, Harry resolved to precipitate himself upon the New World, and there carve out a fresh fortune. With this object in view, he packed his trunks and took the first train for Liverpool. Arrived in that town, he at once betook himself to the docks to examine the American shipping, when a new crotchet entered his brain, born of his old sea reminiscences. It was to assume duck-browsers and tarpaulin, and gallantly cross the Atlantic as a sailor. There was a dash of romance in it, a taking abandonment and scorn of fine coats, which exactly harmonized with his reckless contempt at the time for all past conventionalities. Thus determined, he exchanged his trunk for a mahogany chest, sold some of his superfluities, and moved his quarters to the sign of the Gold Anchor in Union Street. After making his acquaintance and learning his intentions, I was all anxiety that Harry should accompany me home in the Highlander, a desire to which he warmly responded. Nor was I without strong hopes that he would succeed in an application to the captain, inasmuch as during our stay in the docks 3 of our crew had left us, and their places would remain unsupplied till just upon the eve of our departure. And here it may as well be related, that owing to the heavy charges to which the American ships long staying in Liverpool are subjected, from the obligation to continue the wages of their seamen when they have little or no work to employ them, and from the necessity of boarding them ashore, like lords, at their leisure, captains interested in the ownership of their vessels are not at all indisposed to let their sailors abscond, if they please, and thus forfeit their money; for they well know that, when wanted, a new crew is easily to be procured through the crimps of the port. Though he spake English with fluency, and from his long service in the vessels of New York was almost an American to behold, yet Captain Riga was in fact a Russian by birth, though this was a fact that he strove to conceal. And though extravagant in his personal expenses, and even indulging in luxurious habits, costly as oriental dissipation, yet Captain Riga was a niggard to others, as indeed was evinced in the magnificent stipend of $3 with which he requited my own valuable services. Therefore, as it was agreed between Harry and me that he should offer to ship as a boy at the same rate of compensation with myself, I made no doubt that, incited by the cheapness of the bargain, Captain Riga would gladly close with him. And thus, instead of paying $16 a month to a thorough-going tar, who would consume all his rations, buy up my young blade of Bury, at the rate of $half a week, with the cheering prospect that by the end of the voyage his fastidious palate would be the means of leaving a handsome balance of salt beef and pork in the harness cask. With part of the money obtained by the sale of a few of his velvet vests, Harry, by my advice, now rigged himself in a Guernsey frock and man-of-war browsers; and thus equipped, he made his appearance, one fine morning, on the quarter-deck of the Highlander, gallantly doffing his virgin tarpaulin before the redoubtable Riga. No sooner were his wishes made known, than I perceived in the captain's face that same bland, benevolent, and bewitchingly merry expression that had so charmed but deceived me, when, with Mr. Jones, I had first accosted him in the cabin. Alas, Harry, thought I, as I stood upon the forecastle looking astern where they stood, that gallant, gay deceiver shall not altogether cajole you, if Wellingborough can help it. Rather than that should be the case, indeed, I would forfeit the pleasure of your society across the Atlantic." At this interesting interview, the captain expressed a sympathetic concern touching the sad necessities, which he took upon himself to presume must have driven Harry to sea. He confessed to a warm interest in his future welfare, and did not hesitate to declare that, in going to America, under such circumstances, to seek his fortune, he was acting a manly and spirited part, and that the voyage thither, as a sailor, would be an invigorating preparative to the landing upon a shore where he must battle out his fortune with fate. He engaged him at once, but was sorry to say that he could not provide him a home on board till the day previous to the sailing of the ship, and during the interval he could not honor any drafts upon the strength of his wages. However, glad enough to conclude the agreement upon any terms at all, my young blade of Bury expressed his satisfaction, and, full of admiration at so urbane and gentlemanly a sea captain, he came forward to receive my congratulations. "Harry," said I, "be not deceived by the fascinating Riga, that gay Lothario of all inexperienced sea-going youths, from the capital or the country. He has a Janus face, Harry, and you will not know him when he gets you out of sight of land, and mouths his cast-off coats and browsers. For then he is another personage altogether, and adjusts his character to the shabbiness of his integuments. No more condolings and sympathy then, no more blarney. He will hold you a little better than his boots, and would no more think of addressing you than of invoking wooden Donald, the figurehead on our bows." And I further admonished my friend concerning our crew, particularly of the diabolical Jackson, and warned him to be cautious and wary. I told him that unless he was somewhat accustomed to the rigging, and could furl a royal in a squall, he would be sure to subject himself to a sort of treatment from the sailors in the last degree ignominious to any mortal who had ever crossed his legs under mahogany. And I played the inquisitor, in cross-questioning Harry respecting the precise degree in which he was a practical sailor; whether he had a giddy head; whether his arms could bear the weight of his body; whether, with but one hand on a shroud 100 feet aloft in a tempest, he felt he could look right to windward and beard it. To all this, and much more, Harry rejoined with the most offhand and confident air, saying that in his guinea-pig days he had often climbed the masts and handled the sails in a gentlemanly and amateur way, so he made no doubt that he would very soon prove an expert tumbler in the Highlander's rigging. His levity of manner and sanguine assurance, coupled with the constant sight of his most unseamanlike person, more suited to the Queen's drawing-room than a ship's forecastle, bred many misgivings in my mind. But after all, every one in this world has his own fate entrusted to himself; and though we may warn and forewarn, and give sage advice, and indulge in many apprehensions touching our friends, yet our friends, for the most part, will gang their ain gait, and the most we can do is to hope for the best. Still, I suggested to Harry whether he had not best cross the sea as a steerage passenger, since he could procure enough money for that. But no, he was bent upon going as a sailor. I now had a comrade in my afternoon strolls and Sunday excursions; and as Harry was a generous fellow, he shared with me his purse and his heart. He sold off several more of his fine vests and browsers, his silver-keyed flute and enameled guitar, and a portion of the money thus furnished was pleasantly spent in refreshing ourselves at the roadside inns in the vicinity of the town. Reclining side by side in some agreeable nook, we exchanged our experiences of the past. Harry enlarged upon the fascinations of a London me, described the curricle he used to drive in Hyde Park, gave me the measurement of Madame Vestris's ankle, alluded to his first introduction at a club at the madcap Marquis of Waterford, told over the sums he had lost upon the turf on a Derby day, and made various but enigmatical allusions to a certain Lady Georgiana Teresa, the noble daughter of an anonymous earl. Even in conversation, Harry was a prodigal, squandering his aristocratic narrations with a careless hand, and perhaps sometimes spending funds of reminiscences not his own. As for me, I had only my poor old uncle the senator to fall back upon, and I used him upon all emergencies, like the knight in the game of chess, making him hop about and stand stiffly up to the encounter against all my fine comrades' array of dukes, lords, curricles, and countesses. In these long talks of ours, I frequently expressed the earnest desire I cherished, to make a visit to London, and related how strongly tempted I had been one Sunday to walk the whole way without a penny in my pocket. To this Harry rejoined that nothing would delight him more than to show me the capital, and he even meaningly but mysteriously hinted at the possibility of his doing so before many days had passed. But this seemed so idle a thought, that I only imputed it to my friend's good-natured rattling disposition, which sometimes prompted him to outwit anything that he thought would be agreeable. Besides, would this fine blade of Bury be seen by his aristocratic acquaintances walking down Oxford Street, say, arm in arm with the sleeve of my shooting jacket? The thing was preposterous, and I began to think that Harry, after all, was a little bit disposed to impose upon my Yankee credulity. Luckily, my Bury blade had no acquaintance in Liverpool, where indeed he was as much in a foreign land as if he were already on the shores of Lake Erie, so that he strolled about with me in perfect abandonment, reckless of the cut of my shooting jacket, and not caring one whit who might stare at so singular a couple. But once, crossing a square, faced on one side by a fashionable hotel, he made a rapid turn with me round a corner, and never stopped till the square was a good block in our rear. The cause of this sudden retreat was a remarkably elegant coat and pantaloons, standing upright on the hotel steps, and containing a young buck tapping his teeth with an ivory-headed riding-whip. "Who was he, Harry?" said I. "My old chum, Lord Lovely," said Harry, with a careless air, "and heaven only knows what brings Lovely from London." "A lord?" said I, starting. "Then I must look at him again, for lords are very scarce in Liverpool." Unmindful of my companion's remonstrances, I ran back to the corner, and slowly promenaded past the upright coat and pantaloons on the steps. It was not much of a lord to behold, very thin and limber about the legs, with small feet like a doll's, and a small glossy head like a seal's. I had seen just such looking lords standing in sentimental attitudes in front of Palmo's and Broadway. However, he and I being mutual friends of Harry's, I thought something of accosting him, and taking counsel concerning what was best to be done for the young prodigal's welfare. But upon second thoughts, I thought best not to intrude; especially as just then my Lord Lovely stepped to the open window of a flashing carriage which drew up, and throwing himself into an interesting posture with the sole of one boot vertically exposed, so as to show the stamp on it, a coronet, fell into a sparkling conversation with a magnificent white satin hat, surmounted by a regal marabou feather inside. I doubted not this lady was nothing short of a peeress, and thought it would be one of the pleasantest and most charming things in the world just to seat myself beside her, and order the coachman to take us a drive into the country. But, as upon further consideration, I imagined that the peeress might decline the honor of my company, since I had no formal card of introduction. I marched on, and rejoined my companion, whom I at once endeavored to draw out, touching Lord Lovely. But he only made mysterious answers, and turned off the conversation by allusions to his visits to Ickworth, in Suffolk, the magnificent seat of the most noble Marquis of Bristol, who had repeatedly assured Harry that he might consider Ickworth his home. Now, all these accounts of marquises and Ickworths, and Harry's having been hand in glove with so many lords and ladies, began to breed some suspicions concerning the rigid morality of my friend as a teller of the truth. But after all, thought I to myself, who can prove that Harry has fibbed? Certainly his manners are polished; he has a mighty easy address; and there is nothing altogether impossible about his having consorted with the master of Ickworth, and the daughter of the anonymous earl. And what right has a poor Yankee like me to insinuate the slightest suspicion against what he says? What little money he has he spends freely. He can not be a polite blackleg, for I am no pigeon to pluck, so that is out of the question. Perish such a thought concerning my own bosom friend. But though I drowned all my suspicions as well as I could, and ever cherished toward Harry a heart loving and true, yet, spite of all this, I never could entirely digest some of his imperial reminiscences of life. I was very sorry for this, as at times it made me feel ill at ease in his company, and made me hold back my whole soul from him, when, in its loneliness, it was yearning to throw itself into the unbounded bosom of some immaculate friend. Chapter 45. Harry Bolton kidnaps Redburn and carries him off to London. It might have been a week after our glimpse of Lord Lovely that Harry, who had been expecting a letter, which he told me might possibly alter his plans, one afternoon came bounding on board the ship, and sprang down the hatchway into the between decks, where, in perfect solitude, I was engaged picking oakum, at which business the mate had set me, for want of anything better. "Hey, for London, Wellingborough," he cried. "Off tomorrow. First train, be there the same night. Come, I have money to rig you all out. Drop that hangman stuff there, and away. Pah! How it smells here. Come, up you, jump." I trembled with amazement and delight. London? It could not be. And Harry, how kind of him. He was then indeed what he seemed. But instantly I thought of all the circumstances of the case, and was eager to know what it was that had induced this sudden departure. In reply, my friend told me that he had received a remittance, and had hopes of recovering a considerable sum, lost in some way that he chose to conceal. "But how am I to leave the ship, Harry?" said I. "They will not let me go, will they?" "You had better leave me behind, after all. I don't care very much about going, and besides, I have no money to share the expenses." This I said, only pretending indifference, for my heart was jumping all the time. "Tut, my Yankee bantam," said Harry. "Look here," and he showed me a handful of gold. "But they are yours, and not mine, Harry," said I. "Yours and mine, my sweet fellow," exclaimed Harry. "Come, sink the ship, and let's go." "But you don't consider, if I quit the ship, they'll be sending a constable after me, won't they?" "What, and do you think then they value your services so highly? Ha, ha! Up, up, Wellingborough, I can't wait." True enough. I well knew that Captain Riga would not trouble himself much if I did take French leave of him. So, without further thought of the matter, I told Harry to wait a few moments till the ship's bell struck 4, at which time I used to go to supper and be free for the rest of the day. The bell struck, and off we went. As we hurried across the quay and along the dock walls, I asked Harry all about his intentions. He said that to go to London he must, and to Bury St. Edmunds, but that whether he should for any time remain at either place, he could not now tell. And it was by no means impossible that in less than a week's time we would be back again in Liverpool, and ready for sea. But all he said was enveloped in a mystery that I did not much like, and I hardly know whether I have repeated correctly what he said at the time. Arrived at the Golden Anchor, where Harry put up, he at once led me to his room and began turning over the contents of his chest to see what clothing he might have that would fit me. Though he was some years my senior, we were about the same size. If anything, I was larger than he. So, with a little stretching, a shirt, vest, and pantaloons were soon found to suit. As for a coat and hat, those Harry ran out and bought without delay, returning with a loose, stylish sack coat and a sort of foraging cap, very neat, genteel, and unpretending. My friend himself soon doffed his Guernsey frock and stood before me, arrayed in a perfectly plain suit, which he had bought on purpose that very morning. I asked him why he had gone to that unnecessary expense, when he had plenty of other clothes in his chest. But he only winked and looked knowing. This, again, I did not like, but I strove to drown ugly thoughts. Till quite dark we sat talking together, when, locking his chest and charging his landlady to look after it well till he called, or sent for it, Harry seized my arm, and we sallied into the street. Pursuing our way through crowds of frolicking sailors and fiddlers, we turned into a street leading to the Exchange. There, under the shadow of the colonnade, Harry told me to stop, while he left me and went to finish his toilet. Wondering what he meant, I stood to one side, and presently was joined by a stranger in whiskers and mustache. "It's me," said the stranger, and who was me but Harry, who had thus metamorphosed himself? I asked him the reason, and in a faltering voice, which I tried to make humorous, expressed a hope that he was not going to turn gentleman forger. He laughed and assured me that it was only a precaution against being recognized by his own particular friends in London that he had adopted this mode of disguising himself. "And why afraid of your friends?" asked I, in astonishment. "And we are not in London yet." "Pshaw! What a Yankee you are, Wellingborough! Can't you see very plainly that I have a plan in my head? And this disguise is only for a short time, you know. But I'll tell you all by and by." I acquiesced, though not feeling at ease, and we walked on till we came to a public house in the vicinity of the place at which the cars are taken. We stopped there that night, and next day were off, whirled along through boundless landscapes of villages and meadows and parks, and over arching viaducts and through wonderful tunnels, till, half delirious with excitement, I found myself dropped down in the evening among gaslights, under a great roof in Euston Square. London at last, and in the West End. End of Section 10. Chapters 46 through 49. Chapter 46. A Mysterious Night in London. "No time to lose," said Harry. "Come along." He called a cab, in an undertone mentioned the number of a house in some street to the driver. We jumped in and were off. As we rattled over the boisterous pavements, past splendid squares, churches, and shops, our cabman turning corners like a skater on the ice, and all the roar of London in my ears, and no end to the walls of brick and mortar, I thought New York a hamlet, and Liverpool a coal-hole, and myself somebody else, so unreal seemed everything about me. My head was spinning round like a top, and my eyes ached with much gazing, particularly about the corners, owing to my darting them so rapidly, first this side, and then that, so as not to miss anything, though in truth I missed much. "Stop!" cried Harry, after a long while, putting his head out of the window, all at once. "Stop! Do you hear, you deaf man? You have passed the house. Number 40, I told you. That's it. The high steps there, with the purple light." The cabman being paid, Harry adjusted his whiskers and mustache, and bidding me assume a lounging look, pushed his hat a little to one side, and then, locking arms, we sauntered into the house, myself feeling not a little abashed, it was so long since I had been in any courtly society. It was some semi-public place of opulent entertainment, and far surpassed anything of the kind I had ever seen before. The floor was tessellated with snow-white and russet-hued marbles, and echoed to the tread as if all the Paris catacombs were underneath. I started with misgivings at that hollow, boding sound, which seemed sighing with a subterraneous despair through all the magnificent spectacle around me, mocking it, where it most glared.
The walk were painted so as to deceive the eye with interminable colonnades, and groups of columns of the finest scagliola work of variegated marbles, emerald green and gold, St. Pons veined with silver, sienna with porphyry, supported a resplendent fresco ceiling, arched like a bower, and thickly clustering with mimic grapes. Through all the east of this foliage you spied in a crimson dawn guides ever youthful Apollo, driving forth the horses of the sun. From sculptured stalactites of vine boughs, here and there pendant, hung galaxies of gaslights, whose vivid glare was softened by pale, cream-colored porcelain spheres, shedding over the place a serene silver flood, as if every porcelain sphere were a moon, and this superb apartment was the moonlit garden of Portia at Belmont, and the gentle lovers Lorenzo and Jessica lurked somewhere among the vines. At numerous Moorish-looking tables, supported by caryatides of turbaned slaves, sat knots of gentlemanly men with cut decanters and taper-waisted glasses, journals and cigars before them. To and fro ran obsequious waiters, with spotless napkins thrown over their arms, and making a profound salaam and hemming deferentially whenever they uttered a word. At the further end of this brilliant apartment was a rich mahogany turret-like structure, partly built into the wall, and communicating with rooms in the rear. Behind was a very handsome, florid old man, with snow-white hair and whiskers, and in a snow-white jacket. He looked like an almond tree in blossom, who seemed to be standing a polite sentry over the scene before him. And it was he who mostly ordered about the waiters, and with a silent salute received the silver of the guests. Our entrance excited little or no notice, for everybody present seemed exceedingly animated about concerns of their own, and a large group was gathered around one tall, military-looking gentleman who was reading some India war news from the Times, and commenting on it in a very loud voice, condemning in toto the entire campaign. We seated ourselves apart from this group, and Harry, rapping on the table, called for wine, mentioning some curious foreign name. The decanter, filled with a pale yellow wine, being placed before us, and my comrade having drunk a few glasses, he whispered me to remain where I was, while he withdrew for a moment. I saw him advance to the turret-like place, and exchange a confidential word with the almond tree there, who immediately looked very much surprised, I thought a little disconcerted, and then disappeared with him. While my friend was gone, I occupied myself with looking around me, and striving to appear as indifferent as possible, and as much used to all this splendor as if I had been born in it. But, to tell the truth, my head was almost dizzy with the strangeness of the sight, and the thought that I was really in London. What would my brother have said? What would Tom Laguerre, the treasurer of the Juvenile Temperance Society, have thought? But I almost began to fancy I had no friends and relatives living in a little village 3,500 miles off in America, for it was hard to unite such a humble reminiscence with the splendid animation of the London-like scene around me. And in the delirium of the moment, I began to indulge in foolish golden visions of the counts and countesses to whom Harry might introduce me, and every instant I expected to hear the waiters addressing some gentleman as my lord or for grace. But if there were really any lords present, the waiters omitted their titles, at least in my hearing. Mixed with these thoughts were confused visions of St. Paul's and the Strand, which I determined to visit the very next morning, before breakfast, or perish in the attempt. And I even longed for Harry's return, that we might immediately sally out into the street and see some of the sights before the shops were all closed for the night. While I thus sat alone, I observed one of the waiters eyeing me a little impertinently, as I thought, and as if he saw something queer about me. So I tried to assume a careless and lordly air,
and by way of helping the thing, threw one leg over the other, like a young Prince Esterhazy. But all the time I felt my face burning with embarrassment, and for the time I must have looked very guilty of something. But spite of this, I kept looking boldly out of my eyes, and straight through my blushes, and observed that every now and then little parties were made up among the gentlemen, and they retired into the rear of the house, as if going to a private apartment, and I overheard one of them drop the word rouge, but he could not have used rouge, for his face was exceedingly pale. Another said something about Lou. At last Harry came back, his face rather flushed. "Come along, Redburn," said he. So, making no doubt we were off for a ramble, perhaps to Apsley House in the park, to get a sly peep at the old Duke before he retired for the night, for Harry had told me the Duke always went to bed early, I sprang up to follow him. But what was my disappointment and surprise when he only led me into the passage, toward a staircase lighted by 3 marble graces, unitedly holding a broad candelabra, like an elk's antlers, over the landing. We rambled up the long, winding slope of those aristocratic stairs, every step of which, covered with Turkey rugs, looked gorgeous as the hammer-cloth of the Lord Mayor's coach, and Harry hied straight to a rosewood door, which, on magical hinges, sprang softly open to his touch. As we entered the room, methought I was slowly sinking in some reluctant sedgy sea, so thick and elastic the Persian carpeting, mimicking parterres of tulips and roses, and jonquils like a bower in Babylon. Long lounges lay carelessly disposed, whose fine damask was interwoven, like the Goblin tapestry, with pictorial tales of tilt and tourney; and oriental ottomans, whose cunning warp and woof were wrought into plated serpents, undulating beneath beds of leaves, from which here and there they flashed out sudden splendors of green scales and gold. In the broad bay windows, as the hollows of King Charles's oaks, were Laocoon-like chairs, in the antique taste, draped with heavy fringers of bullion and silk. The walls, covered with a sort of tartan French paper, variegated with bars of velvet, were hung round with mythological oil paintings, suspended by tasseled cords of twisted silver and blue. They were such pictures as the high priests, for a bribe, showed to Alexander in the innermost shrine of the White Temple in the Libyan oasis; such pictures as the Pontiff of the Sun strove to hide from Cortez, when, sword in hand, he burst open the sanctorum of the pyramid fane at Cholula; such pictures as you may still see, perhaps, in the central alcove of the excavated mansion of Panza, in Pompeii, in that part of it called by Varro the Hollow of the House; such pictures as Martial and Suetonius mention as being found in the private cabinet of the Emperor Tiberius; such pictures as are delineated on the bronze medals to this day dug up on the ancient island of Capreas; such pictures as you might have beheld in an arched recess leading from the left hand of the secret side gallery of the Temple of Aphrodite in Corinth. In the principal pier was a marble bracket, sculptured in the semblance of a dragon's crest, and supporting a bust most wonderful to behold. It was that of a bald-headed man, with a mysteriously wicked expression, and imposing silence by one thin finger over his lips. His marble mouth seemed tremulous with secrets. "Sit down, Wellingborough," said Harry. "Don't be frightened. We are at home. Ring the bell, will you? But stop." And advancing to the mysterious bust, he whispered something in its ear. "He's a knowing mute, Wellingborough," said he, "who stays in this one place all the time, while he is yet running of errands. But mind you, don't breathe any secrets in his ear." In obedience to a summons so singularly conveyed, to my amazement a servant almost instantly appeared, standing transfixed in the attitude of a bow. "Cigars?" said Harry. When they came, he drew up a small table into the middle of the room, and lighting his cigar, bade me follow his example and make myself happy. Almost transported with such princely quarters, so undreamed of before, while leading my dog's life in the filthy forecastle of the Highlander, I twirled round a chair, and seated myself opposite my friend. But all the time I felt ill at heart, and was filled with an undercurrent of dismal forebodings. But I strove to dispel them, and turning to my companion, exclaimed, "And pray, do you live here, Harry, in this palace of Aladdin?" "Upon my soul," he cried, "you have hit it. You must have been here before. Aladdin's palace. Why, Wellingborough, it goes by that very name." Then he laughed strangely, and for the first time I thought he had been quaffing too freely, yet, though he looked wildly from his eyes, his general carriage was firm. "Who are you looking at so hard, Wellingborough?" said he. "I am afraid, Harry," said I, "that when you left me just now, you must have been drinking something stronger than wine." "Hear him now," said Harry, turning round, as if addressing the bald-headed bust on the bracket. "A parson, pon honor! But remark you, Wellingborough, my boy, I must leave you again, and for a considerably longer time than before. I may not be back again to-night." "What?" said I. "Be still," he cried. "Hear me. I know the old Duke here, and—" "Who? Not the Duke of Wellington?" said I, wondering whether Harry was really going to include him, too, in his long list of confidential friends and acquaintances. "Pooh!" cried Harry. "I mean the white-whiskered old man you saw below. They call him the Duke. He keeps the house. I say, I know him well, and he knows me, and he knows what brings me here also. Well, we have arranged everything about you. You are to stay in this room and sleep here to-night, and, continued he, speaking low, you must guard this letter," slipping a sealed one into my hand. "And if I am not back by morning, you must post right on to Bury, and leave the letter there. Here, take this paper. It's all set down here in black and white, where you are to go and what you are to do. And after that's done, mind, this is all in case I don't return. Then you may do what you please. Stay here in London a while, or go back to Liverpool, and here's enough to pay all your expenses." All this was a thunderstroke. I thought Harry was crazy. I held the purse in my motionless hand, and stared at him, till the tears almost started from my eyes. "What's the matter, Redburn?" he cried, with a wild sort of laugh. "You are not afraid of me, are you? No, no, I believe in you, my boy, or you would not hold that purse in your hand. No, nor that letter." "What in heaven's name do you mean?" at last I exclaimed. "You don't really intend to desert me in this strange place, do you, Harry?" And I snatched him by the hand. "Pooh, pooh!" he cried. "Let me go, I tell you. It's all right. Do as I say, that's all. Promise me now, will you? Swear it." "No, no," he added vehemently, as I conjured him to tell me more. "No, I won't. I have nothing more to tell you, not a word. Will you swear?" "But one sentence more for your own sake, Harry. Hear me." "Not a syllable. Will you swear? You will not? Then here, give me that purse. There, there, take that, and that, and that. That will pay your fare back to Liverpool. Good-bye to you. You are not my friend." And he wheeled round his back. I know not what flashed through my mind, but something suddenly impelled me, and grasping his hand, I swore to him what he demanded. Immediately he ran to the bust, whispered a word, and the white-whiskered old man appeared, whom he clapped on the shoulder, and then introduced me as his friend, young Lord Stormont, and bade the almond tree look well to the comforts of his lordship, while he, Harry, was gone. The almond tree blandly bowed and grimaced, with a peculiar expression that I hated on the spot. After a few words more, he withdrew. Harry then shook my hand heartily, and without giving me a chance to say one word, seized his cap and darted out of the room, saying, "Leave not this room tonight, and remember the letter, and bury." I fell into a chair, and gazed round at the strange-looking walls and mysterious pictures, and up to the chandelier at the ceiling; then rose and opened the door, and looked down the lighted passage, but only heard the hum from the roomful below, scattered voices, and a hushed ivory rattling from the closed apartments adjoining. I stepped back into the room, and a terrible revulsion came over me. I would have given the world had I been safe back in Liverpool, fast asleep in my old bunk in Prince's Dock. I shuddered at every footfall, and almost thought it must be some assassin pursuing me. The whole place seemed infected, and a strange thought came over me, that in the very damasks around, some Eastern plague had been imported. And was that pale yellow wine that I drank below drugged, thought I? This must be some house whose foundations take hold on the pit. But these fearful reveries only enchanted me fast to my chair, so that, though I then wished to rush forth from the house, my limbs seemed manacled. While thus chained to my seat, something seemed suddenly flung open. A confused sound of imprecations, mixed with the ivory rattling, louder than before, burst upon my ear, and through the partly open door of the room where I was, I caught sight of a tall, frantic man, with clenched hands, wildly darting through the passage toward the stairs. And all the while, Harry ran through my soul, in and out, at every door that burst open to his vehement rush. At that moment my whole acquaintance with him passed like lightning through my mind, till I asked myself why he had come here to London to do this thing. Why would not Liverpool have answered? And what did he want of me? But every way his conduct was unaccountable. From the hour he had accosted me on board the ship, his manner seemed gradually changed, and from the moment we had sprung into the cab, he had seemed almost another person from what he had seemed before. But what could I do? He was gone, that was certain. Would he ever come back? But he might still be somewhere in the house, and with a shudder I thought of that ivory rattling, and was almost ready to dart forth, search every room, and save him. But that would be madness, and I had sworn not to do so. There seemed nothing left but to await his return. Yet if he did not return, what then? I took out the purse, and counted over the money, and looked at the letter and paper of memoranda. Though I vividly remember it all, I will not give the superscription of the letter, nor the contents of the paper. But after I had looked at them attentively, and considered that Harry could have no conceivable object in deceiving me, I thought to myself, yes, he's in earnest, and here I am, yes, even in London, and here in this room will I stay, come what will. I will implicitly follow his directions, and so see out the last of this thing. But spite of these thoughts, and spite of the metropolitan magnificence around me, I was mysteriously alive to a dreadful feeling which I had never before felt, except when penetrating into the lowest and most squalid haunts of sailor iniquity in Liverpool. All the mirrors and marbles around me seemed crawling over with lizards, and I thought to myself that though gilded and golden, the serpent of vice is a serpent still. It was now grown very late, and, faint with excitement, I threw myself upon a lounge, but for some time tossed about restless in a sort of nightmare. Every few moments, spite of my oath, I was upon the point of starting up and rushing into the street to inquire where I was. But, remembering Harry's injunctions, and my own ignorance of the town, and that it was now so late, I again tried to be composed. At last I fell asleep, dreaming about Harry fighting a duel of dice boxes with the military-looking man below. And the next thing I knew was the glare of a light before my eyes, and Harry himself, very pale, stood before me. "The letter and paper," he cried. I fumbled in my pockets and handed them to him. "There, there, there, thus I tear you," he cried, wrenching the letter to pieces with both hands like a madman, and stamping upon the fragments. "I am off for America. The game is up." "For God's sake, explain," said I, now utterly bewildered and frightened. "Tell me, Harry, what is it? You have not been gambling?" "Ha, ha!" he deliriously laughed. "Gambling? Red and white, you mean? Cards? Dice? The bones? Ha, ha! Gambling? Gambling?" he ground out between his teeth. "What two devilish stiletto-sounding syllables they are! Wellingborough," he added, marching up to me slowly, but with his eyes blazing into mine. "Wellingborough," and fumbling in his breast pocket, he drew forth a dirk. "Here, Wellingborough, take it, I say. Are you stupid? There, there," and he pushed it into my hands. "Keep it away from me, keep it out of my sight. I don't want it near me, while I feel as I do. They serve suicides scurvily here, Wellingborough. They don't bury them decently. See that bell rope? By heaven, it's an invitation to hang myself." And seizing it by the gilded handle at the end, he twitched it down from the wall. "In God's name, what ails you?" I cried. "Nothing, oh, nothing," said Harry, now assuming a treacherous, tropical calmness. "Nothing, Redburn, nothing in the world. I'm the serenest of men." "But give me that dirk," he suddenly cried. "Let me have it, I say. Oh, I don't mean to murder myself. I'm past that now. Give it me." And snatching it from my hand, he flung down an empty purse, and with a terrific stab, nailed it fast with the dirk to the table. "There now," he cried, "there's something for the old Duke to see tomorrow morning. That's about all that's left of me. That's my skeleton, Wellingborough. But come, don't be downhearted. There's a little more gold yet in Golconda. I have a guinea or two left. Don't stare so, my boy. We shall be in Liverpool tomorrow night. We start in the morning." And turning his back, he began to whistle very fiercely. "And this, then," said I, "is your showing me London, is it, Harry? I did not think this. But tell me your secret, whatever it is, and I will not regret not seeing the town." He turned round upon me like lightning, and cried, "Redburn, you must swear another oath, and instantly." "And why?" said I, in alarm. "What more would you have me swear?" "Never to question me again about this infernal trip to London," he shouted, with the foam at his lips. "Never to breathe it. Swear." "I certainly shall not trouble you, Harry, with questions if you do not desire it," said I. "But there's no need of swearing." "Swear it, I say, as you love me, Redburn," he added imploringly. "Well, then, I solemnly do. Now lie down, and let us forget ourselves as soon as we can. For me, you have made me the most miserable dog alive." "And what am I?" cried Harry. "But pardon me, Redburn, I did not mean to offend, if you knew all. But no, no, never mind, never mind." And he ran to the bust, and whispered in its ear. A waiter came. "Brandy?" whispered Harry, with clenched teeth. "Are you not going to sleep, then?" said I, more and more alarmed at his wildness, and fearful of the effects of his drinking still more in such a mood. "No sleep for me. Sleep, if you can. I mean to sit up with a decanter. Let me see," looking at the ormolu clock on the mantel. "It's only 2 hours to morning." The waiter, looking very sleepy, and with a green shade on his brow, appeared with the decanter and glasses on a salver, and was told to leave and depart. Seeing that Harry was not to be moved, I once more threw myself on the lounge. I did not sleep, but, like a somnambulist, only dozed now and then, starting from my dreams, while Harry sat with his hat on at the table, the brandy before him, from which he occasionally poured into his glass. Instead of exciting him, however, to my amazement, the spirits seemed to soothe him down, and ere long he was comparatively calm. At last, just as I had fallen into a deep sleep, I was awakened by his shaking me, and saying our cab was at the door. "Look, it is broad day," said he, brushing aside the heavy hangings of the window. We left the room, and passing through the now silent and deserted hall of pillars, which, at this hour, reeked as with blended roses and cigar stumps decayed, a dumb waiter, rubbing his eyes, flung open the street door. We sprang into the cab, and soon found ourselves whirled along northward by railroad toward Prince's Dock and the Highlander. Chapter 47. Homeward Bound. Once more in Liverpool, and wending my way through the same old streets to the sign of the Golden Anchor, I could scarcely credit the events of the last 36 hours. So unforeseen had been our departure in the first place, so rapid our journey, so unaccountable the conduct of Harry, and so sudden our return, that all united to overwhelm me. That I had been at all in London seemed impossible, and that I had been there and come away little the wiser was almost distracting to one who, like me, had so longed to behold that metropolis of marvels. I looked hard at Harry as he walked in silence at my side. I stared at the houses we passed. I thought of the cab, the gas-lighted hall in the palace of Aladdin, the pictures, the letter, the oath, the dirk, the mysterious place where all these mysteries had occurred, and then was almost ready to conclude that the pale yellow wine had been drugged. As for Harry, stuffing his false whiskers and mustache into his pocket, he now led the way to the boarding-house, and saluting the landlady, was shown to his room, where we immediately shifted our clothes, appearing once more in our sailor habiliments. "Well, what do you suppose to do now, Harry?" said I with a heavy heart. "Why, visit your Yankee land in the Highlander, of course. What else?" he replied. "And is it to be a visit or a long stay?" asked I. "That's as it may turn out," said Harry. "But I have now more than ever resolved upon the sea. There is nothing like the sea for a fellow like me, Redburn. A desperate man can not get any further than the wharf, you know, and the next step must be a long jump. But come, let's see what they have to eat here, and then for a cigar and a stroll. I feel better already. Never say die is my motto." We went to supper, after that sallied out, and walking along the quay of Prince's Dock, heard that the ship Highlander had that morning been advertised to sail in 2 days' time. "Good!" exclaimed Harry, and I was glad enough myself. Although I had now been absent from the ship a full 48 hours, and intended to return to her, yet I did not anticipate being called to any severe account for it from the officers, for several of our men had absented themselves longer than I had, and upon their return little or nothing was said to them. Indeed, in some cases the mate seemed to know nothing about it. During the whole time we lay in Liverpool, the discipline of the ship was altogether relaxed, and I could hardly believe they were the same officers who were so dictatorial at sea. The reason of this was, that we had nothing important to do, and although the captain might now legally refuse to receive me on board, yet I was not afraid of that, as I was as stout a lad for my years, and worked as cheap as any one he could engage to take my place on the homeward passage. Next morning we made our appearance on board before the rest of the crew, and the mate perceiving me, said, with an oath, "Well, sir, you have thought best to return, then, have you? Captain Riga and I were flattering ourselves that you had made a run of it for good." Then, thought I, the captain, who seems to affect to know nothing of the proceedings of the sailors, has been aware of my absence. "But turn to, sir, turn to," added the mate. "Here, aloft there, and free that pennant. It's foul of the backstay. Jump!" The captain, coming on board soon after, looked very benevolently at Harry, but, as usual, pretended not to take the slightest notice of myself. We were all now very busy in getting things ready for sea. The cargo had been already stowed in the hold by the stevedores and lumpers from shore. But it became the crew's business to clear away the between decks extending from the cabin bulkhead to the forecastle, for the reception of about 500 emigrants, some of whose boxes were already littering the deck. To provide for their wants, a far larger supply of water was needed than upon the outward bound passage. Accordingly, besides the usual number of casks on deck, rows of immense tierces were lashed amidships, all along the between decks, forming a sort of aisle on each side, furnishing access to 4 rows of bunks, 3 tiers, one above another, against the ship's sides, 2 tiers being placed over the tierces of water in the middle. These bunks were rapidly knocked together with coarse planks. They looked more like dog kennels than anything else, especially as the place was so gloomy and dark, no light coming down except through the fore and after hatchways, both of which were covered with little houses called booby hatches. Upon the main hatches, which were well caulked and covered over with heavy tarpaulins, the passengers' galley was solidly lashed down. This galley was a large open stove or iron range, made expressly for emigrant ships, wholly unprotected from the weather, and where alone the emigrants are permitted to cook their food while at sea. After 2 days' work, everything was in readiness, most of the emigrants on board, and in the evening we worked the ship close into the outlet of Prince's Dock, with the bow against the water gate, to go out with the tide in the morning. In the morning, the bustle and confusion about us was indescribable. Added to the ordinary clamor of the docks, was the hurrying to and fro of our 500 emigrants, the last of whom, with their baggage, were now coming on board; the appearance of the cabin passengers, following porters with their trunks; the loud orders of the dock masters, ordering the various ships behind us to preserve their order of going out; the leave-takings, and good-bys, and God bless yous between the emigrants and their friends, and the cheers of the surrounding ships. At this time, we lay in such a way that no one could board us except by the bowsprit, which overhung the quay. Staggering along that bowsprit now came a one-eyed crimp, leading a drunken tar by the collar, who had been shipped to sail with us the day previous. It has been stated before that 2 or 3 of our men had left us for good while in port. When the crimp had got this man and another safely lodged in a bunk below, he returned on shore, and going to a miserable cab, pulled out still another apparently drunken fellow, who proved completely helpless. However, the ship now swinging her broadside more toward the quay, this stupefied sailor, with a Scotch cap pulled down over his closed eyes, only revealing a sallow Portuguese complexion, was lowered on board by a rope under his arms, and passed forward by the crew, who put him likewise into a bunk in the forecastle, the crimp himself carefully tucking him in, and bidding the bystanders not to disturb him till the ship was away from the land. This done, the confusion increased as we now glided out of the dock. Hats and handkerchiefs were waved, hurrahs were exchanged, and tears were shed; and the last thing I saw, as we shot into the stream, was a policeman collaring a boy and walking him off to the guardhouse. A steam tug, the Goliath, now took us by the arm, and gallanted us down the river past the fort. The scene was most striking. Owing to a strong breeze which had been blowing up the river for 4 days past, holding wind bound in the various docks a multitude of ships for all parts of the world, there was now under way a vast fleet of merchantmen, all steering broad out to sea. The white sails glistened in the clear morning air like a great eastern encampment of sultans, and from many a forecastle came the deep mellow old song, "Hoo-hee-oh, cheerily, men," as the crews called their anchors. The wind was fair, the weather mild, the sea most smooth, and the poor emigrants were in high spirits at so auspicious a beginning of their voyage. They were reclining all over the decks, talking of soon seeing America, and relating how the agent had told them that 20 days would be an uncommonly long voyage. Here it must be mentioned that owing to the great number of ships sailing to the Yankee ports from Liverpool, the competition among them in obtaining emigrant passengers, who as a cargo are much more remunerative than crates and bales, is exceedingly great. So much so, that some of the agents they employ do not scruple to deceive the poor applicants for passage, with all manner of fables concerning the short space of time in which their ships make the run across the ocean. This often induces the emigrants to provide a much smaller stock of provisions than they otherwise would, the effect of which sometimes proves to be in the last degree lamentable, as will be seen further on. And though benevolent societies have been long organized in Liverpool for the purpose of keeping offices where the emigrants can obtain reliable information and advice concerning their best mode of embarkation and other matters interesting to them, and though the English authorities have imposed a law providing that every captain of an emigrant ship bound for any port of America shall see to it that each passenger is provided with rations of food for 60 days, yet all this has not deterred mercenary shipmasters and unprincipled agents from practicing the grossest deception, nor exempted the emigrants themselves from the very sufferings intended to be averted. No sooner had we fairly gained the expanse of the Irish Sea, and one by one lost sight of our 1,000 consorts, than the weather changed into the most miserable, cold, wet, and cheerless days and nights imaginable. The wind was tempestuous and dead in our teeth, and the hearts of the emigrants fell. Nearly all of them had now hied below to escape the uncomfortable and perilous decks, and from the 2 booby hatches came the steady hum of a subterranean wailing and weeping. That irresistible wrestler, seasickness, had overthrown the stoutest of their number, and the women and children were embracing and sobbing in all the agonies of the poor emigrants' first storm at sea. Bad enough is it at such times with ladies and gentlemen in the cabin, who have nice little state-rooms and plenty of privacy, and stewards to run for them at a word, and put pillows under their heads, and tenderly inquire how they are getting along, and mix them a posset, and even then, in the abandonment of this soul and body subduing malady, such ladies and gentlemen will often give up life itself as unendurable, and put up the most pressing petitions for a speedy annihilation. All of which, however, only arises from their intense anxiety to preserve their valuable lives. How, then, would the friendless emigrants, stowed away like bales of cotton, and packed like slaves in a slave ship, confined in a place that, during storm time, must be closed against both light and air, who can do no cooking, nor warm so much as a cup of water, for the drenching seas would instantly flood their fire in their exposed galley on deck, how, then, would these men and women and children, to whom a first voyage under the most advantageous circumstances must come just as hard as to the Honorable Delancey Fitzclarence, lady, daughter, and 17 servants? Nor is this all; for in some of these ships, as in the case of the Highlander, the emigrant passengers are cut off from the most indispensable conveniences of a civilized dwelling. This forces them in storm time to such extremities, that no wonder fevers and plagues are the result. We had not been at sea 1 week, when to hold your head down the fore hatchway was like holding it down a suddenly opened cesspool. But still more than this, such is the aristocracy maintained on board some of these ships, that the most arbitrary measures are enforced to prevent the emigrants from intruding upon the most holy precincts of the quarter-deck, the only completely open space on shipboard. Consequently, even in fine weather, when they come up from below, they are crowded in the waist of the ship, and jammed among the boats, casks, and spars, abused by the seamen, and sometimes cuffed by the officers, for unavoidably standing in the way of working the vessel. The cabin passengers of the Highlander numbered some 15 in all, and to protect this detachment of gentility from the barbarian incursions of the wild Irish emigrants, ropes were passed athwart ships by the mainmast, from side to side, which defined the boundary line between those who had paid £3 passage money from those who had paid 20 guineas, and the cabin passengers themselves were the most urgent in having this regulation maintained. Lucky would it be for the pretensions of some parvenus, whose souls are deposited at their bankers, and whose bodies but serve to carry about purses knit of poor men's heartstrings, if thus easily they could precisely define ashore the difference between them and the rest of humanity. But I, Redburn, am a poor fellow, who have hardly ever known what it is to have 5 silver dollars in my pocket at one time. So, no doubt, this circumstance has something to do with my slight and harmless indignation at these things. Chapter 48. A Living Corpse. It was destined that our departure from the English strand should be marked by a tragical event, akin to the sudden end of the suicide which had so strongly impressed me on quitting the American shore. Of the 3 newly shipped men, who, in a state of intoxication, had been brought on board at the dock gates, 2 were able to be engaged at their duties in 4 or 5 hours after quitting the pier. But the 3rd man yet lay in his bunk, in the selfsame posture in which his limbs had been adjusted by the crimp who had deposited him there. His name was down on the ship's papers as Miguel Saavedra, and for Miguel Saavedra the chief mate at last came forward, shouting down the forecastle scuttle, and commanding his instant presence on deck. But the sailors answered for their new comrade, giving the mate to understand that Miguel was still fast locked in his trance, and could not obey him, when, muttering his usual imprecation, the mate retired to the quarter-deck. This was in the first dog watch, from 4 to 6 in the evening. At about 3 bells in the next watch, Max the Dutchman, who, like most old seamen, was something of a physician in cases of drunkenness, recommended that Miguel's clothing should be removed, in order that he should lie more comfortably. But Jackson, who would seldom let anything be done in the forecastle that was not proposed by himself, capriciously forbade this proceeding. So the sailor still lay out of sight in his bunk, which was in the extreme angle of the forecastle, behind the bowsprit bitts, 2 stout timbers rooted in the ship's keel. An hour or 2 afterward, some of the men observed a strange odor in the forecastle, which was attributed to the presence of some dead rat among the hollow spaces in the side planks, for some days before the forecastle had been smoked out, to extirpate the vermin overrunning her. At midnight, the larboard watch, to which I belonged, turned out, and instantly as every man waked, he exclaimed at the now intolerable smell, supposed to be heightened by the shaking up the bilge water from the ship's rolling. "Blast that rat!" cried the Greenlander. "He's blasted already," said Jackson, who in his drawers had crossed over to the bunk of Miguel. "It's a water rat, shipmates, that's dead, and here he is." And with that he dragged forth the sailor's arm, exclaiming, "Dead as a timberhead." Upon this the men rushed toward the bunk, Max with the light, which he held to the man's face. "No, he's not dead," he cried, as the yellow flame wavered for a moment at the seaman's motionless mouth. But hardly had the words escaped, when, to the silent horror of all, 2 threads of greenish fire, like a forked tongue, darted out between the lips, and in a moment the cadaverous face was crawled over by a swarm of worm-like flames. The lamp dropped from the hand of Max and went out, while covered all over with spires and sparkles of flame that faintly crackled in the silence, the uncovered parts of the body burned before us, precisely like phosphorescent shark in a midnight sea. The eyes were open and fixed, the mouth was curled like a scroll, and every lean feature firm as in life, while the whole face, now wound in curls of soft blue flame, wore an aspect of grim defiance and eternal death. Prometheus blasted by fire on the rock. One arm, its red shirt sleeve rolled up, exposed the man's name, tattooed in vermilion, near the hollow of the middle joint. And as if there was something peculiar in the painted flesh, every vibrating letter burned so white that you might read the flaming name in the flickering ground of blue. "Where's that blank Miguel?" was now shouted down among us from the scuttle by the mate, who had just come on deck, and was determined to have every man up that belonged to his watch. "He's gone to the harbor, where they never weigh anchor," coughed Jackson. "Come you down, sir, and look." Thinking that Jackson intended to beard him, the mate sprang down in a rage, but recoiled at the burning body as if he had been shot by a bullet. "My God!" he cried, and stood holding fast to the ladder. "Take hold of it," said Jackson, at last to the Greenlander. "It must go overboard. Don't stand shaking there like a dog. Take hold of it, I say. But stop." And smothering it all in the blankets, he pulled it partly out of the bunk. A few minutes more, and it fell with a bubble among the phosphorescent sparkles of the damp night sea, leaving a coruscating wake as it sank. This event thrilled me through and through with unspeakable horror, nor did the conversation of the watch during the next 4 hours on deck at all serve to soothe me. But what most astonished me, and seemed most incredible, was the infernal opinion of Jackson that the man had been actually dead when brought on board the ship, and that knowingly, and merely for the sake of the month's advance, paid into his hand upon the strength of the bill he presented, the body-snatching crimp had knowingly shipped a corpse on board of the Highlander, under the pretense of its being a live body in a drunken trance. And I heard Jackson say that he had known of such things having been done before, but that a really dead body ever burned in that manner, I cannot even yet believe. But the sailors seem familiar with such things, or at least with the stories of such things having happened to others. For me, who at that age had never so much as happened to hear of a case like this, of animal combustion, in the horrid mood that came over me, I almost thought the burning body was a premonition of the hell of the Calvinists, and that Miguel's earthly end was a foretaste of his eternal condemnation. Immediately after the burial, an iron pot of red coals was placed in the bunk, and in it 2 handfuls of coffee were roasted. This done, the bunk was nailed up, and was never opened again during the voyage, and strict orders were given to the crew not to divulge what had taken place to the emigrants, but to this they needed no commands. After the event, no one sailor but Jackson would stay alone in the forecastle, by night or by noon, and no more would they laugh or sing, or in any way make merry there, but kept all their pleasantries for the watches on deck. All but Jackson, who, while the rest would be sitting silently smoking on their chests or in their bunks, would look toward the fatal spot, and cough and laugh, and invoke the dead man with incredible scoffs and jeers. He froze my blood, and made my soul stand still. Chapter 49. Carlo. There was on board our ship, among the emigrant passengers, a rich-cheeked, chestnut-haired Italian boy, arrayed in a faded, olive-hued velvet jacket, and tattered trousers rolled up to his knee. He was not above 15 years of age, but in the twilight pensiveness of his full morning eyes there seemed to sleep experiences so sad and various, that his days must have seemed to him years. It was not an eye like Harry's, though Harry's was large and womanly. It shone with a soft and spiritual radiance, like a moist star in a tropic sky, and spoke of humility, deep-seated thoughtfulness, yet a careless endurance of all the ills of life. The head was, if anything, small, and heaped with thick clusters of tendril curls, half overhanging the brows and delicate ears, it somehow reminded you of a classic vase, piled up with Falernian foliage. From the knee downward, the naked leg was beautiful to behold as any lady's arm, so soft and rounded, with infantile ease and grace. His whole figure was free, fine, and indolent. He was such a boy as might have ripened into life in a Neapolitan vineyard; such a boy as gypsies steal in infancy; such a boy as Murillo often painted, when he went among the poor and outcast for subjects wherewith to captivate the eyes of rank and wealth; such a boy as only Andalusian beggars are, full of poetry, gushing from every rent. Carlo was his name, a poor and friendless son of earth, who had no sire, and on life's ocean was swept along as spoondrift in a gale. Some months previous, he had landed in Prince's Dock with his hand organ from a Messina vessel, and had walked the streets of Liverpool playing the sunny airs of southern chines among the northern fog and drizzle. And now, having laid by enough to pay his passage over the Atlantic, he had again embarked to seek his fortunes in America. From the first, Harry took to the boy. "Carlo," said Harry, "how did you succeed in England?" He was reclining upon an old sail spread on the longboat, and throwing back his soiled but tasseled cap, and caressing one leg like a child, he looked up, and said in his broken English, that seemed like mixing the potent wine of Oporto with some delicious syrup, said he, "Ah, I succeed very well, for I have tunes for the young and the old, the gay and the sad. I have marches for military young men, and love airs for the ladies, and solemn sounds for the aged. I never draw a crowd, but I know from their faces what airs will best please them. I never stop before a house, but I judge from its portico for what tune they will soonest toss me some silver, and I ever play sad airs to the merry, and merry airs to the sad, and most always the rich best fancy the sad, and the poor the merry." "But do you not sometimes meet with cross and crabbed old men," said Harry, "who would much rather have your room than your music?" "Yes, sometimes," said Carlo, playing with his foot, "sometimes I do." "And then, knowing the value of quiet to unquiet men, I suppose you never leave them under a shilling." "No," continued the boy, "I love my organ as I do myself, for it is my only friend, poor organ. It sings to me when I am sad, and cheers me, and I never play before a house on purpose to be paid for leaving off, not I. Would I, poor organ?" looking down the hatchway where it was. "No, that I never have done, and never will do, though I starve. For when people drive me away, I do not think my organ is to blame, but they themselves are to blame, for such people's musical pipes are cracked and grown rusted, that no more music can be breathed into their souls." "No, Carlo, no music like yours, perhaps," said Harry with a laugh. "Ah, there's the mistake. Though my organ is as full of melody as a hive is of bees, yet no organ can make music in unmusical breasts, no more than my native winds can, when they breathe upon a harp without chords." Next day was a serene and delightful one, and in the evening, when the vessel was just rippling along, impelled by a gently yet steady breeze, and the poor emigrants, relieved from their late sufferings, were gathered on deck, Carlo suddenly started up from his lazy reclinings, went below, and, assisted by the emigrants, returned with his organ. Now, music is a holy thing, and its instruments, however humble, are to be loved and revered. Whatever has made, or does make, or may make music, should be held sacred as the golden bridle bit of the Shah of Persia's horse, and the golden hammer with which his hoofs are shod. Musical instruments should be like the silver tongs with which the high priests tended the Jewish altars, never to be touched by a hand profane. Who would bruise the poorest reed of Pan, though plucked from a beggar's hedge, would insult the melodious God himself. And there is no humble thing with music in it, not a fife, not a negro fiddle, that is not to be reverenced as much as the grandest architectural organ that ever rolled its flood tide of harmony down a cathedral nave. For even a Jew's harp may be so played as to awaken all the fairies that are in us, and make them dance in our souls as on a moonlit sward of violets. But what subtle power is this, residing in but a bit of steel, which might have made a tenpenny nail, that so enters, without knocking, into our inmost beings, and shows us all hidden things? Not in a spirit of foolish speculation altogether, in no merely transcendental mood, did the glorious Greek of old fancy the human soul to be essentially a harmony. And if we grant that theory of Paracelsus and Campanella, that every man has 4 souls within him, then can we account for those banded sounds with silver links, those quartets of melody that sometimes sit and sing within us as if our souls were baronial halls, and our music were made by the hoarest old harpers of Wales. But look, here is poor Carlo's organ, and while the silent crowd surrounds him, there he stands, looking mildly but inquiringly about him, his right hand pulling and twitching the ivory knobs at one end of his instrument. Behold the organ! Surely, if much virtue lurk in the old fiddles of Cremona, and if their melody be in proportion to their antiquity, what divine ravishments may we not anticipate from this venerable, embrowned old organ, which might almost have played the Dead March in Saul, when King Saul himself was buried. A fine old organ, carved into fantastic old towers and turrets and belfries, its architecture seems somewhat of the Gothic monastic order. In front, it looks like the west front of York Minster. What sculptured arches leading into mysterious intricacies! What mullioned windows that seem as if they must look into chapels flooded with devotional sunsets! What flying buttresses and gable ends and niches with saints! But stop! 'Tis a Moorish iniquity; for here, as I live, is a Saracenic arch, which, for aught I know, may lead into some interior Alhambra. Ay, it does; for as Carlo now turns his hand, I hear the gush of the Fountain of Lions, as he plays some thronged Italian air, a mixed and liquid sea of sound, that dashes its spray in my face. Play on, Italian boy! What though the notes be broken? Here's that within that mends them. Turn hither your pensive morning eyes, and while I list to the organ's twain, one yours, one mine, let me gaze fathoms down into thy fathomless eye. 'Tis good, as gazing down into the great South Sea, and seeing the dazzling rays of the dolphins there. Play on, for to every note come trooping, now triumphant standards, armies marching, all the pomp of sound. Methinks I am Xerxes, the nucleus of the martial neigh of all the Persian studs. Like gilded damask flies, thick clustering on some lofty bough, my satraps swarm around me. But now the pageant passes, and I droop, while Carlo taps his ivory knobs, and plays some flute-like saraband, soft, dulcet, dropping sounds, like silver cans in bubbling brooks. And now a clanging martial air, as if 10,000 brazen trumpets, forged from spurs and sword hilts, called north, and south, and east, to rush to west. Again, what blasted heath is this? What goblin sounds of Macbeth's witches? Beethoven's spirit waltz, the muster call of sprites and specters. Now come, hands joined, Medusa, Hecate, she of Endor, and all the Blocksberg's demons dire. Once more the ivory knobs are tapped, and long-drawn golden sounds are heard, some ode to Cleopatra. Slowly loom and solemnly expand vast, rounding orbs of beauty. And before me float innumerable queens, deep dipped in silver gauzes. All this could Carlo do: make, unmake me, build me up, to pieces take me, and join me limb to limb. He is the architect of domes of sound and bowers of song. And all is done with that old organ. Reverenced, then, be all street organs. More melody is at the beck of my Italian boy than lurks in squadrons of Parisian orchestras. But look, Carlo has that to feast the eye as well as ear, and the same wondrous magic in me magnifies them into grandeur, though every figure greatly needs the artist's repairing hand, and sadly needs a dusting. His York Minster's west front opens, and like the gates of Milton's heaven, it turns on golden binges. What have we here? The inner palace of the Great Mogul? Group and gilded columns and confidential clusters, fixed fountains, canopies and lounges, and lords and dames in silk and spangles. The organ plays a stately march, and presto! wide open arches, and out come, two and two, with nodding plumes, in crimson turbans, a troop of martial men, with jingling scimitars, they pace the hall, salute, pass on, and disappear. Now ground in lofty tumblers, jet-black Nubian slaves, they fling themselves on poles, stand on their heads, and downward vanish. And now a dance and masquerade of figures, reeling from the side doors among the knights and dames. Some sultan leads a sultaness, some emperor a queen, and jeweled sword hilts of carpet knights fling back the glances tossed by coquettes of countesses. On this the curtain drops, and there the poor old organ stands, begrimed and black and rickety. Now tell me, Carlo, if at street corners for a single penny I may thus transport myself in dreams Elysian, who so rich as I? Not he who owns 1,000,000. And Carlo, I'll betide the voice that ever greets thee, my Italian boy, with aught but kindness. Curse the slave who ever drives thy wondrous box of sights and sounds forth from a lordling's door. End of section 11. Chapters 50 through 55. Chapter 50. Harry Bolton at Sea. As yet I have said nothing about how my friend Harry got along as a sailor. Poor Harry! A feeling of sadness, never to be comforted, comes over me, even now when I think of you. For this voyage that you went, but carried you part of the way to that ocean grave which has buried you up with your secrets, and whither no morning pilgrimage can be made. But why this gloom at the thought of the dead? And why should we not be glad? Is it that we ever think of them as departed from all joy? Is it that we believe that indeed they are dead? They revisit us not, the departed. Their voices no more ring in the air. Summer may come, but it is winter with them, and even in our own limbs we feel not the sap that every spring renews the green life of the trees. But Harry, you live over again, as I recall your image before me. I see you, plain and palpable as in life, and can make your existence obvious to others. Is he, then, dead, of whom this may be said? But, Harry, you are mixed with 1,000 strange forms, the centaurs of fancy, half real and half human, half wild and half grotesque. Divine imaginings, like gods, come down to the groves of our Thessalies, and there, in the embrace of wild dryad reminiscences, beget the beings that astonish the world. But, Harry, though your image now roams in my Thessaly groves, it is the same as of old, and among the droves of mixed beings and centaurs, you show like a zebra banding with elks. And, indeed, in his striped Guernsey frock, dark glossy skin and hair, Harry Bolton, mingling with the Highlander's crew, looked not unlike the soft, silken, quadruped Creole, that, pursued by wild bushmen, bounds through Caffrarian woods. How they hunted you, Harry, my zebra, those ocean barbarians, those unimpressible, uncivilized sailors of ours. How they pursued you from bowsprit to mainmast, and started you out of your every retreat. Before the day of our sailing, it was known to the seamen that the girlish youth whom they daily saw near the sign of the Clipper in Union Street would form one of their homeward-bound crew. Accordingly, they cast upon him many a critical glance, but were not long in concluding that Harry would prove no very great accession to their strength; that the hoist of so tender an arm would not tell many hundredweight on the main topsail halyards. Therefore they disliked him before they became acquainted with him, and such dislikes, as every one knows, are the most inveterate, and liable to increase. But even sailors are not blind to the sacredness that hallows a stranger,
and for a time, abstaining from rudeness, they only maintained toward my friend a cold and unsympathizing civility. As for Harry, at first, the novelty of the scene filled up his mind, and the thought of being bound for a distant land carried with it, as with every one, a buoyant feeling of undefinable expectation. And though his money was now gone again, all but a sovereign or two, yet that troubled him but little in the first flush of being at sea. But I was surprised that one who had certainly seen much of life should evince such an incredible ignorance of what was wholly inadmissible in a person situated as he was. But perhaps his familiarity with lofty life only the less qualified him for understanding the other extreme. Will you believe me, this Bury Blade once came on deck in a brocaded dressing gown, embroidered slippers, and tasseled smoking cap, to stand his morning watch. As soon as I beheld him thus arrayed, a suspicion, which had previously crossed my mind, again recurred, and I almost vowed to myself that, spite his protestations, Harry Bolton never could have been at sea before, even as a guinea pig in an Indiaman; for the slightest acquaintance with the sea life and sailors should have prevented him, it would seem, from enacting this folly. "Who's that Chinese mandarin?" cried the mate, who had made voyages to Canton. "Look you, my fine fellow, douse that mainsail now, and furl it in a trice." "Sir," said Harry, starting back, "is not this the morning watch, and is not mine a morning gown?" But though, in my refined friend's estimation, nothing could be more appropriate, in the mate's it was the most monstrous of incongruities, and the offensive gown and cap were removed. "It is too bad," exclaimed Harry to me. "I meant to lounge away the watch in that gown until coffee time; and I suppose your Hottentot of a mate won't permit a gentleman to smoke his Turkish pipe of a morning; but, by gad, I'll wear straps to my pantaloons to spite him." Oh, that was the rock on which you split, poor Harry. Incensed at the want of polite refinement in the mates and crew, Harry, in a pet and pique, only determined to provoke them the more, and the storm of indignation he raised very soon overwhelmed him. The sailors took a special spite to his chest, a large mahogany one, which he had had made to order at a furniture warehouse. It was ornamented with brass screw heads and other devices, and was well filled with those articles of the wardrobe in which Harry had sported through a London season; for the various vests and pantaloons he had sold in Liverpool, when in want of money, had not materially lessened his extensive stock. It was curious to listen to the various hints and opinings thrown out by the sailors at the occasional glimpses they had of this collection of silks, velvets, broadcloths, and satins. I do not know exactly what they thought Harry had been, but they seemed unanimous in believing that, by abandoning his country, Harry had left more room for the gamblers. Jackson even asked him to lift up the lower hem of his browsers to test the color of his calves. It is a noteworthy circumstance that whenever a slender-made youth of easy manners and polite address happens to form one of a ship's company, the sailors almost invariably impute his sea-going to an irresistible necessity of decamping from terra firma in order to evade the constables. These white-fingered gentry must be light-fingered too, they say to themselves, or they would not be after putting their hands into our tar. What else can bring them to sea? Cogent and conclusive this, and thus Harry, from the very beginning, was put down for a very equivocal character. Sometimes, however, they only made sport of his appearance, especially one evening when, his monkey jacket being wet through, he was obliged to mount one of his swallow-tailed coats. They said he carried 2 mizzen peaks at his stern; declared he was a broken-down quill driver, or a footman to a Portuguese running barber, or some old maid's tobacco boy. As for the captain, it had become all the same to Harry as if there were no gentlemanly and complacent Captain Riga on board. For, to his no small astonishment, but just as I had predicted, Captain Riga never noticed him now,
but left the business of indoctrinating him into the little experiences of a greenhorn's career solely in the hands of his officers and crew. But the worst was to come. For the first few days, whenever there was any running aloft to be done, I noticed that Harry was indefatigable in coiling away the slack of the rigging about decks, ignoring the fact that his shipmates were springing into the shrouds. And when all hands of the watch would be engaged clewing up a t'gallant sail, that is, pulling the proper ropes on deck that wrapped the sail up on the yard aloft, Harry would always manage to get near the belaying pin, so that when the time came for two of us to spring into the rigging, he would be inordinately fidgety in making fast the clew lines, and would be so absorbed in that occupation, and would so elaborate the hitchings round the pin, that it was quite impossible for him, after doing so much, to mount over the bulwarks before his comrades had got there. However, after securing the clew lines beyond a possibility of their getting loose, Harry would always make a feint of starting in a prodigious hurry for the shrouds; but suddenly looking up and seeing others in advance, would retreat, apparently quite chagrined that he had been cut off from the opportunity of signalizing his activity. At this I was surprised, and spoke to my friend. When the alarming fact was confessed, that he had made a private trial of it, and it never would do, he could not go aloft; his nerves would not hear of it. "Then, Harry," said I, "better you had never been born. Do you know what it is that you are coming to? Did you not tell me that you made no doubt you would acquit yourself well in the rigging? Did you not say that you had been 2 voyages to Bombay? Harry, you were mad to ship. But you only imagine it. Try again, and my word for it, you will very soon find yourself as much at home among the spars as a bird in a tree." But he could not be induced to try it over again. The fact was, his nerves could not stand it. In the course of his courtly career, he had drunk too much strong Mocha coffee and gunpowder tea, and had smoked altogether too many Havanas. At last, as I had repeatedly warned him, the mate singled him out one morning, and commanded him to mount to the main truck, and unreeve the short signal halyards. "Sir?" said Harry, aghast. "Away you go," said the mate, snatching a whip's end. "Don't strike me," screamed Harry, drawing himself up. "Take that, and along with you," cried the mate, laying the rope once across his back, but lightly. "By heaven!" cried Harry, wincing, not with the blow, but the insult; and then making a dash at the mate, who, holding out his long arm, kept him lazily at bay, and laughed at him, till, had I not feared a broken head, I should infallibly have pitched my boy's bulk into the officer. "Captain Riga!" cried Harry. "Don't call upon him," said the mate. "He's asleep, and won't wake up till we strike Yankee soundings again. Up you go," he added, flourishing the rope's end. Harry looked round among the grinning tars with a glance of terrible indignation and agony; and then, settling his eye on me, and seeing there no hope, but even an admonition of obedience, as his only resource, he made one bound into the rigging, and was up at the maintop in a trice. I thought a few more springs would take him to the truck, and was a little fearful that in his desperation he might then jump overboard; for I had heard of delirious greenhorns doing such things at sea, and being lost forever. But no, he stopped short, and looked down from the top. Fatal glance! It unstrung his every fiber, and I saw him reel, and clutch the shrouds, till the mate shouted out for him not to squeeze the tar out of the ropes. "Up you go, sir!" But Harry said nothing. "You, Max," cried the mate to the Dutch sailor, "spring after him, and help him. You understand?" Max went up the rigging hand over hand, and brought his red head with a bump against the base of Harry's back. Needs must when the devil drives; and higher, with Max bumping him at every step, went my unfortunate friend. At last
He gained the royal yard, and the thin signal halyards, hardly bigger than common twine, were flying in the wind. "Unreeve!" cried the mate. I saw Harry's arms stretched out. His legs seemed shaking in the rigging, even to us down on deck. And at last, thank heaven, the deed was done. He came down pale as death, with bloodshot eyes, and every limb quivering. From that moment he never put foot in Rattlin, never mounted above the bulwarks, and for the residue of the voyage, at least, became an altered person. At the time he went to the mate, since he could not get speech of the captain, and conjured him to intercede with Riga, that his name might be stricken off from the list of the ship's company, so that he might make the voyage as a steerage passenger, for which privilege he bound himself to pay, as soon as he could dispose of some things of his in New York, over and above the ordinary passage money. But the mate gave him a blunt denial, and a look of wonder at his effrontery. Once a sailor on board a ship, and always a sailor for that voyage, at least. For within so brief a period, no officer can bear to associate on terms of anything like equality with a person whom he has ordered about at his pleasure. Harry then told the mate solemnly, that he might do what he pleased, but go aloft again he could not, and would not. He would do anything else but that. This affair sealed Harry's fate on board of the Highlander. The crew now reckoned him fair play for their worst jibes and jeers, and he led a miserable life indeed. Few landsmen can imagine the depressing and self-humiliating effects of finding one's self, for the first time, at the beck of illiterate sea tyrants, with no opportunity of exhibiting any trait about you, but your ignorance of everything connected with the sea life that you lead, and the duties you are constantly called upon to perform. In such a sphere, and under such circumstances, Isaac Newton and Lord Bacon would be sea clowns and bumpkins, and Napoleon Bonaparte be cuffed and kicked without remorse. In more than one instance, I have seen the truth of this, and Harry, poor Harry, proved no exception. And from the circumstances which exempted me from experiencing the bitterest of these evils, I only the more felt for one who, from a strange constitutional nervousness, before unknown even to himself, was become as a hunted hare to the merciless crew. But how was it that Harry Bolton, who, spite of his effeminacy of appearance, had evinced, in our London trip, such unmistakable flashes of a spirit not easily tamed? How was it that he could now yield himself up to the almost passive reception of contumely and contempt? Perhaps his spirit, for the time, had been broken. But I will not undertake to explain. We are curious creatures, as every one knows. And there are passages in the lives of all men so out of keeping with the common tenor of their ways, and so seemingly contradictory of themselves, that only He who made us can expound them. Chapter 51. The Emigrants. After the first miserable weather we experienced at sea, we had intervals of foul and fair, mostly the former, however, attended with head winds, till at last, after a 3 days' fog and rain, the sun rose cheerily one morning, and showed us Cape Clear. Thank heaven! We were out of the weather emphatically called Channel weather, and the last we should see of the eastern hemisphere was now in plain sight, and all the rest was broad ocean. "Land ho!" was cried, as the dark purple headland grew out of the north. At the cry, the Irish emigrants came rushing up the hatchway, thinking America itself was at hand. "Where is it?" cried one of them, running out a little way on the bowsprit. "Is that it?" "Aye, it doesn't look much like old Ireland, does it?" said Jackson. "Not a bit, honey. And how long before we get there? Tonight?" Nothing could exceed the disappointment and grief of the emigrants, when they were at last informed that the land to the north was their own native island, which, after leaving 3 or 4 weeks previous in a steamboat for Liverpool, was now close to them again; and that, after newly voyaging so many days from the Mersey, the Highlander was only bringing them in view of the original home whence they started. They were the most simple people I had ever seen. They seemed to have no adequate idea of distances, and to them America must have seemed as a place just over a river. Every morning some of them came on deck to see how much nearer we were, and one old man would stand for hours together looking straight off from the bows as if he expected to see New York City every minute, when perhaps we were yet 2,000 miles distant, and steering, moreover, against a headwind. The only thing that ever diverted this poor old man from his earnest search for land was the occasional appearance of porpoises under the bows, when he would cry out at the top of his voice, "Look, look, ye devils! Look at the great pigs of the sea!" At last the emigrants began to think that the ship had played them false, and that she was bound for the East Indies, or some other remote place. And one night Jackson set a report going among them that Riga purported taking them to Barbary, and selling them all for slaves. But though some of the old women almost believed it, and a great weeping ensued among the children, yet the men knew better than to believe such a ridiculous tale. Of all the emigrants, my Italian boy Carlo seemed most at his ease. He would lie all day in a dreamy mood, sunning himself in the long boat, and gazing out on the sea. At night he would bring up his organ, and play for several hours, much to the delight of his fellow voyagers, who blessed him and his organ again and again, and paid him for his music by furnishing him his meals. Sometimes the steward would come forward, when it happened to be very much of a moonlight, with a message from the cabin for Carlo to repair to the quarter-deck, and entertain the gentlemen and ladies. There was a fiddler on board, as will presently be seen; and sometimes, by urgent entreaties, he was induced to unite his music with Carlo's, for the benefit of the cabin occupants. But this was only twice or thrice, for this fiddler deemed himself considerably elevated above the other steerage passengers, and did not much fancy the idea of fiddling to strangers, and thus wear out his elbow, while persons entirely unknown to him, and in whose welfare he felt not the slightest interest, were curveting about in famous high spirits. So, for the most part, the gentlemen and ladies were fain to dance as well as they could to my little Italian's organ. It was the most accommodating organ in the world, for it could play any tune that was called for, Carlo pulling in and out the ivory knobs at one side, and so manufacturing melody at pleasure. True, some censorious gentlemen cabin passengers protested that such or such an air was not precisely according to Handel or Mozart; and some ladies, whom I overheard talking about throwing their nosegays to Malibran at Covent Garden, assured the attentive Captain Riga that Carlo's organ was a most wretched affair, and made a horrible din. "Yes, ladies," said the captain, bowing, "by your leave, I think Carlo's organ must have lost its mother, for it squeals like a pig running after its dam." Harry was incensed at these criticisms, and yet these cabin people were all ready enough to dance to poor Carlo's music. "Carlo," said I, one night, as he was marching forward from the quarter-deck, after one of these sea quadrilles, which took place during my watch on deck, "Carlo," said I, "what do the gentlemen and ladies give you for playing?" "Look," and he showed me 3 copper medals of Britannia and her shield, 3 English pennies. Now, whenever we discover a dislike in us, toward any one, we should ever be a little suspicious of ourselves. It may be, therefore, that the natural antipathy with which almost all seamen and steerage passengers regard the inmates of the cabin was one cause, at least, of my not feeling very charitably disposed toward them myself. Yes, that might have been, but nevertheless I will let nature have her own way for once, and here declare roundly that, however it was, I cherished a feeling toward these cabin passengers akin to contempt; not because they happened to be cabin passengers, not at all, but only because they seemed the most finical, miserly, mean men and women that ever stepped over the Atlantic. One of them was an old fellow in a robust-looking coat with broad skirts. He had a nose like a bottle of port wine, and would stand for a whole hour with his legs straddling apart and his hands deep down in his breeches pockets, as if he had two mints at work there, coining guineas. He was an abominable-looking old fellow, with cold, fat, jelly-like eyes, and avarice, heartlessness, and sensuality stamped all over him. He seemed all the time going through some process of mental arithmetic, doing sums with dollars and cents. His very mouth, wrinkled and drawn up at the corners, looked like a purse. When he dies, his skull ought to be turned into a savings box, with the till hole between his teeth. Another of the cabin inmates was a middle-aged Londoner in a comical cockney-cut coat with a pair of semicircular tails, so that he looked as if he were sitting in a swing. He wore a spotted neckerchief, a short little fiery red vest, and striped pants, very thin in the calf, but very full about the waist. There was nothing describable about him but his dress, for he had such a meaningless face, I could not remember it, though I have a vague impression that it looked at the time as if its owner was laboring under the mumps. Then there were 2 or 3 buckish-looking young fellows among the rest, who were all the time playing at cards on the poop, under the lee of the spanker, or smoking cigars on the taffrail, or sat quizzing the emigrant women with opera glasses leveled through the windows of the upper cabin. These sparks frequently called for the steward to help them to brandy and water, and talked about going on to Washington to see Niagara Falls. There was also an old gentleman who had brought with him 3 or 4 heavy files of the London Times and other papers, and he spent all his hours in reading them on the shady side of the deck, with one leg crossed over the other, and without crossed legs he never read at all. That was indispensable to the proper understanding of what he studied. He growled terribly when disturbed by the sailors, who now and then obliged to move him to get at the ropes. As for the ladies, I have nothing to say concerning them, for ladies are like creeds. If you can not speak well of them, say nothing. Chapter 52. The Emigrant's Kitchen. I have made some mention of the galley, or great stove for the steerage passengers, which was planted over the main hatches. During the outward-bound passage, there were so few occupants of the steerage, that they had abundant room to do their cooking at this galley. But it was otherwise now, for we had 400 or 500 in the steerage, and all their cooking was to be done by one fire, a pretty large one to be sure, but nevertheless small enough, considering the number to be accommodated, and the fact that the fire was only to be kindled at certain hours. For the emigrants in these ships are under a sort of martial law, and in all their affairs are regulated by the despotic ordinances of the captain. And though it is evident, that to a certain extent this is necessary, and even indispensable, yet, as at sea, no appeal lies beyond the captain. He too often makes unscrupulous use of his power. And as for going to law with him at the end of the voyage, you might as well go to law with the Czar of Russia. At making the fire, the emigrants take turns, as it is often very disagreeable work, owing to the pitching of the ship and the heaving of the spray over the uncovered galley. Whenever I had the morning watch, from 4 to 8, I was sure to see some poor fellow crawling up from below about daybreak, and go to groping over the deck after bits of rope yarn, or tarred canvas, for kindling stuff. And no sooner would the fire be fairly made, than up came the old women and men and children, each armed with an iron pot or saucepan. And invariably a great tumult ensued as to whose turn to cook came next. Sometimes the more quarrelsome would fight, and upset each other's pots and pans. Once an English lad came up with a little coffee pot, which he managed to crowd in between 2 pans. This done, he went below. Soon after, a great strapping Irishman, in knee breeches and bare calves, made his appearance, and eyeing the row of things on the fire, asked whose coffee pot that was. Upon being told, he removed it, and put his own in its place, saying something about that individual place belonging to him, and with that he turned aside. Not long after, the boy came along again, and seeing his pot removed, made a violent exclamation, and replaced it; which the Irishman no sooner perceived than he rushed at him, with his fists doubled. The boy snatched up the boiling coffee, and spurted its contents all about the fellow's bare legs, which incontinently began to dance involuntary hornpipes and fandangos as a preliminary to giving chase to the boy, who by this time, however, had decamped. Many similar scenes occurred every day. Nor did a single day pass but scores of the poor people got no chance whatever to do their cooking. This was bad enough, but it was a still more miserable thing to see these poor emigrants wrangling and fighting together for the want of the most ordinary accommodations. But thus it is that the very hardships to which such beings are subjected, instead of uniting them, only tends, by embittering their tempers, to set them against each other, and thus they themselves drive the strongest rivet into the chain, by which their social superiors hold them subject. It was with the most reluctant hand, that every evening in the second dog watch, at the mate's command, I would march up to the fire, and giving notice to the assembled crowd, that the time was come to extinguish it, would dash it out with my bucket of salt water, though many, who had long waited for a chance to cook, had now to go away disappointed. The staple food of the Irish emigrants was oatmeal and water, boiled into what is sometimes called mush; by the Dutch is known as soupan; by sailors, burgoo; by the New Englanders, hasty pudding, in which hasty pudding, by the way, the poet Barlow found the materials for a sort of epic. Some of the steerage passengers, however, were provided with sea biscuit, and other perennial food, that was eatable all the year round, fire or no fire. There were several, moreover, who seemed better to do in the world than the rest; who were well furnished with hams, cheese, Bologna sausages, Dutch herrings, alewives, and other delicacies adapted to the contingencies of a voyager in the steerage. There was a little old Englishman on board, who had been a grocer ashore, whose greasy trunks seemed all pantries; and he was constantly using himself for a cupboard, by transferring their contents into his own interior. He was a little light of head, I always thought. He particularly doted on his long strings of sausages, and would sometimes take them out and play with them, wreathing them round him like an Indian juggler with charmed snakes. What with this diversion, and eating his cheese, and helping himself from an inexhaustible junk bottle, and smoking his pipe, and meditating, this crack-pated grocer made time jog along with him at a tolerably easy pace. But by far the most considerable man in the steerage, in point of pecuniary circumstances at least, was a slender little pale–faced English tailor, who it seemed had engaged a passage for himself and wife in some imaginary section of the ship, called the second cabin, which was feigned to combine the comforts of the first cabin with the cheapness of the steerage. But it turned out that this second cabin was comprised in the after part of the steerage itself, with nothing intervening but a name. So, to his no small disgust, he found himself herding with the rabble, and his complaints to the captain were unheeded. This luckless tailor was tormented the whole voyage by his wife, who was young and handsome, just such a beauty as farmers' boys fall in love with. She had bright eyes and red cheeks, and looked plump and happy. She was a sad coquette, and did not turn away, as she was bound to do, from the dandy glances of the cabin bucks, who ogled her through their double–barreled opera glasses. This enraged the tailor past telling. He would remonstrate with his wife, and scold her, and lay his matrimonial commands upon her, to go below instantly, out of sight. But the lady was not to be tyrannized over, and so she told him. Meantime the bucks would be still framing her in their lenses, mightily enjoying the fun. The last resources of the poor tailor would be to start up and make a dash at the rogues with clenched fists; but upon getting as far as the mainmast, the mate would accost him from over the rope that divided them, and beg leave to communicate the fact that he could come no further. This unfortunate tailor was also a fiddler, and when fairly baited into desperation, would rush for his instrument, and try to get rid of his wrath by playing the most savage, remorseless airs he could think of. While thus employed, perhaps his wife would accost him, "Billy, my dear," and lay her soft hand on his shoulder; but Billy, he only fiddled harder. "Billy, my love." The bow went faster and faster. "Come now, Billy, my dear little fellow, let's make it all up," and she bent over his knees, looking bewitchingly up at him with her irresistible eyes. Down went the fiddle and bow, and the couple would sit together for an hour or two, as pleasant and affectionate as possible. But the next day the chances were that the old feud would be renewed, which was certain to be the case at the first glimpse of an opera glass from the cabin. Chapter 53. The Horatii and Curiatii. With a slight alteration, I might begin this chapter after the manner of Livy in the 24th section of his first book. It happened that in each family were 3 twin brothers, between whom there was little disparity in point of age or of strength. Among the steerage passengers of the Highlander were 2 women from Armagh, in Ireland, widows and sisters, who had each 3 twin sons, born, as they said, on the same day. They were 10 years old. Each 3 of these 6 cousins were as like as the mutually reflected figures in a kaleidoscope, and like the forms seen in a kaleidoscope, together as well as separately, they seemed to form a complete figure. But though besides this fraternal likeness, all 6 boys bore a strong cousin-german resemblance to each other, yet the O'Briens were in disposition quite the reverse of the O'Regans. The former were a timid, silent trio, who used to revolve around their mother's waist, and seldom quit the maternal orbit; whereas the O'Regans were broths of boys, full of mischief and fun, and given to all manner of devilment, like the tails of the comets. Early every morning Mrs. O'Regan emerged from the steerage, driving her spirited twins before her, like a riotous herd of young steers, and made her way to the capacious deck tub, full of salt water, pumped up from the sea, for the purpose of washing down the ship. 3 splashes, and the 3 boys were ducking and diving together in the brine; their mother engaged in shampooing them, though it was haphazard sort of work enough, a rub here and a scrub there, as she could manage to fasten on a stray limb. "Pat, ye devil, hold still while I wash ye. Ah, but it's you, Teddy, you rogue. Arrah, now, Mike, ye spalpeen, don't be mixing your legs up with Pat's." The little rascals, leaping and scrambling with delight, enjoyed the sport mightily, while this indefatigable but merry matron manipulated them all over, as if it were a matter of conscience. Meanwhile Mrs. O'Brien would be standing on the boatswain's locker, or rope and tar pot pantry in the vessel's bows, with a large old quarto Bible, black with age, laid before her between the knight heads, and reading aloud to her 3 meek little lambs. The sailors took much pleasure in the deck tub performances of the O'Regans, and greatly admired them always for their archness and activity. But the tranquil O'Briens they did not fancy so much. More especially they disliked the grave matron herself, hooded in rusty black, and they had a bitter grudge against her book. To that, and the incantations muttered over it, they ascribed the head winds that haunted us; and Blunt, our Irish cockney, really believed that Mrs. O'Brien purposely came on deck every morning in order to secure a foul wind for the next ensuing 24 hours. At last, upon her coming forward one morning, Max, the Dutchman, accosted her, saying he was sorry for it, but if she went between the knight heads again with her book, the crew would throw it overboard for her. Now, although contrasted in character, there existed a great warmth of affection between the two families of twins, which, upon this occasion, was curiously manifested. Notwithstanding the rebuke and threat of the sailor, the widow silently occupied her old place, and with her children clustering round her, began her low, muttered reading, standing right in the extreme bows of the ship, and slightly leaning over them, as if addressing the multitudinous waves from a floating pulpit. Presently Max came behind her, snatched the book from her hands, and threw it overboard. The widow gave a wail, and her boys set up a cry. Their cousins, then ducking in the water close by, at once saw the cause of the cry, and springing from the tub like so many dogs, seized Max by the legs, biting and striking at him; which the before timid little O'Briens no sooner perceived, than they, too, threw themselves on the enemy, and the amazed seaman found himself baited like a bull by all 6 boys. And here it gives me joy to record one good thing on the part of the mate. He saw the fray and its beginning, and rushing forward, told Max that he would harm the boys at his peril, while he cheered them on, as if rejoiced at their giving the fellow such a tussle. At last, Max, sorely scratched, bit, pinched, and every way aggravated, though of course without a serious bruise, cried out, "Enough!" and the assailants were ordered to quit him. But though the 3 O'Briens obeyed, the 3 O'Regans hung on to him like leeches, and had to be dragged off. "There now, you rascal," cried the mate, "throw overboard another Bible, and I'll send you after it without a bowline." This event gave additional celebrity to the twins throughout the vessel. That morning all 6 were invited to the quarter deck, and reviewed by the cabin passengers, the ladies manifesting particular interest in them, as they always do concerning twins, which some of them show in public parks and gardens, by stopping to look at them and questioning their nurses. "And were you all born at one time?" asked an old lady, letting her eye run in wonder along the even file of white heads. "Indeed, and we were," said Teddy. "Wasn't we, mother?" Many more questions were asked and answered, when a collection was taken up for their benefit among these magnanimous cabin passengers, which resulted in starting all 6 boys in the world with a penny apiece. I never could look at these little fellows without an inexplicable feeling coming over me; and though there was nothing so very remarkable or unprecedented about them, except the singular coincidence of 2 sisters simultaneously making the world such a generous present, yet the mere fact of their being twins always seemed curious. In fact, to me at least, all twins are prodigies, and still I hardly know why this should be; for all of us in our own persons furnish numerous examples of the same phenomenon. Are not our thumbs twins? A regular Castor and Pollux? And all of our fingers? Are not our arms, hands, legs, feet, eyes, ears, all twins, born at one birth, and as much alike as they possibly can be? Can it be that the Greek grammarians invented their dual number for the particular benefit of twins? Chapter 54. Some superior old nail rod and pigtail. It has been mentioned how advantageously my shipmates disposed of their tobacco in Liverpool; but it is to be related how those nefarious commercial speculations of theirs reduced them to sad extremities in the end. True to their improvident character, and seduced by the high prices paid for the weed in England, they had there sold off by far the greater portion of what tobacco they had, even inducing the mate to surrender the portion he had secured under lock and key by command of the custom house officers; so that when the crew were about 2 weeks out, on the homeward bound passage, it became sorrowfully evident that tobacco was at a premium. Now, one of the favorite pursuits of sailors during a dog watch below at sea is cards, and though they do not understand whist, cribbage, and games of that kidney, yet they are adepts at what is called High-Low Jack and the Game, which name, indeed, was a jackish and nautical flavor. Their stakes are generally so many plugs of tobacco, which, like rouleaux of guinea, are piled on their chests when they play. Judge, then, the wicked zest with which the Highlander's crew now shuffled and dealt the pack, and how the interest curiously and invertedly increased as the stakes necessarily became less and less, and finally resolved themselves into chaws. So absorbed at last did they become at this business, that some of them, after being hard at work during a night watch on deck, would rob themselves of rest below, in order to have a brush at the cards. And as it is very difficult sleeping in the presence of gamblers, especially if they chance to be sailors, whose conversation at all times is apt to be boisterous, these fellows would often be driven out of the forecastle by those who desired to rest. They were obliged to repair on deck and make a card table of it, and invariably in such cases there was a great deal of contention, a great many ungentlemanly charges of nigging and cheating, and now and then a few parenthetical blows were exchanged. But this was not so much to be wondered at, seeing they could see but very little, being provided with no light but that of a midnight sky, and the cards, from long wear and rough usage, having become exceedingly torn and tarry, so much so, that several members of the four suits might have seceded from their respective clans, and formed into a fifth tribe, under the name of Tar Spots. Every day the tobacco grew scarcer and scarcer, till at last it became necessary to adopt the greatest possible economy in its use. The modicum constituting an ordinary chaw was made to last a whole day, and at night, permission being had from the cook, this self-same chaw was placed in the oven of the stove, and there dried, so as to do duty in a pipe. In the end, not a plug was to be had, and deprived of a solace and a stimulus, on which sailors so much rely while at sea, the crew became absent, moody, and sadly tormented with the hypos. They were something like opium smokers suddenly cut off from their drug. They would sit on their chests, forlorn and moping, with a steadfast sadness, eyeing the forecastle lamp at which they had lighted so many a pleasant pipe. With touching eloquence, they recalled those happier evenings, the time of smoke and vapor, when, after a whole day's delectable chawing, they beguiled themselves with their genial and most companionable puffs. One night, when they seemed more than usually cast down and disconsolate, Blunt, the Irish cockney, started up suddenly with an idea in his head. "Boys, let's search under the bunks." Bless you, Blunt, what a happy conceit! Forthwith, the chests were dragged out, the dark places explored, and 2 sticks of nail-rod tobacco, and several old chaws, thrown aside by sailors on some previous voyage, were their cheering reward. They were impartially divided by Jackson, who, upon this occasion, acquitted himself to the satisfaction of all. Their mode of dividing this tobacco was the rather curious one generally adopted by sailors, when the highest possible degree of impartiality is desirable. I will describe it, recommending its earnest consideration to all heirs who may hereafter divide an inheritance. For if they adopted this nautical method, that universally slanderous aphorism of Lavater would be forever rendered nugatory: "Expect not to understand any man till you have divided with him an inheritance." The nail rods they cut as evenly as possible into as many parts as there were men to be supplied. And this operation having been performed in the presence of all, Jackson, placing the tobacco before him, his face to the wall, and back to the company, struck one of the bits of weed with his knife, crying out, "Whose is this?" Whereupon a respondent, previously pitched upon, replied at a venture, from the opposite corner of the forecastle, "Blunt's." And to Blunt it went; and so on, in like manner, till all were served. I put it to you, lawyers, shade of Blackstone, I invoke you, if a more impartial procedure could be imagined than this? But the nail rods and last voyage chaws were soon gone. and then, after a short interval of comparative gaiety, the men again drooped and relapsed into gloom. They soon hit upon an ingenious device, however, but not altogether new among seamen, to allay the severity of the depression under which they languished. Ropes were unstranded and the yarns picked apart, and, cut up into small bits, were used as a substitute for the weed. Old ropes were preferred, especially those which had long lain in the hold, and had contracted an epicurean dampness, making still richer their ancient cheese-like flavor. In the middle of most large ropes there is a straight central part, round which the exterior strands are twisted. When in picking oakum, upon various occasions, I have chanced, among the old junk used at such times, to light upon a fragment of the species of rope I have ever taken. I know not what kind of strange, nutty delight in untwisting it slowly, and gradually coming upon its deftly hidden and aromatic heart, for so this central piece is denominated. It is generally of a rich, tawny Indian hue, somewhat inclined to luster, is exceedingly agreeable to the touch, diffuses a pungent odor as of an old dusty bottle of port newly opened above ground, and altogether is an object which no man who enjoys his dinners could refrain from hanging over and caressing. Nor is this delectable morsel of old junk wanting in many interesting, mournful, and tragic suggestions. Who can say in what gales it may have been? In what remote seas it may have sailed? How many stout masts of 74s and frigates it may have stayed in the tempest? How deep it may have lain, as a hawser, at the bottom of strange harbors? What outlandish fish may have nibbled at it in the water? And what uncatalogued sea fowl may have pecked at it, when forming part of a lofty stay, or a shroud? Now, this particular part of the rope, this nice little cut it was, that among the sailors was the most eagerly sought after. And getting hold of a foot or two of the old cable, they would cut into it lovingly, to see whether it had any tenderloin. For my own part, nevertheless, I can not say that this tit-bit was at all an agreeable one in the mouth, however pleasant to the sight of an antiquary, or to the nose of an epicure in nautical fragrancies. Indeed, though possibly I might have been mistaken, I thought it had rather an astringent, acrid taste, probably induced by the tar, with which the flavor of all ropes is more or less vitiated. But the sailors seemed to like it, and at any rate nibbled at it with great gusto. They converted one pocket of their trousers into a junk shop, and when solicited by a shipmate for a chaw, would produce a small coil of rope. Another device adopted to alleviate their hardships was the substitution of dried tea leaves in place of tobacco for their pipes. No one has ever supped in a forecastle at sea without having been struck by the prodigious residuum of tea leaves or cabbage stalks in his tin pot of bohea. There was no lack of material to supply every pipe bowl among us. I had almost forgotten to relate the most noteworthy thing in this matter, namely, that notwithstanding the general scarcity of the genuine weed, Jackson was provided with a supply, nor did it give out until very shortly previous to our arrival in port. In the lowest depths of despair at the loss of their precious solace, when the sailors would be seated inconsolable as the Babylonish captives, Jackson would sit cross-legged in his bunk, which was an upper one, and enveloped in a cloud of tobacco smoke, would look down upon the mourners below with a sardonic grin at their forlornness. He recalled to mind their folly in selling for filthy lucre their supplies of the weed. He painted their stupidity. He enlarged upon the sufferings they had brought upon themselves. He exaggerated those sufferings, and every way derided, reproached, twitted, and hooted at them. No one dared to return his scurrilous animadversions, nor did any presume to ask him to relieve their necessities out of his fullness. On the contrary, as has been just related, they divided with him the nail rods they found. The extraordinary dominion of this one miserable Jackson over 12 or 14 strong healthy tars is a riddle whose solution must be left to the philosophers. Chapter 55. Drawing nigh to the last scene in Jackson's career. The closing allusion to Jackson in the chapter preceding reminds me of a circumstance which perhaps should have been mentioned before, that after we had been at sea about 10 days, he pronounced himself too unwell to do duty, and accordingly went below to his bunk. And here, with the exception of a few brief intervals of sunning himself in fine weather, he remained on his back, or seated cross-legged, during the remainder of the homeward bound passage. Brooding there, in his infernal gloom, though nothing but a castaway sailor in canvas trousers, this man was still a picture worthy to be painted by the dark, moody hand of Salvator. In any of that master's lowering sea pieces, representing the desolate crags of Calabria, with a midnight shipwreck in the distance, this Jackson's would have been the face to paint for the doomed vessel's figurehead, seamed and blasted by lightning. Though the more sneaking and cowardly of my shipmates whispered among themselves, that Jackson, sure of his wages, whether on duty or off, was only feigning indisposition, nevertheless it was plain that, from his excesses in Liverpool, the malady which had long fastened its fangs in his flesh was now gnawing into his vitals. His cheek became thinner and yellower, and the bones projected like those of a skull. His snaky eyes rolled in red sockets, nor could he lift his hand without a violent tremor, while his racking cough many a time startled us from sleep. Yet still in his tremulous grasp he swayed his scepter, and ruled us all like a tyrant to the last. The weaker and weaker he grew, the more outrageous became his treatment of the crew. The prospect of the speedy and unshunnable death now before him seemed to exasperate his misanthropic soul into madness. And as if he had indeed sold it to Satan, he seemed determined to die with a curse between his teeth. I can never think of him, even now, reclining in his bunk, and with short breaths panting out his maledictions, but I am reminded of that misanthrope upon the throne of the world, the diabolical Tiberius at Caprese, who, even in his self-exile, embittered by bodily pangs and unspeakable mental terrors only known to the damned on earth, yet did not give over his blasphemies, but endeavored to drag down with him to his own perdition all who came within the evil spell of his power. And though Tiberius came in the succession of the Caesars, and though unmatchable Tacitus has embalmed his carrion, yet do I account this Yankee Jackson full as dignified a personage as he, and as well meriting his lofty gallows in history, even though he was a nameless vagabond without an epitaph, and none but I narrate what he was. For there is no dignity in wickedness, whether in purple or rags, and hell is a democracy of devils, where all are equals. There Nero howls side by side with his own malefactors. If Napoleon were truly but a martial murderer, I pay him no more homage than I would a felon. Though Milton's Satan dilutes our abhorrence with admiration, it is only because he is not a genuine being, but something altered from a genuine original. We gather not from the four Gospels alone any high-raised fancies concerning this Satan. We only know him from thence as the personification of the essence of evil, which who but pickpockets and burglars will admire. But this takes not from the merit of our high priest of poetry. It only enhances it, that with such unmitigated evil for his material, he should build up his most goodly structure. But in historically canonizing on earth the condemned below, and lifting up and lauding the illustrious damned, we do but make examples of wickedness, and call upon ambition to do some great iniquity, and be sure of fame. End of Section 12. Chapters 56 through 59. Chapter 56. Under the lee of the long-boat, Redburn and Harry hold confidential communion. A sweet thing is a song, and though the Hebrew captives hung their harps on the willows, that they could not sing the melodies of Palestine before the haughty beards of the Babylonians, yet to themselves those melodies of other times and a distant land were as sweet as the June dew on Herman. And poor Harry was as the Hebrews. He, too, had been carried away captive, though his chief captor and foe was himself. And he, too, many a night, was called upon to sing for those who through the day had insulted and derided him. His voice was just the voice to proceed from a small, silken person like his. It was gentle and liquid, and meandered and tinkled through the words of a song, like a musical brook that winds and wantons by pied and pansied margins. "I can't sing tonight," sadly said Harry to the Dutchman, who with his watchmates requested him to while away the middle watch with his melody. "I can't sing tonight." "But Wellingborough," he whispered, and I stooped my ear. "Come you with me under the lee of the longboat, and there I'll hum you an air." It was "The Banks of the Blue Moselle." Poor, poor Harry, and 1,000 times friendless and forlorn. To be singing that thing which was only meant to be warbled by falling fountains in gardens, or in elegant alcoves in drawing-rooms, to be singing it here, as I live under the tarry lee of our longboat. But he sang and sang, as I watched the waves, and peopled them all with sprites, and cried chassez, hands across, to the multitudinous quadrilles, all danced on the moonlit musical floor. But though it went so hard with my friend to sing his songs to this ruffian crew, whom he hated, even in his dreams, till the foam flew from his mouth while he slept, yet at last I prevailed upon him to master his feelings, and make them subservient to his interests. For so delighted, even with the rudest minstrelsy, are sailors, that I well knew Harry possessed a spell over them, which, for the time at least, they could not resist, and it might induce them to treat with more deference the being who was capable of yielding them such delight. Carlo's organ they did not much care for, but the voice of my Bury blade was an accordion in their ears. So, one night, on the windlass, he sat and sang, and from the ribald jests so common to sailors, the men slid into silence at every verse. Hushed and more hushed they grew, till at last Harry sat among them like Orpheus among the charmed leopards and tigers. Harmless now the fangs with which they were wont to tear my zebra, and backward curled in velvet paws, and fixed their once glaring eyes in fascinated and fascinating brilliancy. Ay, still and hissingly all, for a time they relinquished their prey. Now, during the voyage, the treatment of the crew threw Harry more and more upon himself for companionship, and few can keep constant company with another without revealing some, at least, of their secrets, for all of us yearn for sympathy, even if we do not for love, and to be intellectually alone is a thing only tolerable to genius, whose cherisher and inspirer is solitude. But though my friend became more communicative concerning his past career than ever he had been before, yet he did not make plain many things in his hitherto but partly divulged history, which I was very curious to know. And especially he never made the remotest allusion to aught connected with our trip to London, while the oath of secrecy by which he had bound me held my curiosity on that point a captive. However, as it was, Harry made many very interesting disclosures, and if he did not gratify me more in that respect, he atoned for it, in a measure, by dwelling upon the future, and the prospects, such as they were, which the future held out to him. He confessed that he had no money but a few shillings left from the expenses of our return from London; that only by selling some more of his clothing could he pay for his first week's board in New York; and that he was altogether without any regular profession or business, upon which, by his own exertions, he could securely rely for support. And yet he told me that he was determined never again to return to England, and that somewhere in America he must work out his temporal felicity. "I have forgotten England," he said, "and never more mean to think of it. So tell me, Wellingborough, what am I to do in America?" It was a puzzling question, and full of grief to me, who, young though I was, had been well rubbed, curried, and ground down to fine powder in the hopper of an evil fortune, and who, therefore, could sympathize with one in similar circumstances. For though we may look grave, and behave kindly and considerately to a friend in calamity, yet if we have never actually experienced something like the woe that weighs him down, we can not with the best grace proffer our sympathy. And perhaps there is no true sympathy but between equals, and it may be that we should distrust that man's sincerity who stoops to condole with us. So Harry and I, two friendless wanderers, beguiled many a long watch by talking over our common affairs. But inefficient as a benefactor as I certainly was, still, being an American and returning to my home, even as he was a stranger and hurrying from his, therefore I stood toward him in the attitude of the prospective doer of the honors of my country. I accounted him the nation's guest. Hence I esteemed it more befitting that I should rather talk with him than he with me, that his prospects and plans should engage our attention in preference to my own. Now, seeing that Harry was so brave a songster and could sing such bewitching airs, I suggested whether his musical talents could not be turned to account. The thought struck him most favorably. "Gad, my boy, you have hit it, you have." And then he went on to mention that in some places in England it was customary for 2 or 3 young men of highly respectable families, of undoubted antiquity, but unfortunately in lamentably decayed circumstances and threadbare coats, it was customary for 2 or 3 young gentlemen so situated to obtain their livelihood by their voices, coining their silvery songs into silvery shillings. They wandered from door to door and rang the bell. "Are the ladies and gentlemen in?" Seeing them at least gentlemanly looking, if not sumptuously apparelled, the servant generally admitted them at once. And when the people entered to greet them, their spokesman would rise with a gentle bow and a smile, and say, "We come, ladies and gentlemen, to sing you a song. We are singers at your service." And so, without waiting reply, forth they burst into song, and having most mellifluous voices, enchanted and transported all auditors; so much so, that at the conclusion of the entertainment, they very seldom failed to be well recompensed, and departed with an invitation to return again, and make the occupants of that dwelling once more delighted and happy. "Could not something of this kind now be done in New York?" said Harry. "Or are there no parlors with ladies in them there?" he anxiously added. Again I assured him, as I had often done before, that New York was a civilized and enlightened town, with a large population, fine streets, fine houses, nay, plenty of omnibuses; and that for the most part he would almost think himself in England, so similar to England in essentials was this outlandish America that haunted him. I could not but be struck; and had I not been, from my birth, as it were, a cosmopolite, I had been amazed at his skepticism with regard to the civilization of my native land. A greater patriot than myself might have resented his insinuations. He seemed to think that we Yankees lived in wigwams, and wore bear skins. After all, Harry was a piece of a cockney, and had shut up his Christendom in London. Having then assured him that I could see no reason why he should not play the troubadour in New York, as well as elsewhere, he suddenly popped upon me the question, whether I would not join him in the enterprise, as it would be quite out of the question to go alone on such a business. Said I, "My dear Bury, I have no more voice for a ditty than a dumb man has for an oration. Sing? Such macadamized lungs have I, that I think myself well off that I can talk, let alone nightingaling." So that plan was quashed, and by Harry began to give up the idea of singing himself into a livelihood. "No, I won't sing for my mutton," said he. "What would Lady Georgiana say?" "If I could see her ladyship once, "I might tell you, Harry," returned I, who did not exactly doubt him, but felt ill at ease for my bosom friend's conscience, when he alluded to his various noble and right honorable friends and relations. "But surely, Bury, my friend, you must write a clerkly hand among your other accomplishments, and that, at least, will be sure to help you." "I do write a hand," he gladly rejoined. "There, look at the implement. Do you not think that such a hand as that might dot an I or cross a T with a touching grace and tenderness?" Indeed, but it did betoken a most excellent penmanship. It was small, and the fingers were long and thin, the knuckles softly rounded, the nails hemispherical at the base, and the smooth palm furnishing few characters for an Egyptian fortune teller to read. It was not as the sturdy farmer's hand of Cincinnatus, who followed the plow and guided the state, but it was as the perfumed hand of Petronius Arbiter, that elegant young buck of a Roman, who once cut great Seneca dead in the Forum. His hand alone would have entitled my Bury blade to the suffrages of that Eastern potentate, who complimented Lord Byron upon his feline fingers, declaring that they furnished indubitable evidence of his noble birth. And so it did, for Lord Byron was, as all the rest of us, the son of a man; and so are the dainty-handed and wee-footed half-caste paupers in Lima, who, if their hands and feet were entitled to consideration, would constitute the oligarchy of all Peru. Folly and foolishness! To think that a gentleman is known by his finger–nails, like Nebuchadnezzar, when his grew long in the pasture; or that the badge of nobility is to be found in the smallness of the foot, when even a fish has no foot at all. Dandies, amputate yourselves if you will; but know, and be assured, O Democrats, that, like a pyramid, a great man stands on a broad base. It is only the brittle porcelain pagoda that tottles on a toe. But though Harry's hand was ladylike looking, and had once been white as the Queen's cambric handkerchief, and free from a stain as the reputation of Diana, yet his late pulling and hauling of halyards and clewlines, and his occasional dabbling in tar–pots and slush–shoes, had somewhat subtracted from its original daintiness. Often he ruefully eyed it. "Oh, hand," thought Harry, "ah, hand, what have you come to? Is it seemly that you should be polluted with pitch, when you once handed countesses to their coaches? Is this the hand I kissed to the divine Georgiana, with which I pledged Lady Blessington, and ratified my bond to Lord Lovely? This the hand that Georgiana clasped to her bosom, when she vowed she was mine? Out of sight, recreant and apostate, deep down, disappear in this foul monkey–jacket pocket, where I thrust you." After many long conversations, it was at last pretty well decided that upon our arrival at New York, some means should be taken among my few friends there, to get Harry a place in a mercantile house, where he might flourish his pen, and gently exercise his delicate digits, by traversing some soft foolscap, in the same way that slim, pallid ladies are gently drawn through a park for an airing. Chapter 57. Almost a Famine. "Mammy, mammy, come and see the sailors eating out of little troughs, just like our pigs at home." Thus exclaimed one of the steerage children, who at dinner–time was peeping down into the forecastle, where the crew was assembled, helping themselves from the kids, which indeed resemble hog–troughs not a little. "Pigs, is it?" coughed Jackson, from his bunk, where he sat presiding over the banquet, but not partaking, like a devil who had lost his appetite by chewing sulphur. "Pigs, is it? And the day is close by, ye spalpeens, when you'll want to be after taking a sup at our troughs." This malicious prophecy proved true. As day followed day without glimpse of shore or reef, and head winds drove the ship back, as hounds a deer, the improvidence and short–sightedness of the passengers in the steerage, with regard to their outfits for the voyage, began to be followed by the inevitable results. Many of them at last went aft to the mate, saying that they had nothing to eat, their provisions were expended, and they must be supplied from the ship's stores or starve. This was told to the captain, who was obliged to issue a ukase from the cabin that every steerage passenger, whose destitution was demonstrable, should be given 1 sea biscuit and 2 potatoes a day, a sort of substitute for a muffin and a brace of poached eggs. But this scanty ration was quite insufficient to satisfy their hunger, hardly enough to satisfy the necessities of a healthy adult. The consequence was that all day long and all through the night scores of the emigrants went about the decks seeking what they might devour. They plundered the chicken coop, and disguising the fowls, cooked them at the public galley. They made inroads upon the pig pen in the boat, and carried off a promising young shote. Him they devoured raw, not venturing to make an incognito of his carcass. They prowled about the cook's caboose till he threatened them with a ladle of scalding water. They waylaid the steward on his regular excursions from the cook to the cabin. They hung round the forecastle to rob the bread barge. They beset the sailors like beggars in the streets, craving a mouthful in the name of the church. At length, to such excesses were they driven, that the Grand Russian, Captain Riga, issued another ukase, and to this effect: whatsoever emigrant is found guilty of stealing, the same shall be tied into the rigging and flogged. Upon this, there were secret movements in the steerage, which almost alarmed me for the safety of the ship. But nothing serious took place, after all, and they even acquiesced in, or did not resent, a singular punishment which the captain caused to be inflicted upon a culprit of their clan, as a substitute for a flogging. For no doubt he thought that such rigorous discipline as that might exacerbate 500 emigrants into an insurrection. A head was fitted to one of the large deck tubs, the half of a cask, and into this head a hole was cut. Also 2 smaller holes in the bottom of the tub. The head, divided in the middle, across the diameter of the orifice, was now fitted round the culprit's neck, and he was forthwith coopered up into the tub, which rested on his shoulders, while his legs protruded through the holes in the bottom. It was a burden to carry, but the man could walk with it, and so ridiculous was his appearance, that spite of the indignity, he himself laughed with the rest at the figure he cut. "Now, Pat, my boy," said the mate, "fill that big wooden belly of yours if you can." Compassionating his situation, our old doctor used to give him alms of food, placing it upon the cask head before him; till at last, when the time for deliverance came, Pat protested against mercy, and would fain have continued playing Diogenes in the tub for the rest of his starving voyage. Chapter 58. Though the Highlander puts into no harbor as yet, she here and there leaves many of her passengers behind. Although fast-sailing ships, blessed with prosperous breezes, have frequently made the run across the Atlantic in 18 days, yet it is not uncommon for other vessels to be 40 or 50, and even 60, 70, 80, and 90 days in making the same passage; though in the latter cases some signal calamity or incapacity must occasion so great a detention. It is also true, that generally the passage out from America is shorter than the return, which is to be ascribed to the prevalence of westerly winds. We had been outside of Cape Clear upward of 20 days, still harassed by head winds, though with pleasant weather upon the whole, when we were visited by a succession of rain storms, which lasted the greater part of a week. During the interval the emigrants were obligated to remain below; but this was nothing strange to some of them, who, not recovering while at sea from their first attack of seasickness, seldom or never made their appearance on deck during the entire passage. During the week now in question, fire was only once made in the public galley. This occasioned a good deal of domestic work to be done in the steerage, which otherwise would have been done in the open air. When the lulls of the rain storms would intervene, some unusually cleanly emigrant would climb to the deck, with a bucket of slops, to toss into the sea. No experience seemed sufficient to instruct some of these ignorant people in the simplest and most elemental principles of ocean life. spite of all lectures on the subject, several would continue to shun the leeward side of the vessel with their slops. One morning, when it was blowing very fresh, a simple fellow pitched over a gallon or two of something to windward. Instantly it flew back in his face, and also in the face of the chief mate, who happened to be standing by at the time. The offender was collared and shaken on the spot, and ironically commanded never, for the future, to throw anything to windward at sea, but fine ashes and scalding hot water. During the frequent hard blows we experienced, the hatchways on the steerage were, at intervals, hermetically closed, sealing down in their noisome den those scores of human beings. It was something to be marveled at, that the shocking fate which, but a short time ago, overtook the poor passengers in a Liverpool steamer in the Channel during similar stormy weather, and under similar treatment did not overtake some of the emigrants of the Highlander. Nevertheless, it was beyond question, this noisome confinement in so close, unventilated, and crowded a den, joined to the deprivation of sufficient food from which many were suffering, which, helped by their personal uncleanliness, brought on a malignant fever. The first report was that 2 persons were affected. No sooner was it known than the mate promptly repaired to the medicine chest in the cabin, and, with the remedies deemed suitable, descended into the steerage. But the medicines proved of no avail. The invalids rapidly grew worse, and 2 more of the emigrants became infected. Upon this, the captain himself went to see them, and, returning, sought out a certain alleged physician among the cabin passengers, begging him to wait upon the sufferers, hinting that thereby he might prevent the disease from extending into the cabin itself. But this person denied being a physician, and from fear of contagion, though he did not confess that to be the motive, refused even to enter the steerage. The cases increased, the utmost alarm spread through the ship, and scenes ensued over which, for the most part, a veil must be drawn, for such is the fastidiousness of some readers that many times they must lose the most striking incidents in a narrative like mine. Many of the panic-stricken emigrants would fain now have domiciled on deck, but being so scantily clothed, the wretched weather, wet, cold, and tempestuous, drove the best part of them again below. Yet any other human beings, perhaps, would rather have faced the most outrageous storm than continued to breathe the pestilent air of the steerage. But some of these poor people must have been so used to the most abasing calamities, that the atmosphere of a lazar house almost seemed their natural air. The first 4 cases happened to be in adjoining bunks, and the emigrants who slept in the farther part of the steerage threw up a barricade in front of those bunks so as to cut off communication. But this was no sooner reported to the captain than he ordered it to be thrown down, since it could be of no possible benefit, but would only make still worse what was already direful enough. It was not till after a good deal of mingled threatening and coaxing that the mate succeeded in getting the sailors below to accomplish the captain's order. The sight that greeted us upon entering was wretched indeed. It was like entering a crowded jail. From the rows of rude bunks, hundreds of meager, begrimed faces were turned upon us, while seated upon the chests were scores of unshaven men, smoking tea leaves and creating a suffocating vapor. But this vapor was better than the native air of the place, which from almost unbelievable causes was fetid in the extreme. In every corner the females were huddled together, weeping and lamenting. Children were asking bread from their mothers who had none to give, and old men, seated upon the floor, were leaning back against the heads of the water casks, with closed eyes and fetching their breath with a gasp. At one end of the place was seen the barricade hiding the invalids, while, notwithstanding the crowd, in front of it was a clear area which the fear of contagion had left open. "That bulkhead must come down," cried the mate, in a voice that rose above the din. "Take hold of it, boys." But hardly had we touched the chests composing it, when a crowd of pale-faced, infuriated men rushed up, and, with terrific howls, swore they would slay us if we did not desist. "Haul it down," roared the mate. But the sailors fell back, murmuring something about merchant seamen having no pensions in case of being maimed, and they had not shipped to fight 50 to 1. Further efforts were made by the mate, who at last had recourse to entreaty, but it would not do, and we were obliged to depart without achieving our object. About 4 o'clock that morning the first 4 died. They were all men, and the scenes which ensued were frantic in the extreme. Certainly the bottomless profound of the sea over which we were sailing concealed nothing more frightful. Orders were at once passed to bury the dead, but this was unnecessary. By their own countrymen they were torn from the clasp of their wives, rolled in their own bedding with ballast stones, and with hurried rites were dropped into the ocean. At this time 10 more men had caught the disease, and with a degree of devotion worthy all praise, the mate attended them with his medicines, but the captain did not again go down to them. It was all important now that the steerage should be purified, and had it not been for the rains and squalls, which would have made it madness to turn such a number of women and children upon the wet and unsheltered decks, the steerage passengers would have been ordered above, and their den have been given a thorough cleansing. But for the present this was out of the question. The sailors peremptorily refused to go among the defilements to remove them, and so besotted were the greater part of the emigrants themselves, that though the necessity of the case was forcibly painted to them, they would not lift a hand to assist in what seemed their own salvation. The panic in the cabin was now very great, and for fear of contagion to themselves, the cabin passengers would fain have made a prisoner of the captain to prevent him from going forward beyond the mainmast. Their clamors at last induced him to tell the 2 mates that for the present they must sleep and take their meals elsewhere than in their old quarters, which communicated with the cabin. On land a pestilence is fearful enough, but there many can flee from an infected city; whereas in a ship you are locked and bolted in the very hospital itself. Nor is there any possibility of escape from it, and in so small and crowded a place no precaution can effectually guard against contagion. Horrible as the sights of the steerage now were, the cabin perhaps presented a scene equally despairing. Many who had seldom prayed before, now implored the merciful heavens night and day for fair winds and fine weather. Trunks were opened for Bibles, and at last even prayer meetings were held over the very table across which the loud jest had been so often heard. Strange, though almost universal, that the seemingly nearer prospect of that death which anybody at any time may die, should produce these spasmodic devotions, when an everlasting Asiatic cholera is forever thinning our ranks, and die by death we all must at last. On the 2nd day 7 died, one of whom was the little tailor. On the 3rd 4. On the 4th 6, of whom one was the Greenland sailor, and another a woman in the cabin, whose death, however, was afterwards supposed to have been purely induced by her fears. These last deaths brought the panic to its height, and sailors, officers, cabin passengers, and emigrants all looked upon each other like lepers; all but the only true leper among us, the mariner Jackson, who seemed elated with the thought that for him, already in the deadly clutches of another disease, no danger was to be apprehended from a fever which only swept off the comparatively healthy. Thus, in the midst of the despair of the healthful, this incurable invalid was not cast down, not at least by the same considerations that appalled the rest. And still, beneath a gray, gloomy sky, the doomed craft beat on, now on this tack, now on that, battling against hostile blasts, and drenched in rain and spray, scarcely making an inch of progress toward her port. On the 6th morning the weather merged into a gale, to which we stripped our ship to a storm-stay sail. In 10 hours' time the waves ran in mountains, and the Highlander rose and fell like some vast buoy on the water. Shrieks and lamentations were driven to leeward and drowned in the roar of the wind among the cordage, while we gave to the gale the blackened bodies of 5 more of the dead. But as the dying departed, the places of two of them were filled in the rolls of humanity by the birth of two infants, whom the plague, panic, and gale had hurried into the world before their time. The first cry of one of these infants was almost simultaneous with the splash of its father's body in the sea. Thus we come and we go. But surrounded by death, both mothers and babes survived. At midnight the wind went down, leaving a long rolling sea, and, for the first time in a week, a clear starry sky. In the first morning watch, I sat with Harry on the windlass, watching the billows, which, seen in the night, seemed real hills upon which fortresses might have been built, and real valleys in which villages and groves and gardens might have nestled. It was like a landscape in Switzerland, for down into those dark purple glens often tumbled the white foam of the wave crests like avalanches, while the seething and boiling that ensued seemed the swallowing up of human beings. By the afternoon of the next day this heavy sea subsided, and we bore down on the waves with all our canvas set, stunsails alow and aloft, and our best steersman at the helm, the captain himself at his elbow, bowling along with a fair, cheering breeze over the taffrail. The decks were cleared and swabbed bone dry, and then all the emigrants who were not invalids poured themselves out on deck, snuffing the delightful air, spreading their damp bedding in the sun, and regaling themselves with the generous charity of the captain, who of late had seen fit to increase their allowance of food. A detachment of them now joined a band of the crew, who, proceeding into the steerage, with buckets and brooms, gave it a thorough cleansing, sending on deck I know not how many buckets full of defilements. It was more like cleaning out a stable than a retreat for men and women. This day we buried 3, the next day 1, and then the pestilence left us with 7 convalescent, who, placed near the opening of the hatchway, soon rallied under the skillful treatment and even tender care of the mate. But even under this favorable turn of affairs, much apprehension was still entertained, lest, in crossing the Grand Banks of Newfoundland, the fogs, so generally encountered there, might bring on a return of the fever. But, to the joy of all hands, our fair wind still held on, and we made a rapid run across these dreaded shoals, and southward steered for New York. Our days were now fair and mild, and though the wind abated, yet we still ran our course over a pleasant sea. The steerage passengers, at least by far the greater number, wore a still subdued aspect, though a little cheered by the genial air and the hopeful thought of soon reaching their port. But those who had lost fathers, husbands, wives, or children, needed no crape to reveal to others who they were. Hard and bitter indeed was their lot; for with the poor and desolate, grief is no indulgence of mere sentiment, however sincere, but a gnawing reality that eats into their vital beings. They have no kind condolers, and bland physicians, and troops of sympathizing friends; and they must toil, though to-morrow be the burial, and their pall-bearers throw down the hammer to lift up the coffin. How then would these emigrants, who, 3,000 miles from home, suddenly found themselves deprived of brothers and husbands, with but a few pounds, or perhaps but a few shillings, to buy food in a strange land? As for the passengers in the cabin, who now so jocund as they, drawing nigh with their long purses and goodly portmanteaus to the promised land, without fear of fate? One and all were generous and gay. The jelly-eyed old gentleman, before spoken of, gave a shilling to the steward. The lady who had died was an elderly person, an American, returning from a visit to an only brother in London. She had no friend or relative on board; hence, as there is little mourning for a stranger dying among strangers, her memory had been buried with her body. But the thing most worthy of note among these now light-hearted people in feathers was the gay way in which some of them bantered others upon the panic into which nearly all had been thrown. And since, if the extremest fear of a crowd in a panic of peril proves grounded on causes sufficient, they must then indeed come to perish. Therefore it is that at such times they must make up their minds either to die, or else survive to be taunted by their fellow men with their fear. For except in extraordinary instances of exposure, there are few living men who, at bottom, are not very slow to admit that any other living men have ever been very much nearer death than themselves. Accordingly, craven is the phrase too often applied to any one who, with however good reason, has been appalled at the prospect of sudden death, and yet lived to escape it. Though, should he have perished in conformity with his fears, not a syllable of craven would you hear. This is the language of one who more than once has beheld the scenes whence these principles have been deduced. The subject invites much subtle speculation, for in every being's ideas of death, and his behavior when it suddenly menaces him, lies the best index to his life and his faith. Though the Christian era had not then begun, Socrates died the death of the Christian. And though Hume was not a Christian in theory, yet he too died the death of the Christian, humble, composed, without bravado. And though the most skeptical of philosophical skeptics, yet full of that firm, creedless faith that embraces the spheres. Seneca died dictating to posterity, Petronius lightly discoursing of essences and love songs, and Addison calling upon Christendom to behold how calmly a Christian could die. But not even the last of these three, perhaps, died the best death of the Christian. The cabin passenger, who had used to read prayers while the rest kneeled against the transoms and settees, was one of the merry young sparks who had occasioned such agonies of jealousy to the poor tailor, now no more. In his rakish vest and dangling watch-chain, this same youth, with all the awfulness of fear, had led the earnest petitions of his companions, supplicating mercy where before he had never solicited the slightest favor. More than once he had been seen thus engaged by the observant steersman at the helm, who looked through the little glass in the cabin bulkhead. But this youth was an April man. The storm had departed, and now he shone in the sun, none braver than he. One of his jovial companions ironically advised him to enter into holy orders upon his arrival in New York. "Why so?" said the other. "Have I such an orotund voice?" "No," profanely returned his friend, "but you are a coward, just the man to be a parson, and pray." However this narrative of the circumstances attending the fever among the emigrants on the Highlander may appear, and though these things happened so long ago, yet just such events, nevertheless, are perhaps taking place today. But the only account you obtain of such events is generally contained in a newspaper paragraph under the shipping head. There is the obituary of the destitute dead who die on the sea. They die like the billows that break on the shore, and no more are heard or seen. But in the events thus merely initialized in the catalogue of passing occurrences, and but glanced at by the readers of news, who are more taken up with paragraphs of fuller flavor, what a world of me and death, what a world of humanity and its woes, lies shrunk into a three-worded sentence. You see no plague ship driving through a stormy sea. You hear no groans of despair. You see no corpses thrown over the bulwarks. You mark not the wringing hands and torn hair of widows and orphans. All is a blank. And one of these blanks I have but filled up in recounting the details of the Highlander's calamity. Besides that natural tendency which hurries into oblivion the last woes of the poor, other causes combine to suppress the detailed circumstances of disasters like these. Such things, if widely known, operate unfavorably to the ship, and make her a bad name. And, to avoid detention at quarantine, a captain will state the case in the most palliating light, and strive to hush it up as much as he can. In no better place than this, perhaps, can a few words be said concerning emigrant ships in general. Let us waive that agitated national topic as to whether such multitudes of foreign poor should be landed on our American shores. Let us waive it with the one only thought, that if they can get here, they have God's right to come, though they bring all Ireland and her miseries with them. For the whole world is the patrimony of the whole world. There is no telling who does not own a stone in the Great Wall of China. But we waive all this, and will only consider how best the emigrants can come hither, since come they do, and come they must and will. Of late, a law has been passed in Congress restricting ships to a certain number of emigrants according to a certain rate. If this law were enforced, much good might be done, and so also might much good be done were the English law likewise enforced concerning the fixed supply of food for every emigrant embarking from Liverpool. But it is hardly to be believed that either of these laws is observed. But in all respects, no legislation even nominally reaches the hard lot of the emigrant. What ordinance makes it obligatory upon the captain of a ship to supply the steerage passengers with decent lodgings, and give them light and air in that foul den, where they are immured during a long voyage across the Atlantic? What ordinance necessitates him to place the galley or steerage passengers' stove in a dry place of shelter, where the emigrants can do their cooking during a storm, or wet weather? What ordinance obliges him to give them more room on deck, and let them have an occasional run fore and aft? There is no law concerning these things; and if there was, who but some Howard in office would see it enforced? And how seldom is there a Howard in office? We talk of the Turks, and abhor the cannibals, but may not some of them go to heaven before some of us? We may have civilized bodies, and yet barbarous souls. We are blind to the real sights of this world, deaf to its voice, and dead to its death. And not till we know that one grief outweighs 10,000 joys, will we become what Christianity is striving to make us. Chapter 59. The Last End of Jackson. "Off Cape Cod," said the steward, coming forward from the quarter-deck, where the captain had just been taking his noon observation, sweeping the vast horizon with his quadrant, like a dandy, circumnavigating the dress circle of an amphitheatre with his glass. Off Cape Cod! And in the shore bloom that came to us, even from that desert of sand-hillocks, methought I could almost distinguish the fragrance of the rose-bush my sisters and I had planted in our far inland garden at home. Delicious odors are those of our Mother Earth, which, like a flower-pot set with 1,000 shrubs, greets the eager voyager from afar. The breeze was stiff, and so drove us along that we turned over 2 broad blue furrows from our bows, as we plowed the watery prairie. By night it was a reef topsail breeze; but so impatient was the captain to make his port before a shift of wind overtook us, that even yet we carried a main top gallant sail, though the light mast sprung like a switch. In the second dog watch, however, the breeze became such that at last the order was given to douse the top gallant sail, and clap a reef into all 3 topsails. While the men were settling away the halyards on deck, and before they had begun to haul out the reef tackles, to the surprise of several, Jackson came up from the forecastle, and for the first time in 4 weeks or more, took hold of a rope. Like most seamen, who during the greater part of a voyage have been off duty from sickness, he was, perhaps, desirous, just previous to entering port, of reminding the captain of his existence, and also that he expected his wages. But alas! his wages proved the wages of sin. At no time could he better signalize his disposition to work than upon an occasion like the present, which generally attracts every soul on deck, from the captain to the child in the steerage. His aspect was damp and death-like. The blue hollows of his eyes were like vaults full of snakes, and issuing so unexpectedly from his dark tomb in the forecastle, he looked like a man raised from the dead. Before the sailors had made fast the reef tackle, Jackson was tottering up the rigging, thus getting the start of them, and securing his place at the extreme weather end of the topsail yard, which in reefing is accounted the post of honor. For it was one of the characteristics of this man, that though when on duty he would shy away from mere dull work in a calm, yet in tempest time he always claimed the van, and would yield it to none. And this, perhaps, was one cause of his unbounded dominion over the men. Soon we were all strung along the main topsail yard, the ship rearing and plunging under us like a runaway steed; each man gripping his reef point, and sideways leaning, dragging the sail over toward Jackson, whose business it was to confine the reef corner to the yard. His hat and shoes were off, and he rode the yard arm end leaning backward to the gale, and pulling at the ear-ring rope, like a bridle. At all times this is a moment of frantic exertion with sailors, whose spirits seem then to partake of the commotion of the elements, as they hang in the gale, between heaven and earth. And then it is, too, that they are the most profane. "Haul out to windward," coughed Jackson, with a blasphemous cry, and he threw himself back with a violent strain upon the bridle in his hand. But the wild words were hardly out of his mouth, when his hands dropped to his side, and the bellying sail was spattered with a torrent of blood from his lungs. As the man next him stretched out his arm to save, Jackson fell headlong from the yard, and with a long seethe plunged like a diver into the sea. It was when the ship had rolled to windward, which, with the long projection of the yard arm over the side, made him strike far out upon the water. His fall was seen by the whole upward gazing crowd on deck, some of whom were spotted with the blood that trickled from the sail, while they raised a spontaneous cry so shrill and wild, that a blind man might have known something deadly had happened. Clutching our reef points, we hung over the stick, and gazed down to the one white bubbling spot which had closed over the head of our shipmate. But the next minute it was brewed into the common yeast of the waves, and Jackson never arose. We waited a few minutes, expecting an order to descend, haul back the fore yard, and man the boat. But instead of that, the next sound that greeted us was, "Bear a hand, and reef away, men," from the mate. Indeed, upon reflection, it would have been idle to attempt to save Jackson; for, besides that, he must have been dead ere he struck the sea; and if he had not been dead then, the first immersion must have driven his soul from his lacerated lungs. Our jolly boat would have taken full 15 minutes to launch into the waves. And here it should be said, that the thoughtless security in which too many sea captains indulge, would, in case of some sudden disaster befalling the Highlander, have let us all drop into our graves. Like most merchant ships, we had but two boats, the long boat and the jolly boat. The long boat, by far the largest and stoutest of the two, was permanently bolted down to the deck, by iron bars attached to its sides. It was almost as much of a fixture as the vessel's keel. It was filled with pigs, fowls, firewood, and coals. Over this, the jolly boat was capsized, without a thole pin in the gunwales, its bottom bleaching and cracking in the sun. Judge, then, what promise of salvation for us had we shipwrecked. Yet in this state, one merchant ship out of 3 keeps its boats. To be sure, no vessel full of emigrants, by any possible precautions, could, in case of a fatal disaster at sea, hope to save the 10th part of the souls on board. Yet provision should certainly be made for a handful of survivors, to carry home the tidings of her loss. For even in the worst of the calamities that befell patient Job, some one, at least, of his servants escaped to report it. In a way that I never could fully account for, the sailors, in my hearing at least, and Harry's, never made the slightest allusion to the departed Jackson. One and all, they seemed tacitly to unite in hushing up his memory among them. Whether it was that the severity of the bondage under which this man held every one of them did really corrode in their secret hearts, that they thought to repress the recollection of a thing so degrading, I can not determine; but certain it was, that his death was their deliverance, which they celebrated by an elevation of spirits unknown before. Doubtless, this was to be in part imputed, however, to their now drawing near to their port. Section 13. Chapters 60 through 62. Chapter 60. Home at last. Next day was Sunday, and the midday sun shone upon a glassy sea. After the uproar of the breeze and the gale, this profound, pervading calm seemed suited to the tranquil spirit of a day which, in godly towns, makes quiet vistas of the most tumultuous thoroughfares. The ship lay gently rolling in the soft, subdued ocean swell, while all around were faint white spots, and nearer to, broad milky patches, betokening the vicinity of scores of ships, all bound to one common port, and tranced in one common calm. Here, the long, devious wakes from Europe, Africa, India, and Peru converged to a line, which braided them all in one. Full before us quivered and danced, in the noonday heat and mid-air, the green heights of New Jersey; and by an optical delusion, the blue sea seemed to flow under them. The sailors whistled and whistled for a wind. The impatient cabin passengers were arrayed in their best, and the emigrants clustered around the bows, with eyes intent upon the long-sought land. But leaning over in a reverie against the side, my Carlo gazed down into the calm, violet sea, as if it were an eye that answered his own; and turning to Harry, said, "This America's skies must be down in the sea; for looking down in this water, I behold what, in Italy, we also behold overhead. Ah, after all, I find my Italy somewhere, wherever I go. I even found it in rainy Liverpool." Presently up came a dainty breeze, wafting to us a white wing from the shore, the pilot boat. Soon a monkey jacket mounted the side, and was beset by the captain and cabin people for news; and out of bottomless pockets came bundles of newspapers, which were eagerly caught by the throng. The captain now abdicated in the pilot's favor, who proved to be a tiger of a fellow, keeping us hard at work, pulling and hauling the braces, and trimming the ship to catch the least cat's paw of wind. When, among sea-worn people, a strange man from shore suddenly stands among them, with the smell of the land in his beard, it conveys a realization of the vicinity of the green grass, that not even the distant sight of the shore itself can transcend. The steerage was now as a bedlam; trunks and chests were locked and tied round with ropes, and a general washing and rinsing of faces and hands was beheld. While this was going on, forth came an order from the quarter deck, for every bed, blanket, bolster, and bundle of straw in the steerage to be committed to the deep; a command that was received by the emigrants with dismay, and then with wrath; but they were assured that this was indispensable to the getting rid of an otherwise long detention of some weeks at the quarantine. They therefore reluctantly complied, and overboard went pallet and pillow. Following them went old pots and pans, bottles and baskets; so, all around, the sea was strewn with stuffed bed ticks, that limberly floated on the waves, couches for all mermaids who were not fastidious. Numberless things of this sort, tossed overboard from emigrant ships nearing the harbor of New York, drift in through the Narrows, and are deposited on the shores of Staten Island, along whose eastern beach I have often walked, and speculated upon the broken jugs, torn pillows, and dilapidated baskets at my feet. A second order was now passed for the emigrants to muster their forces, and give the steerage a final, thorough cleaning with sand and water; and to this they were incited by the same warning which had induced them to make an offering to Neptune of their bedding. The place was then fumigated and dried with pans of coals from the galley; so that by evening no stranger would have imagined from her appearance that the Highlander had made otherwise than a tidy and prosperous voyage. Thus some sea captains take good heed that benevolent citizens shall not get a glimpse of the true condition of the steerage while at sea. That night it again fell calm, but next morning, though the wind was somewhat against us, we set sail for the Narrows; and making short tacks, at last ran through, almost bringing our jib boom over one of the forts. An earlier shower had refreshed the woods and fields, that glowed with a glorious green, and to our salted lungs the land breeze was spiced with aromas. The steerage passengers almost neighed with delight, like horses brought back to spring pastures, and every eye and ear in the Highlander was full of the glad sights and sounds of the shore. No more did we think of the gale and the plague, nor turn our eyes upward to the stains of blood still visible on the topsail, whence Jackson had fallen. But we fixed our gaze on the orchards and meads, and like thirsty men, drank in all their due. On the Staten Island side, a white staff displayed a pale yellow flag, denoting the habitation of the quarantine officer. For, as if to symbolize the yellow fever itself, and strike a panic and premonition of the black vomit into every beholder, all quarantines all over the world taint the air with the streamings of their fever flag. But though the long rows of whitewashed hospitals on the hillside were now in plain sight, and though scores of ships were here lying at anchor, yet no boat came off to us, and to our surprise and delight, on we sailed, past a spot which every one had dreaded. How it was that they thus let us pass without boarding us, we never could learn. Now rose the city from out the bay, and one by one her spires pierced the blue, while thick and more thick, ships, brigs, schooners, and sailboats thronged around. We saw the Hart's forest of masts and black rigging stretching along the East River, and northward, up the stately old Hudson, covered with white sloop sails like fleets of swans, we caught a far glimpse of the purple Palisades. Oh, he who has never been afar, let him once go from home, to know what home is. For as you draw nigh again to your old native river, he seems to pour through you with all his tides, and in your enthusiasm you swear to build altars like milestones along both his sacred banks. Like the Czar of all the Russias, and Siberia to boot, Captain Riga, telescope in hand, stood on the poop, pointing out to the passengers Governor's Island, Castle Garden, and the Battery. And that, said he, pointing out a vast black hull, which, like a shark, showed tiers of teeth, that, ladies, is a line of battle ship, the North Carolina. Oh dear, and oh my, ejaculated the ladies, and Lord save us, responded an old gentleman who was a member of the Peace Society. Hurrah, hurrah, and 10,000 times hurrah! Down goes our old anchor, fathoms down into the free and independent Yankee mud, one handful of which was now worth a broad manor in England. The Whitehall boats were around us, and soon our cabin passengers were all off, gay as crickets, and bound for a late dinner at the Astor House, where no doubt they fired off a salute of champagne corks in honor of their own arrival. Only a very few of the steerage passengers, however, could afford to pay the high price the watermen demanded for carrying them ashore, so most of them remained with us till morning. But nothing could restrain our Italian boy Carlo, who, promising the watermen to pay them with his music, was triumphantly rowed ashore, seated in the stern of the boat, his organ before him, and something like Hail Columbia his tune. We gave him 3 rapturous cheers, and we never saw Carlo again. Harry and I passed the greater part of the night walking the deck and gazing at the thousand lights of the city. At sunrise, we warped into a berth at the foot of Wall Street, and knotted our old ship, stem and stern, to the pier. But that knotting of her was the unknotting of the bonds of the sailors, among whom it is a maxim, that the ship once fast to the wharf, they are free. So, with a rush and a shout, they bounded ashore, followed by the tumultuous crowd of emigrants, whose friends, day laborers, and housemaids stood ready to embrace them. But in silent gratitude at the end of a voyage, almost equally uncongenial to both of us, and so bitter to one, Harry and I sat on a chest in the forecastle. And now the ship that we had loathed grew lovely in our eyes, which lingered over every familiar old timber. For the scene of suffering is a scene of joy when the suffering is past. and the silent reminiscence of hardships departed is sweeter than the presence of delight. Chapter 61. Redburn and Harry, arm in arm, in harbor. There we sat in that tarry old den, the only inhabitants of the deserted old ship but the mate and the rats. At last Harry went to his chest, and drawing out a few shillings, proposed that we should go ashore and return with a supper to eat in the forecastle. Little else that was eatable being for sale in the paltry shops along the wharves, we bought several pies, some doughnuts, and a bottle of ginger pop, and thus supplied we made merry. For to us, whose very mouths were become pickled and puckered with the continual flavor of briny beef, those pies and doughnuts were most delicious. And as for the ginger pop, why, that ginger pop was divine. I have reverenced ginger pop ever since. We kept late hours that night. For delightful certainty placed beyond all doubt, like royal landsmen, we were masters of the watches of the night, and no starbolines ahoy would annoy us again. All night in. Think of that, Harry, my friend. Ay, Wellingborough, it's enough to keep me awake forever, to think I may now sleep as long as I please. We turned out bright and early, and then prepared for the shore, first stripping to the waist for a toilet. I shall never get these confounded tar stains out of my fingers, cried Harry, rubbing them hard with a bit of oakum, steeped in strong suds. No, they will not come out, and I'm ruined for life. Look at my hand once, Wellingborough. It was indeed a sad sight. Every fingernail, like mine, was dyed of a rich russet hue, looking something like bits of fine tortoise shell. Never mind, Harry, said I. You know, the ladies of the East steep the tips of their fingers in some golden dye. And by Plutus, cried Harry, I'd steep mine up to the armpits in gold, since you talk about that. But never mind, I'll swear I'm just from Persia, my boy. We now arrayed ourselves in our best, and sallied ashore, and at once I piloted Harry to the sign of a turkey cock in Fulton street, kept by one Sweeney, a place famous for cheap souchong and capital buckwheat cakes. Well, gentlemen, what will you have? Said a waiter, as we seated ourselves at a table. Gentlemen, whispered Harry to me. Gentlemen, hear him. I say now, Redburn, they didn't talk to us that way on board the old Highlander. By heaven, I begin to feel my straps again. Coffee and hot rolls, he added aloud, crossing his legs like a lord. And fellow, come back. Bring us a venison steak. Haven't got it, gentlemen. Ham and eggs, suggested I, whose mouth was watering at the recollection of that particular dish which I had tasted at the sign of the turkey cock before. So ham and eggs it was, and royal coffee, and imperial toast. But the butter. Harry, did you ever taste such butter as this before? Don't say a word, said Harry, spreading his 10th slice of toast. I'm going to turn dairyman, and keep within the blessed savor of butter so long as I live. We made a breakfast never to be forgotten, paid our bill with a flourish, and sallied into the street like two goodly galleons of gold, bound from Acapulco to old Spain. Now, said Harry, lead on, and let's see something of these United States of yours. I'm ready to pace from Maine to Florida, ford the Great Lakes, and jump the river Ohio, if it comes in the way. Here, take my arm, lead on. Such was the miraculous change that had now come over him. It reminded me of his manner when we had started for London from the sign of the Golden Anchor in Liverpool. He was, indeed, in most wonderful spirits, at which I could not help marveling, considering the cavity in his pockets, and that he was a stranger in the land. By noon he had selected his boarding-house, a private establishment where they did not charge much for their board, and where the landlady's butcher's bill was not very large. Here, at last, I left him to get his chest from the ship, while I turned up town to see my old friend Mr. Jones, and learn what had happened during my absence. With one hand Mr. Jones shook mine most cordially, and with the other gave me some letters which I eagerly devoured. Their purport compelled my departure homeward, and I at once sought out Harry to inform him. Strange, but even the few hours' absence which had intervened, during which Harry had been left to himself to stare at strange streets and strange faces, had wrought a marked change in his countenance. He was a creature of the suddenest impulses. Left to himself, the strange streets seemed now to have reminded him of his friendless condition, and I found him with a very sad eye, and his right hand groping in his pocket. "Where am I going to dine this day week?" he slowly said. "What's to be done, Wellingborough?" And when I told him that the next afternoon I must leave him, he looked downhearted enough. But I cheered him as well as I could, though needing a little cheering myself, even though I had got home again. But no more about that. Now there was a young man of my acquaintance in the city, much my senior, by the name of Goodwell, and a good-natured fellow he was, who had of late been engaged as a clerk in a large forwarding house in South Street, and it occurred to me that he was just the man to befriend Harry and procure him a place. So I mentioned the thing to my comrade, and we called upon Goodwell. I saw that he was impressed by the handsome exterior of my friend, and in private, making known the case, he faithfully promised to do his best for him, though the times, he said, were quite dull. That evening, Goodwell, Harry, and I perambulated the streets, three abreast. Goodwell spending his money freely at the oyster saloons, Harry full of allusions to the London club-houses, and myself contributing a small quota to the general entertainment. Next morning we proceeded to business. Now I did not expect to draw much of a salary from the ship, so as to retire for life on the profits of my first voyage; but nevertheless I thought that $1 or 2 might be coming, for dollars are valuable things, and should not be overlooked when they are owing. Therefore, as the second morning after our arrival had been set apart for paying off the crew, Harry and I made our appearance on shipboard with the rest. We were told to enter the cabin, and once again I found myself, after an interval of 4 months and more, surrounded by its mahogany and maple. Seated in a sumptuous arm-chair behind a lustrous inlaid desk, sat Captain Riga, arrayed in his City Hotel suit, looking magisterial as the Lord High Admiral of England. Hat in hand, the sailors stood deferentially in a semicircle before him, while the captain held the ship papers in his hand and one by one called their names, and in mellow bank notes, beautiful sight, paid them their wages. Most of them had less than 10, a few 20, and 2 $30 coming to them, while the old cook, whose piety proved profitable in restraining him from the expensive excesses of most seafaring men, and who had taken no pay in advance, had the goodly round sum of $70 as his due. 7 $10 bills, each of which, as I calculated at the time, was worth precisely 100 dimes, which were equal to 1,000 cents, which were again subdivisible into fractions; so that he now stepped into a fortune of 70,000 American mitts. Only $70 after all, but then it has always seemed to me that stating amounts in sounding fractional sums conveys a much fuller notion of their magnitude than by disguising their immensity in such aggregations of value as doubloons, sovereigns, and dollars. Who would not rather be worth 125,000 francs in Paris than only 5,000 pounds in London, though the intrinsic value of the two sums in round numbers is pretty much the same? With a scrape of the foot, and such a bow as only a negro can make, the old cook marched off with his fortune, and I have no doubt at once invested it in a grand underground oyster cellar. The other sailors, after counting their cash very carefully, and seeing all was right, and not a bank note was dog-eared, in which case they would have demanded another, for they are not to be taken in and cheated, your sailors, and they know their rights too, at least when they are at liberty, after the voyage is concluded. The sailors also salaamed and withdrew, leaving Harry and me face to face with the Paymaster General of the forces. We stood a while, looking as polite as possible, and expecting every moment to hear our names called, but not a word did we hear, while the captain, throwing aside his accounts, lighted a very fragrant cigar, took up the morning paper, I think it was the Herald, threw his leg over one arm of the chair, and plunged into the latest intelligence from all parts of the world. I looked at Harry, and he looked at me, and then we both looked at this incomprehensible captain. At last Harry hemmed, and I scraped my foot to increase the disturbance. The Paymaster General looked up. "Well, where do you come from? Who are you, pray, and what do you want? Steward, show these young gentlemen out." "I want my money," said Harry. "My wages are due," said I. The captain laughed. Oh, he was exceedingly merry, and taking a long inspiration of smoke, removed his cigar, and sat sideways looking at us, letting the vapor slowly wriggle and spiralize out of his mouth. "Upon my soul, young gentlemen, you astonish me. Are your names down in the city directory? Have you any letters of introduction, young gentlemen?" "Captain Riga," cried Harry, enraged at his impudence, "I tell you what it is, Captain Riga, this won't do. Where's the rhino?" "Captain Riga," added I, "do you not remember that about 4 months ago my friend Mr. Jones and myself had an interview with you in this very cabin, when it was agreed that I was to go out in your ship, and receive $3 per month for my services? Well, Captain Riga, I have gone out with you, and returned, and now, sir, I'll thank you for my pay." "Ah, yes, I remember," said the captain. "Mr. Jones, ha, ha, I remember Mr. Jones, a very gentlemanly gentleman. And stop. You, too, are the son of a wealthy French importer. And let me think, was not your great uncle a barber?" "No," I thundered. "Well, well, young gentlemen, really I beg your pardon. Steward, chairs for the young gentlemen. Be seated, young gentlemen. And now let me see," turning over his accounts. Yes, here it is. Wellingborough, Redburn, at $3 a month. Say 4 months, that's $12, less $3 advanced in Liverpool, that makes it $9, less 3 hammers and 2 scrapers lost overboard, that brings it to $4.25. I owe you $4.25, I believe, young gentlemen." "So it seems, sir," said I, with staring eyes. "And now let me see what you owe me, and then we'll be able to square the yards, Monsieur Redburn." Oh, him, thought I. What do I owe him but a grudge? But I concealed my resentment, and presently he said, "By running away from the ship in Liverpool, you forfeited your wages, which amount to $12, and as there has been advanced to you in money, hammers, and scrapers, $7.75, you are therefore indebted to me in precisely that sum. Now, young gentlemen, I'll thank you for the money," and he extended his open palm across the desk. "Shall I pitch into him?" whispered Harry. I was thunderstruck at this most unforeseen announcement of the state of my account with Captain Riga, and I began to understand why it was that he had till now ignored my absence from the ship when Harry and I were in London. But a single minute's consideration showed that I could not help myself. So, telling him that he was at liberty to begin his suit, for I was a bankrupt and could not pay him, I turned to go. Now, here was this man actually turning a poor lad adrift without a copper, after he had been slaving aboard his ship for more than 4 mortal months. But Captain Riga was a bachelor of expensive habits, and had run up large wine bills at the City Hotel. He could not afford to be munificent. Peace to his dinners. "Mr. Bolton, I believe," said the captain, now blandly bowing toward Harry. "Mr. Bolton, you also shipped for $3 per month, and you had 1 month's advance in Liverpool, and from dock to dock we have been about a month and a half. So I owe you just $1.50, Mr. Bolton. And here it is," handing him 6 two-shilling pieces. "And this," said Harry, throwing himself into a tragical attitude, "this is the reward of my long and faithful services?" Then, disdainfully flinging the silver on the desk, he exclaimed, "There, Captain Riga, you may keep your 10. It has been in your purse, and it would give me the itch to retain it. Good morning, sir." "Good morning, young gentleman. Pray call again," said the captain, coolly bagging the coins. His politeness while in port was invincible. Quitting the cabin, I remonstrated with Harry upon his recklessness in disdaining his wages, small though they were. I begged to remind him of his situation, and hinted that every penny he could get might prove precious to him. But he only cried, "Pshaw!" and that was the last of it. Going forward, we found the sailors congregated on the forecastle deck, engaged in some earnest discussion; while several carts on the wharf, loaded with their chests, were just in the act of driving off, destined for the boarding houses up town. By the looks of our shipmates, I saw very plainly that they must have some mischief under way; and so it turned out. Now, though Captain Riga had not been guilty of any particular outrage against the sailors, yet by 1,000 small meannesses, such as indirectly causing their allowance of bread and beef to be diminished, without betraying any appearance of having any inclination that way, and without speaking to the sailors on the subject, by this and kindred actions, I say, he had contracted the cordial dislike of the whole ship's company; and long since they had bestowed upon him a name unmentionably expressive of their contempt. The voyage was now concluded; and it appeared that the subject being debated by the assembly on the forecastle was, how best they might give a united and valedictory expression of the sentiments they entertained toward their late lord and master. Some emphatic symbol of those sentiments was desired; some unmistakable token which should forcibly impress Captain Riga with the justest possible notion of their feelings. It was like a meeting of the members of some mercantile company, upon the eve of a prosperous dissolution of the concern, when the subordinates, actuated by the purest gratitude toward their president or chief, proceed to vote him a silver pitcher, in token of their respect. It was something like this, I repeat, but with a material difference, as will be seen. At last, the precise manner in which the thing should be done being agreed upon, Blunt, the Irish cockney, was deputed to summon the captain. He knocked at the cabin door, and politely requested the steward to inform Captain Riga that some gentlemen were on the pier-head earnestly seeking him, whereupon he joined his comrades. In a few moments the captain sallied from the cabin, and found the gentleman alluded to strung along the top of the bulwarks, on the side next to the wharf. Upon his appearance, the row suddenly wheeled about, presenting their backs; and making a motion which was a polite salute to everything before them, but an abominable insult to all who happened to be in their rear, they gave 3 cheers, and at one bound cleared the ship. True to his imperturbable politeness while in port, Captain Riga only lifted his hat, smiled very blandly, and slowly returned into his cabin. Wishing to see the last movements of this remarkable crew, who were so clever ashore and so craven afloat, Harry and I followed them along the wharf, till they stopped at a sailor retreat, poetically denominated the Flashes; and here they all came to anchor before the bar, and the landlord, a lantern-jawed landlord, bestirred himself behind it among his villainous old bottles and decanters. He well knew, from their looks, that his customers were flush, and would spend their money freely, as indeed is the case with most seamen recently paid off. It was a touching scene. "Well, mateys," said one of them, at last, "I s'pose we shan't see each other again. Come, let's splice the main brace all round, and drink to the last voyage." Upon this, the landlord danced down his glasses on the bar, uncorked his decanters, and deferentially pushed them over toward the sailors, as much as to say, "Honorable gentlemen, it is not for me to allowance your liquor. Help yourselves, your honors." And so they did, each glass a bumper, and standing in a row, tossed them all off, shook hands all round, 3 times 3, and then disappeared in couples through the several doorways, for the Flashes was on a corner. If to every one life be made up of farewells and greetings, and a good-bye, God bless you, is heard for every how do you do, welcome, a boy, then of all men, sailors shake the most hands and wave the most hats. They are here, and then they are there, ever shifting themselves, they shift among the shifting, and like rootless seaweed are tossed to and fro. As, after shaking our hands, our shipmates departed, Harry and I stood on the corner a while, till we saw the last man disappear. "They are gone," said I. "Thank heaven," said Harry. Chapter 62. The last that was ever heard of Harry Bolton. That same afternoon I took my comrade down to the Battery, and we sat on one of the benches under the summer shade of the trees. It was a quiet, beautiful scene, full of promenading ladies and gentlemen, and through the foliage, so fresh and bright, we looked out over the bay, varied with glancing ships; and then we looked down to our boots, and thought what a fine world it would be, if we only had a little money to enjoy it. But that's the everlasting rub. Oh, who can cure an empty pocket? "I have no doubt Goodwell will take care of you, Harry," said I. "He's a fine, good–hearted fellow, and will do his best for you, I know." "No doubt of it," said Harry, looking hopeless. "And I need not tell you, Harry, how sorry I am to leave you so soon." "And I am sorry enough myself," said Harry, looking very sincere. "But I will be soon back again, I doubt not," said I. "Perhaps so," said Harry, shaking his head. "How far is it off?" "Only 180 miles," said I. 180 miles," said Harry, drawing the words out like an endless ribbon. "Why, I couldn't walk that in a month." "Now, my dear friend," said I, "take my advice, and while I am gone, keep up a stout heart, never despair, and all will be well." But notwithstanding all I could say to encourage him, Harry felt so bad, that nothing would do but a rush to a neighboring bar, where we both gulped down a glass of ginger pop, after which we felt better. He accompanied me to the steamboat that was to carry me homeward. He stuck close to my side till she was about to put off; then, standing on the wharf, he shook me by the hand, till we almost counteracted the play of the paddles; and at last, with a mutual jerk at the armpits, we parted. I never saw Harry again. I pass over the reception I met with at home. How I plunged into embraces long and loving. I pass over this, and will conclude my first voyage by relating all I know of what overtook Harry Bolton. Circumstances beyond my control detained me at home for several weeks, during which I wrote to my friend without receiving an answer. I then wrote to young Goodwell, who returned me the following letter, now spread before me. Dear Redburn, your poor friend Harry I can not find anywhere. After you left, he called upon me several times, and we walked out together, and my interest in him increased every day. But you don't know how dull are the times here, and what multitudes of young men, well qualified, are seeking employment in counting–houses. I did my best, but could not get Harry a place. However, I cheered him; but he grew more and more melancholy, and at last told me that he had sold all his clothes but those on his back to pay his board. I offered to loan him a few dollars, but he would not receive them. I called upon him 2 or 3 times after this, but he was not in. At last his landlady told me that he had permanently left her house the very day before. Upon my questioning her closely as to where he had gone, she answered that she did not know, but from certain hints that had dropped from our poor friend, she feared he had gone on a whaling voyage. I at once went to the offices in South Street, where men are shipped for the Nantucket whalers, and made inquiries among them, but without success. And this, I am heartily grieved to say, is all I know of our friend. I cannot believe that his melancholy could bring him to the insanity of throwing himself away in a whaler, and I still think that he must be somewhere in the city. You must come down yourself and help me seek him out." This letter gave me a dreadful shock. Remembering our adventure in London and his conduct there, remembering how liable he was to yield to the most sudden, crazy, and contrary impulses, and that as a friendless, penniless foreigner in New York, he must have had the most terrible incitements to committing violence upon himself, I shuddered to think that even now, while I thought of him, he might no more be living. So strong was this impression at the time, that I quickly glanced over the papers to see if there were any accounts of suicides or drowned persons floating in the harbor of New York. I now made all the haste I could to the seaport, but though I sought him all over, no tidings whatever could be heard. To relieve my anxiety, Goodwell endeavored to assure me that Harry must indeed have departed on a whaling voyage. But, remembering his bitter experience on board the Highlander, and more than all, his nervousness about going aloft, it seemed next to impossible. At last I was forced to give him up. Years after this, I found myself a sailor in the Pacific, on board of a whaler. One day at sea, we spoke another whaler, and the boat's crew that boarded our vessel came forward among us to have a little sea chat, as is always customary upon such occasions. Among the strangers was an Englishman who had shipped in his vessel at Callao for the cruise. In the course of conversation he made allusion to the fact that he had now been in the Pacific several years, and that the good craft Huntress of Nantucket had had the honor of originally bringing him round upon that side of the globe. I asked him why he had abandoned her. He answered that she was the most unlucky of ships. "We had hardly been out 3 months," said he, "when on the Brazil banks we lost a boat's crew chasing a whale after sundown, and next day lost a poor little fellow, a countryman of mine, who had never entered the boats. He fell over the side, and was jammed between the ship and a whale, while we were cutting the fish in. Poor fellow! He had a hard time of it from the beginning. He was a gentleman's son, and when you could coax him to it, he sang like a bird." "What was his name?" said I, trembling with expectation. "What kind of eyes did he have? What was the color of his hair?" "Harry Bolton was not your brother?" cried the stranger, starting. Harry Bolton! It was even he. But yet I, Wellingborough Redburn, chanced to survive, after having passed through far more perilous scenes than any narrated in this my first voyage, which here I end. End of section 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. End of Redburn, His First Voyage, by Herman Melville.